Introducing ISO Color Edge. Precision is essential for any professional working with images. Whether you're an artist, a retoucher, or a visual effects specialist, you need to know that what you see at the start of a project is precisely what you'll get at the end. Color Edge monitors give consistent, reliable accuracy that guarantee no surprises within your color workflow. So what you see in real life is what you see on screen, and what you see on screen is what you see in real life. That's precisely why professionals all over the world trust ISO Color Edge for their image creation. ISO Color Edge. Discover living, breathing color.
Canson Baryta Photographic is a silky smooth satin paper reminiscent of traditional darkroom Baryta prints. It offers excellent black density, probably the highest on the market, together with great image contrast and detail. One of the things I'm often asked is how Baryta differs from Platine Fiber Rag, a similar paper. And it differs in two distinct ways. Number one, it's definitely a smoother paper, and also it's an alpha cellulose paper, whereas Platine Fiber Rag is a cotton-backed paper. Now, Baryta does contain some natural brightening agents, and I say natural because it's inherent in the barium sulfate coating that gives Baryta its beautiful finish. But it's still considered a museum-grade paper and meets all industry standards for longevity. And really, it's a paper that works well with a whole variety of images, color of course, but it especially shines with black and white, where rich blacks and deep contrast is important. So if you're fond of darkroom prints and you want a paper that has a rich satin finish, then Baryta Photographic is definitely one to consider.
The one thing I didn't realize getting into this career was how much time you'd have to spend at your desk. Emails, client bookings, following up on leads, sending out quotes. This stuff takes time. And I remember the time when everything changed. Hey, Ben. No worries. I'll be there real soon. See you in a sec. Yeah, that was me when I first started. Hey, Sarah, thanks for calling me back. Okay, I'll see you in an hour. Converting inquiries into bookings, sending quotes and contracts, keeping track of all my shoots. It's now all taken care of with Studio Ninja. Beautiful, big smile. With Studio Ninja, I never have to worry about following up on leads, chasing payments, or missing shoots. Fine, beautiful. As I said, I'm a photographer, not an administrator. So if you want to spend more time doing what you love, let Studio Ninja help.
If you're looking for the smoothest matte paper that CanSign Infinity offers, then Rag Photographic is it. It has virtually no texture whatsoever with a silky, smooth finish. It's a 100% cotton rag paper. It's available in several weights, including a dual version, which means you can print on both sides of the paper, and that's great for things like portfolios, art books, or other creative uses. It has one of the highest Dmax ratings of any matte paper on the market. That's a measurement of black density. And so it has great contrast, really nice color, and crisp detail. And it's a paper that works well on a variety of images, landscapes, nature, black and white, portraits, really any image where you want a paper that has a really nice, smooth finish. And so if that's the kind of paper you're looking for, Rag Photographic is a great choice.
Introducing ISO ColorEdge. Precision is essential for any professional working with images. Whether you're an artist, a retoucher, or a visual effects specialist, you need to know that what you see at the start of a project is precisely what you'll get at the end. ColorEdge monitors give consistent, reliable accuracy that guarantee no surprises within your color workflow. So what you see in real life is what you see on screen, and what you see on screen is what you see in real life. That's precisely why professionals all over the world trust ISO ColorEdge for their image creation. ISO ColorEdge. Discover living, breathing color.
Canson Baryta Photographic is a silky smooth satin paper reminiscent of traditional darkroom Baryta prints. It offers excellent black density, probably the highest on the market, together with great image contrast and detail. One of the things I'm often asked is how Baryta differs from platine fiber rag, a similar paper. And it differs in two distinct ways. Number one, it's definitely a smoother paper, and also it's an alpha cellulose paper, whereas platine fiber rag is a cotton-backed paper. Now, Baryta does contain some natural brightening agents, and I say natural because it's inherent in the barium sulfate coating that gives Baryta its beautiful finish. But it's still considered a museum-grade paper and meets all industry standards for longevity. And really, it's a paper that works well with a whole variety of images, color of course, but it especially shines with black and white, where rich blacks and deep contrast is important. So if you're fond of darkroom prints and you want a paper that has a rich satin finish, then Baryta Photographic is definitely one to consider.
The one thing I didn't realize getting into this career was how much time you'd have to spend at your desk. Emails, client bookings, following up on leads, sending out quotes. This stuff takes time. And I remember the time when everything changed. Hey, Ben. No worries. I'll be there real soon. See you in a sec. was me when I first started. Hey Sarah, thanks for calling me back. Okay, I'll see you in an hour. Converting inquiries into bookings, sending quotes and contracts, keeping track of all my shoots. It's now all taken care of with Studio Ninja. Beautiful, big smile. With Studio Ninja, I never have to worry about following up on leads, chasing payments, or missing shoots. Time, beautiful. As I said, I'm a photographer, not an administrator. So if you want to spend more time doing what you love, let Studio Ninja help.
If you're looking for the smoothest matte paper that CanSign Infinity offers, then Rag Photographic is it. It has virtually no texture whatsoever with a silky, smooth finish. It's a 100% cotton rag paper. It's available in several weights, including a dual version, which means you can print on both sides of the paper, and that's great for things like portfolios, art books, or other creative uses. It has one of the highest Dmax ratings of any matte paper on the market. That's a measurement of black density. And so it has great contrast, really nice color, and crisp detail. And it's a paper that works well on a variety of images, landscapes, nature, black and white, portraits, really any image where you want a paper that has a really nice, smooth finish. And so if that's the kind of paper you're looking for, Rag Photographic is a great choice.
Introducing ISO Color Edge. Precision is essential for any professional working with images. Whether you're an artist, a retoucher, or a visual effects specialist, you need to know that what you see at the start of a project is precisely what you'll get at the end. Color Edge monitors give consistent, reliable accuracy that guarantee no surprises within your color workflow. So what you see in real life is what you see on screen, and what you see on screen is what you see in real life. That's precisely why professionals all over the world trust ISO Color Edge for their image creation. ISO Color Edge. Discover living, breathing color.
Canson Baryta Photographic is a silky smooth satin paper reminiscent of traditional darkroom Baryta prints. It offers excellent black density, probably the highest on the market, together with great image contrast and detail. One of the things I'm often asked is how Baryta differs from Platine Fiber Rag, a similar paper. And it differs in two distinct ways. Number one, it's definitely a smoother paper, and also it's an alpha cellulose paper, whereas Platine Fiber Rag is a cotton-backed paper. Now, Baryta does contain some natural brightening agents, and I say natural because it's inherent in the barium sulfate coating that gives Baryta its beautiful finish. But it's still considered a museum-grade paper and meets all industry standards for longevity. And really, it's a paper that works well with a whole variety of images, color of course, but it especially shines with black and white, where rich blacks and deep contrast is important. So if you're fond of darkroom prints and you want a paper that has a rich satin finish, then Baryta Photographic is definitely one to consider.
The one thing I didn't realize getting into this career was how much time you'd have to spend at your desk. Emails, client bookings, following up on leads, sending out quotes. This stuff takes time. And I remember the time when everything changed. Hey, Ben. No worries. I'll be there real soon. See you in a sec. Yeah, that was me when I first started. Hey, Sarah, thanks for calling me back. Okay, I'll see you in an hour. Converting inquiries into bookings, sending quotes and contracts, keeping track of all my shoots, It's now all taken care of with Studio Ninja. Beautiful, big smile. With Studio Ninja, I never have to worry about following up on leads, chasing payments, or missing shoots. Time, beautiful. As I said, I'm a photographer, not an administrator. So if you want to spend more time doing what you love, let Studio Ninja help.
If you're looking for the smoothest matte paper that CanSign Infinity offers, then Photographic is it. It has virtually no texture whatsoever with a silky, smooth finish. It's a 100% cotton rag paper. It's available in several weights, including a dual version, which means you can print on both sides of the paper, and that's great for things like portfolios, art books, or other creative uses. It has one of the highest Dmax ratings of any matte paper on the market. That's a measurement of black density. And so it has great contrast, really nice color, and crisp detail. And it's a paper that works well on a variety of images: landscapes, nature, black and white, portraits, really any image where you want a paper that has a really nice, smooth finish. And so if that's the kind of paper you're looking for, Photographic is a great choice.
Categories. The first category this morning will be Scenic, but before we do get to that, I'd like to welcome everybody who's in the room. There's got to be close to 300 in this room somewhere. I just can only see about 30 of you, but that's okay. And also welcome to everybody else who's listening in. Congratulations to all those people who have entered, and in particular in the digital categories, what we're looking at today is the top 25 from our online judging, and that's what we're going to be assessing today to find out which ones go through to the finals of the Australian Photographic Prize Single Capture Scenic category. This category is sponsored by the Photographic Company, and we thank them very much for their support. My name is Tony Hewitt, and I'll be the panel mentor for this session. A few housekeeping guidelines. Those at home will know where their own bathrooms are, but those here may need to be made aware that they go out the back and just down the corridor on the left. There's also a kitchenette with tea, etc. at the back. Those of you at home know where your own tea is and you can sort yourself out. Bathroom, same thing. And can I ask, at least in this room, that you keep your phones on silent. So if you are in the audience, please make sure your phone's on silent. Could you make sure Mummy turns her phone off? Yep. Not you. You can tell your mum as well, Matthew, if you like. Our judging panel today, and we have an incredibly esteemed panel of experts that have come in, given their time to help us look at these images. Thank you. Would have heard a lot of them. Adam Hurigan, Amanda Nielsen, Ari Rex, David Simmons, Francis Suter, Matthew Vasilescu, got it right, Mika Boynton and Nuran Zulu. Correct. So at the moment they're just looking through, we're having a run through of the images that have been entered, just to give them some baseline. And the single capture scenic category is defined as a scenic photograph is an image of natural scenery or landscape, but may include people or man-made elements, provided none of these additional elements dominates the photograph, or image in this case. Basic post-production techniques are allowed, such as colour, brightness adjustments, cropping, dodging and burning. However, cropping images, or composite images, my apologies, are not permitted. And the winner of this category, there will be announced on Sunday afternoon at an elaborate awards ceremony, is a $1,000 product voucher from the Photographic company. So we're just going to see the rest of these images, and when it gets to the end, we're done? Cool, all right. So we're now going to go to our first image. Everybody on my judging panel is ready, the judges at the back. So for the audience, we have 8 judges in the room, 5 will be active at any one time.
And the screen is angled just slightly that way. If you don't mind facing it flat. Yeah.
Is that all right for you, Adam? Yeah, I've just got to keep it. All right. Okay, is that the first image? All right, so if you could have a look at that, and when you're ready, please get your scores in. They can't get their scores in yet.
I think it's right, because it'll show up on here.
It should be, so if you, it might have dropped you out.
Judging, I believe, or refresh that.
Just,
Refresh is your friend, I think.
That's our stroke.
I'll come back out of that.
The scenic category.
Live digital judging.
Okay. And then go to Scenic. Oh, you're in the wrong space. And everybody at home can hear me, so I must remember not to talk too loud. Let me see, go here, here, here. Live digital judging, or is it down here? Digital categories, that's it. There we go, Scenic. And, okay, so we can have our scores in. And be familiar with your scoring range. Okay. There we go. So we get a score in, remembering you've got scores from 50 to 100. And a reminder that 50 to 74 is below award range. 75 to 79 is commended. Semi-finalist would be 80 to 89. And if you think this should go straight to the finals, it will be a 90 to 100. And have we all got our scores in? I'm not getting scores yet, but I've got scores here.
So I don't have the buttons on.
I've got 4 scores. I'm just waiting on Adam's.
That's meant to go.
Oh, you can't get in yet?
No, I've put it.
You've entered? Okay.
Like the scores are appearing on there, but like on the.
All right, so I have all my scores here. You should have scores.
That's weirdly zoomed in.
Can you refresh this one? Just there. And see what happens, and you should go like that. Do you like that? That worked. Good.
I did say refresh
Okay.
was your friend.
This image scores an 85. Congratulations, that's good. That's the semi-finalists.
So, can I have a look on this screen? Or,
I've got that screen here.
so that's identical.
Yeah, that's good. So, judges, we do have a judge there sitting way above that, so we have an automatic challenge. Did you give what I think you gave it? 96. Yes, you did. Okay, so we have an auto challenge. Vanessa, can I ask you please to hit in a moment? We're going to hit contest score. So what's going to happen with an auto challenge? An auto challenge is when one judge is more than 10 points beyond the announced score. We have a judge that's on 96, which sits 11 points outside that range, which forces us to ask the judges to have a discussion so we can determine where it should end up, because obviously one judge has seen something that perhaps some of the others haven't. I'm going to ask the judges, maybe 3, maybe 4 of those judges, to make a comment, which is for the benefit of the audience, but also for the benefit of fellow judges to understand what they may or may not have missed. So whether David, who's given it 96, has something he sees that should be considered to take the print up or the image up, or whether the other judges feel like, no, I haven't assessed it in the same way you have because. So we're looking for reasons. There's a lot to learn here. So I'm going to start with you, David. You gave it 96. You will not get the chance to reply, but you will have the chance to rescore. After the comments, all judges will have the chance to rescore. David, please tell us what you saw.
So what strikes me about this image at first is the subtlety and the range of tones and the abstractness. I mean, this could just as easily be a painting, not that that's necessarily an accolade, but the way a little bit of a vast landscape has been selected for our attention, the subtlety, the shadow detail, the textures, I mean, it's even better. You know, you can almost touch it. It's a beautiful, beautiful image. And they're not bright colours, you know, they're not screaming at you, but there's the pinks on the side, the little green, blue tones through the middle. To me, I mean, the eye of the photographer has been really acutely focused, and that's why I gave it 96.
Okay. I'm going to go to another judge who has anything. Adam, thank you.
Yeah, I'm in the semi-finalist range, and I appreciated the view that we get, and then the picking out of that specific detail out of the landscape that's presented, as you said. I think, for my mind, I'm not led. I'm sort of led. There's the obvious line through the photo that we see, but I'm not sort of taken further. I look around the image, and there's little details that we see, the little creeks or, you know, sort of veins leading off the thing. And I could perhaps come up and sort of talk about, you know, maybe it's a story, maybe it's like an artery or something, there's little blood veins coming on that. So perhaps I could be encouraged to come up from that. But to get it up into the finalist range, I think I really need a more overarching story that's either developed through the way that the print is presented, as far as so the tonal way I'm led through it tonally, or the story that I really get out of it.
Thanks, Adam. I'll go to Mika, who gave it 80.
I did, and for all the reasons that Adam has just outlined. The only thing that I would add in addition is the light is really beautiful. So I appreciate that, in addition to all of the things that David has pointed out. But similarly, I'm looking for something that takes me on a little bit more of a journey, and I'm not finding it in the image.
Okay. Does anyone else have anything to add to the conversation?
Just one.
Yep, Naran?
Dominance, I put in the semi-finalist range, and that's what it deserves, I believe, because of its like vast geography and landscape. Also, when you're getting in and you see trees, bark, you know, like a bark of tree, I think that's actually create a beautiful look, image in the image, you know, in idea. But for being a gold, to me, is like that impact, and doesn't have that impact on for my thinking.
So by gold, you mean a finalist?
A finalist.
Do you need anything to add, or you?
No, look, I agree with everything that has been said.
Talking to them.
Sorry, yeah, I agree with everything that has been said. Beautiful image, beautiful colour pattern, soft colours. I particularly enjoy the blue lines who come from the left side of the image into the right, which really guides you back into the image. That's great. I was just looking for a little bit more of a story in the whole image, something to discover, which I kind of missed, but a beautiful, beautiful crafted image.
Okay, thank you, judges. Now, I'll just remind you to look at your scoring range. It's there for a reason, and apply your assessment and your observations across that, and that should help guide you as to where the image should end up. You can all rescore, so if you'd like to enter a new score based on what you've heard, it can be exactly what you scored last time. You could lift your score, or you could reduce your score based on the comments you've heard. You might have to go back in if it's kicked you out. Now, you've got to go contest score and press, yes, press OK. Yeah, that's right. All right, and now they'll be coming back in. Okay, so you're good now. It's all right. It was technical. So you should be able to enter a new score.
Yeah, they're coming in this time. That's good.
Okay. Okay, and then we'll go calculate score, and we have an 87. So congratulations, semi-finalists. Well done. We'll have the next image, please. Okay, let's get in there now. We're into a roll. Let's get some judging done. That's good. That's a good score to start with. So next image coming up now. That's it. And boom.
I'll ask when I see somebody that might add, you know, if there's a conflict in the room. Did you remember the entrance that I'm meant to have for each of the rooms?
David, have you entered?
Yes, I have.
Okay, average score 92. Congratulations. We have a finalist. Let me just turn that around a little bit. That's it. Okay, everybody was in the same bracket, so we're good. I'm just going to get a couple of comments that's going to explain why it was so good. Let's start with you, Mika. Thank you.
I think this is a really exciting image. The colour palette is fantastic. Those beautiful blues, the really strong reds. What it says to me, I think of cells, I think of bacteria, but I also think of eyes. And I actually have a scar on the back of my eye that every single optometrist wants to look at when they photograph my eyes. And this is what they're looking for. I love the details of the cracked earth. From a distance and up close, it's a very rewarding image, and I really congratulate the photographer.
Okay, and we get one more comment. Nuran, thank you.
Again, it's like it's deserved to be finalists. It's fantastic because of there are so many elements to look into. You know, like, and this is a artwork. It's like the more than a photograph. Just like you can look and you tell stories and you can write essays about it. Every single fragment, every centimeter, full of information. Is very beautiful image.
Excellent. All right, we'll have the next image. Congratulations to that person and good luck with the finals. Okay, when you're ready, judges. I can just see enough of it there like that. So we're judging the single capture scenic category at the Australian Photographic Prize 2023. And this category has been sponsored by the Photographic company. I think it's Photographic or Photographic. Anybody know? Okay, I'm going to call it the Photographic company because that's how it's spelt. Okay, there we going. We have, I've got them all here, so you might have to refresh. We just have a slower system, I think. That's the... All right, there we go. If you calculate our score, I'm going to guess it's... Okay, we have a score of 89. Well done, yes, 89. And how are we going, judges? Are we happy with that? All right. Well, then if you want a challenge, thank you. Thank you. We have a challenge from Judge 2 who's given it 98. We have a range from 81 to 98. David, explain why you think it's deserved of being at the highest level.
This image just really grabs me. Yes, it's a wonderful piece of landscape, but just the way it's composed, that lake in the middle that is almost three-dimensional. You could feel like you can go through it to another area, another place, and the photographers just offset it, which creates a tension. Comes in from the right, it's led in, your eyes held there, but it's not in the middle. There could have been a temptation, perhaps. The greens, the enhanced greens, the reds, the dynamic that's created there, and the fine white lines running through the green, you can almost see them move. So to me, this is I can see this as a print, metre by metre. It's just brilliant, powerful image.
Okay, let's go to Mika on 81 and then I'll go to Adam.
Yeah, I felt that this was a semi-finalist image. It's really strong, it's really graphic, it's got that beautiful literal interpretation of the water bringing life into a deserted area. But I did feel that that it didn't speak to me of more than that one interpretive meaning or that one literal meaning, and I was looking for something a little more interpretive in addition to that. But I'm definitely listening and am open to additional input.
Thank you, Adam.
Yeah, I'd mirror what Mika said. And for me, there is that intense impact that we get at the start from that story. And then my eye wanders, especially towards the top right of the frame. We have this consistent palette in the background that sort of just tapers off to that top right and takes me away from that. And even perhaps in the density and the highlight of the top of that tree, some parts it's a little bright, some parts it's a little greying, and I'm just taken out of that initial impact story. It is still a striking image that I think is worthy of a semi-finalist, though.
Okay, Francis, you said you had something to add.
Yes, look, I'm in the finalist range. The colour patterns, everything is beautiful. We've mentioned that, I agree with all that, but it actually took me on a journey. I feel like I'm going on that little pathway. I explore around this green patch, which could be a lake, and I want to wander around. But why I went in there, because it really makes me feel like exploring the next little area and wander around these little red bits, and I feel like I'm on a journey. So that's why I went into that area.
Okay, we're going to go back to David. Right of reply. Thanks, Francis. No.
Okay, thank you, Tony.
9 points.
I think it's just what the previous judge said. There are areas to explore, and even though you do think, yes, you could wander off slightly to the right, you can't stay there for very long. That green central part of the image just pulls you back and then takes you inside itself, and that's why I've scored it as highly. It's a really powerful image.
Okay. Well, David has seen it as being extremely high. It's up to the rest of you where you think it sits. At the moment, it's a semi-finalist. So if you would like to rejudge, you have to hold your score. So you've got to put in the same score. Yeah. So 98, please. And you guys can take on board what you've heard. And if you don't want to change, you don't have to. And if you do, you can. We're just calculating our score, and we have a 90, so it's just scrubbed in as a finalist. Well done. Next image, please. So for those in the audience, in the room, or those listening, the roles in the room, that we have a couple of people to my right, which are our scribe and looking after the streaming, etc. So that's what these two screens are about. They kind of control room. We have 8 judges in the room, 5 that are always active, 3 that will be sitting in reserve or ready to step in. So they act as a panel of 8, 5 active and 3 inactive at the time. My role as a panel mentor is that I can't judge, but I can comment. Generally, you'll find the panel mentors across the rooms have been judging for many years. I've judged for over 30 years now and chaired in lots of competitions around the world. So my job is to assist the judges in getting to the right result. You might find I add comment here and there where I feel something could be included that wasn't included or wasn't noticed, but generally I leave it up to the judges. It's their decision, and at the end of the day, they're the only ones who can make a score or give a score are the 5 active judges. How are we going there, guys? Everybody's in. A couple more coming through. And as we do that, David, just yours. We'll get your scores in a bit quicker if you can, guys. Gives us, there we go. We've got them all. Refresh again, and we're good. Yeah. And our score is going to be somewhere around 87. We have an 87. Congratulations, semi-finalists. And we're all pretty close to that. So let's just get a comment from Nuan, please. If you could give us a... Who's got the microphone?
Beautiful color palette. Like it's, there are 2 monotone, but it's actually like 3 dominating colors here. But that works very well with this image. And how this image can be a bit more stronger, and maybe a little bit more vignetting on the bottom side is like if it's not that bright, you know, like as we can accentuate the blues in the center a bit more. And it's a gorgeous image. Congratulations to the photographer.
Yep. I'd just add that the darkness at the top is very distracting, so there's an inconsistency of tone across this image. It's working against it, I think. Okay, we'll have the next image, please. Oh, that's right, don't trip. That's all right. Guys, that's great. Yep, do a refresh. And calculate, and we have a score of 85. And just before that, David. Well, it's actually an auto challenge. It's 10 points anyway, so I'm going to call an auto challenge because if you want an electric challenge, get in quick. I'm going to call it as an auto challenge. That means everyone gets to speak if they wish and everybody gets to change their score. I'll start with you, David, because you gave it 95. Yep. Please, but you won't get a right of reply, but you can alter your score if you choose to.
Thank you, Tony. What gets me about this is it's a landscape because it's in this category, but it could be an arrangement of birds, of feathers. I like the fact I don't know at a first glance what I'm looking at. So I can interpret, I could have this on my wall and see something different every day I walk past it. And I like the softness. It's almost texture, it's almost feather-like. So the treatment by the photographer has been beautifully managed. And I just think there's a mystery in there too that is, again, holds me and is why I put it into the middle of a finalist.
Okay. Nuran, you gave it 82.
Definitely a semi-finalist image, but what is actually like when you enter the image, it's you don't know where to enter from. I mean, it's like center part is actually the most brightest area of this image. But then again, I'm just looking everywhere. I'm a bit more impacted where I'm going to see how I'm going to investigate this image. But nicely done, beautiful color palette. Everything's done perfectly. But it needs a bit more impact when you just look at the image. And I'm lacking that one in this photograph.
Okay, Adam, are you good? Anyone else have something to add?
I also scored it as a semi-finalist, and the one thing that really held me in that position was there are some bright areas at the edges of the frame that are taking my eye away from the central area. Like, I'm really appreciating that there's a strong central bright area, but my eye continually bounces around and ends up in corners, and I don't find that as enjoyable as if it was held in a bit more.
Thanks, Mika. No, David doesn't get a right to reply because it's an auto challenge. Auto challenge because we're 10 points from the average. Francis, you're good. You don't have anything to add.
No, I agree with everything.
Okay. All right. So judges, take on board what you've heard and choose your score. You can keep it as it was, or you can change it if you've heard something that rearranges or changes your thoughts. Okay, and I don't think we've shifted anything at all. We've ended up with about 86, so it's gone up 1 point. There you go. So it's a semi-finalist. Okay, we'll have the next print, please, or next image, please. Old habits die hard. Okay, guys and girls, let's jump in and have a look. Okay. Just waiting on one judge's score to come in. Okay, we have a finalist. We have a finalist at 90. So, for those mathematicians in the audience who have worked out, multiplied or added all the scores and divided by 5, they will have ended up with 89. But in our system, if 3 judges give it a finalist, then it jumps up to that finalist range at the lowest end. So we have what's called a majority average. So we now end up with a score of 90. We have a finalist. All judges are pretty close to that, but I think we'll leave it at that. I'm just going to ask for a comment from somebody as to why it jumped into that range. So, somebody can give us a comment? Thank you.
And this image is actually, when it comes the impact we required is definitely there. And also symphony of the colors, you know, and symphony of the tones is like it's affecting every part of my being, actually, because of I'm really mesmerized with textures on the right. It's another dimension, this image. But that's impact that actually how is managed and create this sort of effect is a beautiful image altogether.
Well, congratulations, good luck for the finals. We will now have a judge change, so I'm going to ask Francis and Nuran to take a seat, Ari and Matthew, and also David. I'll get you to grab a seat and we'll bring in Amanda. Thank you.
Using my phone?
No, change phones. So you will take out, so you take them out of the judging pool. So you have to finalise that one, then you'll get your judges, exit them. So we want Francis, Nuran and David. And Nuran, yeah. Now, you've got Amanda in seat 2. You've got Ari in seat 3. And you've got, yeah. So next, yeah. And we don't want to bring that image up till next time when we change. Wait if you can, yeah. That's fine. Yeah. So we'll keep that. Yeah, that's fine. All right. Can judge that. Thank you. Reminder, we're judging the single capture, scenic on or digital category, sponsored by the Photographic company. And of course you're watching, listening or observing the 2023 Australian Photographic Prize. Scenic category, single capture, digital. Okay, we've got our scores coming in from our judges. Oops. Ari and Amanda. Okay, and just Ari's score. Okay, and we have a score of 88. 88, semi-finalists. No one here can challenge that, so I'm going to challenge it because I have the right to do so. I'd like you to just have another look at it, perhaps. I'm not saying I'm right. I'd just like you to consider the geometry and the sense of detail. And I think the consistency of editing across that image is something that you might want to have another look at, and the use of colour. So I'd just like you to look at that. Then we're going to get a couple of comments. You do not have to change your score. Yes, Matthew?
Oh, I was just going to jump in to comment for
Yeah, yeah.
I'm in agreement with you.
Yep. Good. So again, my job's not to say whether they're right or wrong, it's just to point out things that I think might deserve a second look. And it's up to the judges to assess whether they see any merit in that and whether they'd like to reassess their scores or they're comfortable where they were. Entirely up to them. Okay, you've had a good look. So Matthew, you said you could add a few comments. Thank you. You did give it 90, so you did see it as a finalist.
I did give it 90. I've come straight off the bat at 90 because I agree with what you've said, Tony. Like firstly, the time of day, we've got early morning, soft light. That colour in all of those segments is really well treated. It's beautifully handled. It separates the image, but it brings the image together at the same time. We've got scale with the power lines and poles going through, so we can see the height that we're at. And we've got a lovely ribbon running through the centre of our image that's bisecting it, but bringing it together as well as separating it. All of those colours, all of those elements have just been beautifully treated. And we've also avoided that bird's eye view. We've got depth to the image. We're not shooting straight down, we're shooting across the landscape, which is rarer in aerial.
Okay. Anybody else? Adam, thank you.
Yes, I had an inkling that I might have been a little bit shy when I first got it, because I appreciate the separation of colour and what initially gets me about this image is the clarity, like the photographer's included nothing that we don't want to see here. It's a real, the definition. I think I was looking for the story, and at second look, I had this idea of it's the man-made versus the nature. And then I look at that, when we're talking about the photographer putting everything deliberately in the image, it's the tiny little offshoot between the lines and at the top of the image. It kind of me is the outlier. It's like the nature again having another go, and it's the beginnings of something else. And that, to me, when I looked more and more, that's the story I want to see in an image that surpasses the technical excellence that we see on the initial impact. So I think I'll come up in the finalist as well.
Anybody else have something to add? Mika?
I appreciate what has been brought in addition to what was scored. The one thing that held me back a little was my eye keeps travelling up to the top right-hand side, the brightness, and I feel like that's stopping me from enjoying a lot of the incredible detail towards the bottom of the image, and that was the only thing that held me back. So I'm definitely hearing and listening, and will come up.
Anybody else? Ari, you have a comment?
Yeah, I agree completely with what has been said before. And yeah, this is a beautiful image. A lot of things are happening, but they all come together so well. Colors, texture, geometry, just beautiful. the same thing, the clarity on the bottom of the image and details are beautiful, and that's one of the things that I wanted to see what other judges say about something else that I haven't seen, but that's the only thing that the top of the image is a bit soft. That's the only thing that I gave 88, so I'm hoping to see others.
Okay, cool. Unless someone has anything else to add, we'll now take on board what you've heard. And again, you can leave your score where you were. Well, I just thought we could have a chat. We'll have a rescore and see where we end up. You can all change your scores if you choose to, or you can leave them exactly where they were. And the image stays as a semi-finalist, as a majority 89. All right? Yeah. Okay, we have the next image, please. Good points, guys. Well done. We'll get there. Just click straight onto the next one. That's it. Yep. Okay. There you go. Just refresh it and it'll change.
Just up there. I've got the mouse here. We're sorting.
Yeah, we know. We're just working on it. Thank you. It's just refreshing. It's not going back quick enough.
No, everything is a little bit.
We'll have your scores, please, judges.
Just sort of refreshing every time.
I'm hoping everyone at home can hear us. Yes, they can. I can see it. I better make sure I don't say anything I shouldn't. What a wonderful online audience we have. You all look amazing this morning. Amanda and Adam. You're in? Let's refresh and look at that. We have a score of 83. And all judges were pretty close. Everybody's happy with that? Okay. Let's have a comment, please, from you, Mika, because you gave it a pretty good score. You felt that it was worthy of a little bit more points.
I did. The really strong visual impact. I really like the simplicity and the minimalism. I really love that the photographer has given these trees room to breathe. When I went up to the screen, I felt that there was a little detail lacking. The trees themselves, I would have expected to see a little more crispness in those trees, and that held me back. But I really enjoy the texture. I like the shadows underneath the trees. There's a lot that's really great about this photograph.
Thank you, Mika. Nice comments. Next print or next image, please. Okay, refresh, refresh, refresh. Sorry? Nope. Sorry guys, let's see why that's not working. Isn't it amazing? You've got to be a photographer, a speaker, a tech head. You've got to be everything. I just don't want to touch this and get that wrong.
So live it's showing the right image?
Yeah, the only ones who count are my judges and they can't see it. Yeah, I have. I did.
Like on this, with the mouse?
Well, I don't want to start playing around because that's not...
You're on the ISO screen, turn to go left with the mouse.
Yeah, it's not that. There's nothing on here.
Yeah, Karen will probably be the one.
So we're just waiting on somebody to come in and help us with this little tech issue. In the meantime, just a reminder, we are judging the Scenic single capture category, which is a photograph or an image of natural scenery or landscape, but may include people or man-made elements, provided that none of those additional elements dominate the photograph. Basic post-production techniques are allowed, such as colour and brightness adjustments, cropping, dodging and burning. However, composite images are not permitted. And we've got the hierarchies coming into the room and they're going to figure out why everybody can see the right picture except our judges.
Except for that one, and the judges. So the live stream is the one that is showing the image. These guys and that screen are on their previous image.
Yeah.
Well,
How do we refresh that screen?
refresh that screen. It's have we changed categories? Obviously.
No, no.
Okay.
I just didn't want to show the score.
Because it's all full screen.
Well, you come on the screen here and you can see it if you just bring the mouse across.
Because he's gone full screen now. So what's the shortcut to refresh?
Apple Okay, I'll just do that if I. Oops! Now you've got to toggle. Now you've got to toggle that. There's no scores there. Okay. All right, we're good to go. Thanks, judges. Thanks, Karen. I'll remember that. Apple R. Oh, it's such a fun adventure. But the thing is with photography these days, we have to accept that technology is a massive part of it. It's not like the days of back when we started, Bill.
We use a box of software with a lens attached.
Well, my 6-year-old grandson knows that if he picks up the FM2, you say, what's the difference between this and the other ones? Because he's got like 8 of my cameras lined up. He said, this one doesn't need a battery, Bubba.
Yeah.
Even he knows. Yeah. There you go, and judges, we get some scores in there. So we're just waiting on, there we go. And we have a score of 83, which is a semi-finalist. Everybody was pretty close to that. And we'll just get a very quick comment from Adam. Thank you, Adam, if you just explain why that's a good image and is a semi-finalist.
We talk about what the photographer brings to an image that is has sort of a very literal impact when you see it. And what I appreciate is that you've got the movement in the photo, but we still have the fine details that are held really well to the in the right-hand side of the wave. I feel like I can see every individual strand, and it kind of gives me that additional impact that goes off to the right. I'm held in the middle of that image, and I think it's quite successful in its execution.
Yeah. As a surfer, I can tell you can feel the energy in that wave. Next image, thank you. Oh. That's good. I know. We didn't kick the thing. First image didn't get finished till 9:30. Okay, judges, let's get our scores in, please. Keep things moving. Otherwise, you'll be judging in a different time zone. Scores in, please. And we have a score of 88, semi-finalists. And nobody's in a position to challenge that.
Can I comment because I can't challenge?
I'm going to challenge that. I think it should have been closer. Well, I tend to feel what you might be thinking, and so perhaps you could share that with the others, and if they feel the same way, they can make assessment. If not, they'll leave it where it is.
This is a really exciting image. I scored it 92. I love the flow. I love the depth. In aerial photography, it's difficult to capture depth. This has really great brights, but also the deep darks. It has incredible texture. The flow from right to left is really intriguing, what that does to my brain. I usually like to view an image left to right, but I think this photographer has really successfully flipped that so that your eye continues to move around the image. I would have happily given it a higher score even, but there's a couple of bright bits on the edges that I feel are not necessary, but this is exceptional. This is really strong. I definitely think it's a finalist. That really strong diagonal from the top left to the bottom right, the way that it moves around, I really think it's worthy of a finalist position.
Okay, Ari, you gave it 85, so you still felt it was a good score, but what's your thoughts?
The image is beautiful. I agree with what Mieke said, and the only thing that let me just a bit down was it's beautiful with everything flowing so well. The saturation, it feels a bit the colors they're a bit saturated. That's the only thing that brought me to that. But I'm willing to listen a little bit more and probably move my.
Thank you, Ari. Adam, you were sort of upper 80s.
Yes, the intrigue and initial impact of that flow is what attracts me to the image. I think I'm a little like the depth. I think is a good word that I'd like to be explored. I'm so intrigued by how much detail and depth I get out of the shadows and those dark tones, and I look for that same sort of control in the highlights and perhaps. But I think there might be an explanation there that I'm just missing a little bit, because I am intrigued to hear more about how that sort of contributes to what we're seeing flow through the image. It is a strong piece of illustration, though. I think it's worthy of going up.
Okay, does anyone have anything to add? Otherwise, I'll go back to Mika. Okay, Mika, you're right. Oh, sorry, no, I challenged it. Yeah, no real right reply. I just think there's a uniformity that should be celebrated. Sometimes it's not about narrative as much as it's about aesthetic. And I do think that the highlights, while not as detailed, if you like, there's still detail. And I think this is about the shadows, and I think that's what we're looking at. In terms of colour, having shot this sort of stuff, I feel that colour is very true to saturation and what we're seeing. I've seen that and more. So I felt that as an example or a piece of aesthetic that celebrated inherent design in nature and things like that, I thought it was quite a nice piece that deserved to be talked about a little bit more. Where you think it deserves to be is entirely up to you based on what you've heard. So you can all rescore, judge according to what you think it deserves, and we'll end up where we end up. And we have a 91. And next image, please. We'll keep things moving. Congratulations. So we've got a few finalists already. Okay, that refreshed. There we go. Good to go. Let's have a look, judges, and get your scores in so we can spend the time talking if we need to. Someone just offered me a coffee, and I think I just told the entire online audience what I drink. Take the whiskey out, I didn't mean that. How are we going, guys? Scenic category in the digital single capture area of the Australian Photographic Prize 2023. God, it sounds strange saying that. And we have a refresh, we have a score, looking at around the 85, I'm going to guess. 86, there we go, 86 semi-finalists. All judges are pretty close. Let's have a little bit of feedback for the entrant. Can somebody tell me what could be done to perhaps bring this up a little higher than where it's ended up? Because you're all pretty consistent. Adam, just a quick comment as to what could help our entrant.
There's a texture that's initially pleasing when you go up to the image, that sort of, and the consistency of that. I find there's so much detail sometimes. I feel like I'm being sort of thrown across the frame and not really focused in on a central now. And while there is a central part there, I'm sort of led away from it. So perhaps recropping or different sort of versions may help to sort of really focus us in on that sort of, you know, central part of the image.
Thanks, Adam. Next image, please. I'll give you guys a bit of air in here. Just a little bit. It's getting warm. Appreciate it if you give me feedback later if you felt this a little too pushy.
No, I just made a note that I think it's effective. I'll debrief with you afterwards. So.
Yep, if I'm sitting, you can. Good man. How are we going, judges? We're all in? All right. And we have a score of 83. So semi-finalists. And some people might be wondering, you know, it seems to be a lot of high scores. Keep in mind that this is the top 25 entries in this category because we've prejudged a bunch more online, and we've had a separate group of judges look at those over the last few weeks, and we've ended up with the top 25 images. So yeah, they're kind of going to fall around this range. Everybody's pretty close to the same score there. So let's just get a quick comment from Amanda as to, you know, any things you think could help the entrant in lifting this image a little higher.
Yeah, first of all, I just really enjoyed the more subtle colour palette. We often see a lot of highly saturated, so that was nice, lovely gold tones, and the movement around the image where you're taken up from the bottom right corner and out through the top and the side, so that's really lovely. Perhaps a little more, the detail there is there, it's lovely, but could be enhanced a little.
Okay, thanks Amanda. Good comments. Next image, please. Thank you, judges. Ari, just get you, have you entered?
Oh, sorry, I did.
All good, mate. There we go. And we have a score of 89. So it's almost there. And let's just see what judges have given it. Okay, let's have a little look along here. And you're all pretty close to each other. Look, we've got two of you have actually put this in the finalist range, so I'm going to challenge that and give you a chance to talk. You may leave it where it is, but you're all pretty close and two went in that range, and I think it deserves to have a chat. So let's have a few comments. I'm going to start with you, Ari, because I think you gave it 90 or 91.
Yeah, 90.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is such a beautiful image. I really enjoy the light is just magic. And also the treatment, thinking that this is, you're not even sure, is it an aerial or taken from the land. But yeah, it's a beautiful treatment. I really enjoy the feeling of this image. So yeah, that's why I scored it where I scored it. And I wanted to go a bit higher. Probably I was looking to see something else. But yeah, I'm still listening, so hopefully I hear someone.
Let's go to Adam on 88. So Adam's close.
I am close, and I think I was looking for the narrative, and of course, as soon as I hit enter, I found it. So thank you for the opportunity. What I was looking at is the sort of the story that comes with the image, and whether there's some sort of emotion or motion. And motion is what I get because there's such beautiful texture held down in that bottom corner, and you sort of see it lift up towards the top. And I think, well, perhaps that's the wind hitting the top of that, and that's what's creating that softness, and that's creating the motion where there's such stillness and such sharp edges and a initially it's a very well seen and very well handled image, and I was looking for that story, and I think it's there. I think that motion that we've gotten that's captured in such an otherwise sharp image is what should elevate it to finalist. So thank you for the challenge.
Okay, well, we had another in the finalist range, Mika.
Yeah, I also scored it a finalist, 91. The thing that I see in this is a wave. And to have a wave in the desert, I think is really exciting. When you watch water and the way it ripples and curves, you can actually see the wind doing the same thing to the sand. And that's what I really appreciate about this image, and that's the additional story that I read into it.
Okay. Anything to add, Matthew?
One tiny little thing, that's the only thing that's bugging me about it, is on the left-hand side of that frame, there is the tiniest little ripple right on the edge that could have just done with a crop. It's the tiniest little thing, and I am picking at little specks because we are in the top 25 of things, but eliminating that out just neatens up that entire pattern on the left to flow up.
It would be challenging though, because if you take that out, then there's the next one. So you've got to be pretty precise.
It's challenging, but I think that little highlight of that ripple is a highlight enough when you look at the rest of them behind that don't have that same highlight in them.
Okay.
All
right, something to consider. So you've heard a few things about this image. You can all change your score, or you can leave it exactly where it was, entirely up to you. And ultimately what we're looking for is some education and some feedback, but also the suitable score that represents what this image is valued at by our judges. And ultimately, at these sort of competitions, judges are setting standards. They're saying this is what we believe to be good standard, high standard, or standards of excellence. We now have an average score of 90 and a finalist, so that's got a chance to go on. Thank you. Well done, judges. We'll have the next image, please. How are we going, judges? We're all in? Yep, we have a score of 88, semi-finalists. And you can all see that. Okay, and we have a challenge, I thought you might, from Adam. Adam's on 95. You do have somebody else sitting on 92, and then you've got a couple of lower 80s as well.
We talk about initial impact and palette, and we've almost got two photographs within the one. There's an inherent depth that we can all see straight away. We have this subtle autumn from out within itself, and it even gives a bit of homage to some of the aerial kind of, so there's a bit of that kind of even homage to that style of image in what we're seeing. But every part of this image just radiates from each part, and when you go to those little parts, it radiates out again, and there's microcosms and there's little universes, and everywhere it's so well handled. The detail is immaculate right throughout the print. I think it rewards you. There's that diagonal line from the colour that sort of takes you across, and everywhere I look in this print, I'm rewarded, and I want to look more further into it. I think that's what makes it an exceptionally successful image.
Okay, let's go to, before we go to you, can I hear from Amanda, please? Oh, sorry, not Amanda, either Mika or Ari. So Mika, you gave this 83.
I did, and I felt it was an excellent image that sits very comfortably as a semi-finalist. I enjoy the details. I enjoy that the photographer has kept our eye within a V using the tree trunk there. I did find, unfortunately for me, that when I went to the quieter parts of the image, there wasn't anything to keep me there, and I was looking for somewhere for my eye to rest in the end, and it was endlessly searching, so that was what held me back.
Amanda?
Yeah, I think initially I might have been a little bit scared of where I scored it, and I'm going to come up into the finalist category. It's a beautiful image. I absolutely agree with Adam with the layering. I felt like I was looking at two different layers, but the first impact I had at looking at why I'm going to go up into finalists is because I felt the weather, I felt the atmosphere, I felt like I was there.
Okay, Matthew, also
Thank you.
Put it into the 90s.
Yeah, I was into the 90s, and I was into the 90s straight away because I think the photographer has found a beautiful image in the chaos that is in this environment. You're trudging through this place, carrying cameras and looking for pictures, and to look across a scene and see this, because this is shot across a scene, and see this image, see what's in there, and know that they're going to pull out all of that detail. To me, those leaves, the autumnal leaves are sad and sorrowful, with the tree behind holding it up, saying, "Hang on, we'll be back. Be sad now and create these colours, but we'll be back. You'll be green again in the spring." There's just the texture, the detail, all of those elements create this beautiful image in the chaos of trudging through our bush.
Okay, thank you, Matthew. Back to you, Adam.
Chaos is absolutely the word that was just running through me when I see this image. And even when I look at those quieter parts of the image, it is chaotic. It's, there's branches, there's trees, and oftentimes we look at images or look at scenes like this with a camera and go, oh, it just doesn't quite work right. And out of all this chaos, we've created the photographers created such beauty and such subtlety and restraint and form in everything we see here, from the palette to the design and how it's presented. I think it's definitely worthy of a finalist.
Thank you, Adam. You've got to re-enter your same score, which was 95. So you re-enter that. Other judges, take on board what you've heard. You can leave your score where it was, or you can shift it as you see fit. This is the Scenic, single capture Scenic category, digital category, at the Australian Photo Prize 2023, or Photographic Prize. And we have a 91 finalist. Well done. Okay, Adam and Mika can take a little break. David, Francis can come back, please, and Nuran and Ari, if you have a little break for a minute as well. So they bring 3 judges back in. I'll just keep moving you guys around. So you go into your judges. Can we-
not see the screen?
Okay, let's turn on the TV. And boom, let's go, judges. That's not part of the image, by the way. There we go, off. Okay, we'll have had a look at, and we'll get a score in. And we'll keep moving. We're getting a bit of rhythm up now because we are a little behind, but let's make sure every image gets its fair dues. We'll have the next image, please.
You've done it again.
Okay, we have a score of 80. Yep, no refreshing you'll have him. And we have a score of 86. Are we all happy with that, David?
No.
Oh, All right, well then you've challenged. All right, so David gave it 94. Let's be succinct and to why you think it should be there, and judges listen in, and I'll get a couple of other comments.
Okay. To my mind, I'm judging from an impact. I don't need to have a narrative. There could be one. I don't need to understand it to look at this and know it's a really strong work. The energy that flows from the top right and then up from the bottom left, and it kind of holds you then right in the middle. I like its abstraction, colour, and it is hard judging on a screen because if I move around, I can see detail. I move a little bit and then the detail's gone. So I have to give the photographer the credit of the doubt that the highlight detail is there. Mm-hmm. And if this was on a nice printed stock, well, I would see it easily.
Yes and no. I'm going to remind you, you are on a high quality ASO monitor.
Oh,
and I'm sure that what
best.
you've seen is pretty close to what's there. So,
okay.
Anyway, carry on.
So that's also, I'm just giving, I was giving the benefit of the doubt where there is doubt to the photographer.
Fair enough. Okay. Can I have a comment, please, from Amanda or Nuran on 82?
Yeah, I enjoyed the image. For me, I just wanted a little bit more punch, I think, in the colour. And, sorry?
Yep.
Yeah, but good repetition and an enjoyable image.
Okay, let's hear from Francis on 88, please.
Yes, look, I enjoy the depth and the story. It really makes me feel like I want to jump in that water. It's so crystal clear. I love the patterns, the texture. For me, the highlights on the left side, there's no detail left, and I find that a little bit of a pity, but overall a really interesting image.
Okay. David, I'm going to come back to you for a right of reply.
Okay, I hear what the other judges are saying, but really more impact. I mean, this just about knocked me off its chair for its graphicness, its strength. So there's a lot of energy in this, and I would just encourage my fellow judges to put it into the finalist category. I think that's where it belongs.
Well, if you've given them good reason, they will, and if not, they won't. So let's see where they go. You have to re-enter your 94.
Yes.
And the other judges can assess and reassess as they see fit, please. Apologies to the audience online if I cough. Sorry about that.
Going, everyone?
Yep.
And we end up with an 85, I'm going to guess. If we refresh. That's my maths. 86. Semi-finalists, well done. Next image, please. Next image, please. Okay, judges, let's have a look. Get some scores in. Judges. The beauty of having such talented judges is they're able to look at an image and assess it reasonably quickly. And then back that up with good articulated argument or conversation, discussion, pointing out the points that they find interesting. And in this case, it appears that all our judges have found it very interesting because everybody's given it a finalist bracket. So we have a finalist. Well done. Average score is going to sit somewhere around 93 based on my rudimentary mathematics. And I'm going to ask for a judge just to give a brief comment as to why it got there. Matthew, thank you. Microphone, please.
Well, we talk about impact straight away. When you want to see something in an image, that skull bleeding down right in the centre with that dot of a nose and whatever is coming out of its mouth underneath, the impact of that image. the diagonal that creates to our two other elements on that bottom right, it sings and talks straight away.
Beautiful. Good luck for the finals. Next image, please. Thank you, Matthew. Scenic category in the digital part of the Australian Photo Prize. It's just that delay. Sponsored by the Photographic company, which of course you can go next door and see in the trade show, which I encourage you all to do at some point. Obviously when we finish this category, if you've got images in or you're interested, but make sure you do take time to go and have a wander through. There's some incredible stuff to have a look at, and we're very grateful to our sponsors for bringing down their goods and their wares to show us what's out there and what's possible. If you do go down there, and particularly judges, go in there and make sure you say thank you for supporting and being here, okay? Make a point of doing that, please. I know they appreciate it. Okay, we get our scores in. And we have a score of 83. Is that what you've got? That's right, let's come up there anyway. We have a score of 83, which means in this case we've got all sorts of challenges flying all over the shop. So we have an auto challenge, so that means we'll open the floor up to a bit of discussion because our scoring range is 78 to 96 and the people in the room can see that, at least the ones behind the judges can see that. 78 to 96, so there are obviously some differences of opinion on our judging panel, which is great. Let's see what the differences are about and see if we can confirm and get some clarity around where this image is ending up. David, you saw something that others didn't. You gave it 96. I'm going to ask you to start off the conversation with a few brief comments, and then we'll get two or three others to add.
A seemingly simple image, but as I look into it, the thing that held me first was that one drip. This is a long exposure, but one drop of water has been preserved sharply at the end. The texture on the stick, even selecting a stick like that, and then you start to look in the bubbling water below, it's got texture, so it's not completely blurred. It's not as blurred as the water behind. So there's a whole lot of layers in here. This is single capture, but you could understand someone doing 3 or 4 shots and putting them together to get that effect. Yet this photographer has got it in one shot. And the square crop, it's so nice and refreshing to see it come out of the 3:2 ratio. Okay. Where we all get stuck because that's what the sensor is.
Not all of us, David.
No. You shoot another format.
Nero?
I'm in
78.
I'm in the other end, actually, 78. Maybe I was a bit shy with going in the semi-finalist range. But the thing is like it's going in a finalist, and I just find out that actually 3 major elements in this photo, like the water, and two different type of water at the back, and like that trunk, it doesn't communicate very well to each other, and it's also like the darkness in the background, like in the water, and that shadow in the center, overpowering the center image, the shadow. But I'm happy to listen, but for being a finalist, I need to hear a bit more.
Okay, someone here in the 80, Matthew, thank you. Matthew gave it 80. So you saw it just at the bottom end of semi-finalist.
Yeah, I'm just in the bottom end of semi-finalist. I think the things that are holding me back on the image and looking at it are the depth of the blacks in there. I think there could be or should be some more detail in that knot in that bottom third of that trunk and through that trunk that gives us a little bit more texture and gives us a little bit more captivates us in the story of that trunk and why it's there and why it's fallen into that place. But there's 3 elements I see: the water, the trunk, and the light. The light that is there, and it's top-down light, which is harder to capture in this sort of instance. But there's just not enough to push it up into a finalist sort of range.
Frances, anything to add?
Yeah, look, I agree with everything. I think it's a very courageous, powerful image. There is a limited amount of elements that make that image, and for me, I found the water in the background, the exposure was a little bit too long to show that power of the water. It's so intense and it's so important in the image, and to see a little bit more, freeze the movement a little bit more, and not show as much flow in the water would have made it for me a bit more.
Thanks, Francis. David, right to reply?
Thank you, fellow judges. I think the water, just interesting if you're looking for a narrative, that's quite a scary image. That's a sense of foreboding and even evil in the pointed finger of that branch. And then the little bit of darkness that you spoke of, that's menace. You know, there's a whole story here from the soft white water, that dark, sharp finger or branch pointing, you know, the skull cave in the back. You can see the two eyes in the mouth. There's a lot of story there if you want to look at it. So I'm very happy for this to be a finalist.
Thank you. You hold your score if you re-enter a 96, and everybody else can assess and rejudge as they see fit. Actually, yeah. Print scores 85, semi-finalist. Next image, please. There we go. Crack. Thank you, judges. And we have a finalist at 91, I'm thinking. Yep, there you go, congratulations. Yeah, exceptional. Good use of colour, great geometry. I love the balance that's been achieved, and I love the sense of chaos in here, and yet the simplicity and the colour, the flow of sort of the lines in here that balance that out on the right there. I think it's really well put together piece of work, and lovely composition on what would have been quite a chaotic scene. We'll have the next image, please. Thank you, judges. We'll keep it moving. Okay, we have a score of 87. And David, did you want to challenge it?
Yes.
Okay, David with 95.
This is absolutely a finalist. The dynamics that have been seen and captured, you know, if we're looking for narrative, not that we need to, you know, there's almost a dragon in the top left-hand corner. There's energy and motion in that white, whether it's water, whether it's just sand or flood, I don't know. The square format, again, I think is a real strength. Everything leads you up from the bottom left into the action that's right in the top right, and it's been tightly cropped, so there's tension there. It's almost as if that bit of this river pattern is going to burst out of the frame, and that tension and energy is what I'm rewarding, as well as a colour palette that just, you know, comes together. So I really urge my fellow judges to.
Thank you, David.
And,
Around 82.
And I agree with everything you said, you know, like but the pattern is gorgeous, color beautiful. But for being in a finalist, I'm looking for a bit more impact, you know. I don't see that impact in this image. Tonality is good, definitely worth to be a semi-finalist. But again, the color palette is gorgeous, but there is too much happening in this image, you know, like it's not isolated pieces I can't see in here in areas. And like bottom right of the image is like a bit too weak for the top part of the image, for my thinking, you know, like, but I'd like to hear a bit more about your opinion.
Okay, Francis, on 85.
Yes, agree with everything that has been said so far. I'm on 85. I enjoy the image, the colour palette, everything that has been said. However, I feel like nearly dividing the image in two. I can actually see two images, and I'm a little bit confused. Shall I look at the top part or the bottom part? So that's just confronting me a little bit, but all over a stunning image.
Thank you, Francis. I'm going to go back to David. Keep things moving.
Okay. I think that as was said, that the bottom of the picture's not as strong. It's too. That just takes me straight up to that top left-hand corner, and that's what this image is doing. It's flowing up to that interaction between the brown and the white. There's so much energy there. Everything else leads me to that point, and that holds me. So I really encourage my fellow judges to bring this into the finalist range.
Thank you, David. You hold your score at 95. Please re-enter 95. Everyone else can reassess. Prin scores 88 and is a semi-finalist. Excuse me. Next image, please. Prin scores 89 by majority. You can't challenge it, but I'll let you know. But I will. But we just need to keep it moving. So because we've had 3 88s and 2 of you in finalists, so in fairness to this print over the others, we will have a conversation. You get a chance to rethink. So be brief. But if you've got something to add to the conversation, now you think it's worth a finalist, please explain why.
I think this image worth a finalist because of the beautifully captured and very nicely color managed, because of the gradientness from the light from the top to the top left to the top bottom right is gorgeously done. And most of all is actually this is celebrating the land we're living in, and like traditional owners of this land doing this sort of patterns all the time. And I like to see that one from the sky, and even only for this capture, you know, but for captivating this image is move me to land I live and I appreciate the land I'm living in. I mean, this.
All right, I'll go to Matthew on 88. Thank you.
I did score very highly straight away, and I think it sits really well in that semi-finalist range. That lovely, beautiful golden light bleeding in from that top left corner. I think we just lose it too much of it as we go down. There's a little bit too much of the bottom of the image for us to explore and look at. I think if we'd crop some of that image off on the bottom, it will keep our eye in that lovely yellow ribbon. That is the centrepiece of the entire image.
Thanks, Matthew. I'll come back to Amanda, who's also in the finalist range. Thanks, Amanda.
Yeah, thank you. I agree with both sides of that. However, I don't mind that we lose the light in the bottom. I'm enjoying the contrast, and I liked when I looked around there, finding the little shapes, that little triangle in the bottom left there. And when I went in close, I could see little details that I wanted to be able to see. And to me, it looked like a brain. So I just enjoyed that part of it.
All right, everybody can rescore. You can stay exactly where you were, or you could readjust your scores according to what you've heard. Thanks, judges. And print will be a finalist with some score around 91, I'm guessing. See how my brain's going today. 91, there you go. Okay, well done, finalist. We're going to have another change, so Amanda and Francis and Matthew can step back. Mika, Adam and Ari can come back in where you are. Thanks, guys. Just keep refreshing. So we're going to kick... Yeah, that's fine. I'll just turn this off. And I'm back on. Welcome back. That will disappear. There you go. Delayed. We'll catch up on the next one. Yeah, I'm not worried. There, guys. And we're just waiting on that last score to come through. We have a score, a majority score of 90 finalists. And all judges were sort of pretty close to that, ranging from 84 to 93. Let's hear a quick comment, if we can, from Mika, from Alpine Light Gallery. Beautiful gallery, you should go and have a look.
Thanks, Tony. What I really love about this image is it seems to me to be all about movement and flow. And my eye really follows all of those little rivulets and paths and explores around the image. The thing that held me back a little, because I scored it in the semi-finalist range, was just that my eye comes to the bottom left-hand corner and gets a bit stuck there. And for a photograph that's all about flow, I would have appreciated not getting stuck. So absolutely exquisite photography, beautiful subtle colour palette. I almost get the sense of fur, and I love that in a photograph you can achieve that.
Thank you, Mika. Next image, please. Okay, Matthew, could you just grab Mika's phone, please, and score for her? Just waiting on David. Oops. Print scores 91, finalists. What an exquisite example of composition, light and shadow balancing off each other, flow, and great use of a tonal range. That is gorgeous. Next image, please. Let's go, judges. Okay, here we go, judges. Average score of 86. Yeah. Are you going to challenge that? Yeah. Okay, we have a challenge from David on 95. David, why is that a finalist?
Oh, the first thing that even though I'm looking at a digital screen, I feel like I'm looking like a paper print. The texture that they've captured all the way through, even through different layers. You can see texture in the blue, which is, I guess, is water. This could be the wing of a bird, and the texture runs all the way down, and then the white and the azure blue is then offset by this, not black, but this warm grey at the bottom. It's just beautiful. I feel like you reach out and touch it, and that takes some achievement in a single capture Scenic. So I'd encourage my fellow judges to have another look. It's beautiful.
Let's listen to Adam on 81.
Yes, I appreciate the texture, and I think that's what dominates my focus, because I'm being pulled in several directions here, whether it's the sort of the void in the middle of the image, it's just the texture, that's all it is. But then I kind of see that repeated around the parts where there are more detail and where there is more density, and I just come back to that texture, and I think I'm happy. So I was in a low semi-finalist range, and I think I need that sort of explanation of how that texture then contributes to the overall sort of aesthetic that we're being presented with.
Thanks, Adam. Ari, you're an 88. A couple of brief comments.
Yes, it's basically similar to what the previous judges have said. Texture beautiful, the colors, and I'm just looking for that little bit extra. I'm, I think, on 88, yeah?
Yeah.
And yeah, so I'm still there. Is there any, I'm willing to listen to anyone else.
Yeah. Otherwise, we're going to go back to David. Nuran, do you have something to add? No? Back to David.
Okay, as Adam said, you pulled to the middle, and then he said he's pulled in different directions. I don't think that's a bad thing. I think the picture's working. If it's pulling me, it's giving me different emotions, conflicting emotions. That creates tension. That holds me there, and I think that's part of the artistry of what this photographer has created. So again, I'd urge my fellow judges to join me.
Okay, you hold your score. Please put in a 95 again, and everybody else can rescore as they see fit based on what they've heard. You can leave your score where it is or change. And Prince scores 87. 87, and is a semi-finalist. Well done. Next image, please. We have score coming up. One more, David. And we have a finalist at 91. So everybody's pretty close. We had 3 in the finalist range, 2 in the 89. Adam, if you want to tell everybody why it's a finalist. Just a few brief comments. Thank you.
Great initial impact, very strong colour palette, and there's a real three-dimensionality that you can take it as material, you can take it as leaves, and there's almost like a tongue coming out that presents us with a different landscape, which gives us even more depth. And the more you explore into this, is it the underside of a plant? There are so many stories, and every little part you're rewarded by the detail on the palette.
Good. Yeah, make a great Rolling Stones cover too. Yes. Next image, please. We call it Shut Me Up. Next image, thank you. You're listening to the Scenic single capture category at the Australian Photographic Prize. This is the digital categories. Top 25, and the top 25 are being assessed to see which images will go through to the final round, which will be judged behind closed doors. And then the winner will be announced on Sunday at an extraordinary event. Well, it'll be fun. Okay, image scores 85. Semi-finalist And we have a challenge from David on 94. Okay, David, tell them what they've missed this time. Thank you.
What strikes me initially, the graphicness, but the range of greys, the subtle range of greys is just beautiful. And with that, the photographers really created a dimensionality. And then against that, you've got white, you know, in the just inside the zone, but so well treated in post that it's not a flat river. It feels like it's got a roundness to it, a body to it, in the white running through it. So that just, it's soft and silky and seductive, and yet it's, you know, grey rock and some snow running through it, and yet he's created this beautiful thing. Imagine that printed on a fabric, or imagine that just, you know, it's just absolutely beautiful. So again, I encourage my fellow judges
and
to...
around 78, you thought it was more in the commended range?
Just like I'm maybe a bit shy to go higher, but to be in the finalist range. And looking at composition is really a bit, for my liking, is a bit too much things happening around there. And also, the whites are very overpowering because I need to have a bit of details in the white. And then that's almost monotone works very brave to create this sort of look. But because of the strongness of the highlights, and I'm not having so much go in the shadowy areas.
Okay.
But I'd like to hear more, definitely.
Well, Adam's on 87, so you're sort of in between. What do you think, Adam?
I don't mind that there's no detail in the highlight as such, because it sort of gives us that dynamism of movement and gives us that silky nature. I do agree, however, and I agree with what you say with the silk and the greys. I find that there's just, I want the image to lead me somewhere and sort of give me more of an impression than what I initially greeted about the impact, to take it into that outstanding range. I think it's a very solid high semi-finalist, but like I said, I think there are little parts compositionally, and again, perhaps because the white is so strong, that I am pulled away from really getting right through the image that stops me going that high.
Thanks, Adam. David, back to you.
Okay, when I look closely, I did at one point think, oh, the whites are too white. But when I look there, there's texture. There's the softest detail, and that's what gives the white areas a roundness, a three-dimensionality to it. And I love that. And then it's just sitting against. And if you want somewhere to rest your eye, there's that lovely little bit right in the middle here, which has just a hint of blue in it. For all those reasons, I think the photographer's just done a remarkable job with something very simple.
Okay. So David's suggesting this is exceptional visual and emotional impact, superior level of original narrative concept, superior level of technique, post-production, etc. So refer to your guides, as you should be doing each, and I notice you are. Take on board what David said and assess your scores. David, you have to re-enter your original score of 94. Please. And we now have a score of 87, I'm going to guess. 86, semi-finalist. Okay, we'll have the next image, please. Okay, Francis, could you just grab Mika's phone and judge for her, please? Reminder to the audience, 50 to 74 is below award range. It involves high levels of visual communication, technique, post-production skill, and a high standard for professional client. 75 to 79 is commended. Strong visual or emotional impact, strong levels of narrative concept or interpretation, very high levels of technique. Then we move into, semi-finalist. That was semi-finalist range, my apologies. And then finalist is exceptional levels of visual and emotional impact, superior levels of original narrative concept, technique, post-production, outstanding quality for professional client or self-commissioned work, etc.
No, sorry. Gone now.
This print is an 89, which means it's a semi-finalist by majority. And 2 of you feel that it should have been in the finalists, and 3 of you are at 88. So I'm going to give you the chance to chat about it and have a recess because you're that close and you're all within about 3 points of each other. That means 2 or 3 of you can have a chat maybe. If you've got something else to add to that, we'll go beyond that, and then you all get to rescore. I'm going to start with Nuran, who gave it 93, and he can explain why he felt it should be a finalist.
The amount of details in this image is unbelievable. I mean, it's like if you look at this image, and I can stay with this photograph all day, I'll find new lines and new patterns, and the color palette is unlike anything I see. I mean, it's like I shouldn't say unlike anything I see, but every color managed perfectly, and the cold and like warm is actually be harmony very nicely together. What is actually make image very beautiful to me? Little bit of strip of green there, on the river, and it's like it's another amazing dimension. If this one a print, this should be like 2 meters by 2 meters, and every part of it, every inch of it can be viewed very nicely. But judges, please come up with the finalist range.
Adam?
And Adam, maybe help me.
Yeah, I agree with I was on 88. I'm in the high semi-finalist, and I was thinking about it. What pulls me back, and I can be convinced, is the bottom part of the image, that void there. All that lovely detail sort of pushes me, is sort of in the top of the image, and I'm just sort of, I find perhaps the brown is sort of that overtakes the image at the bottom. But then again, I sort of looked again after I hit my score and saw that subtle texture coming from the top left-hand side, which I do think adds even more, because it kind of gives a softness to the harshness of the image. I think I'm coming higher. I would love to hear about the bottom of the image and how it contributes, though.
Okay.
This is a beautiful image in all aspects. I'm really enjoying it. The more I see it, the more it's to be enjoyed. The bottom part of the image, it actually leads me very nicely. The image doesn't lack of any details in the bottom and on the top. And most of these images, they lack a bit of details on top, but this is just perfect. It's like 2 images. They competing with each other, but in a very harmonious way. I'm actually going to go higher. I'm on a 91, so I'm going to go higher.
Okay. And if you got something to add, otherwise we'll.
Just a bit gun shy.
All right, no worries. Next, you can all rescore. So take on board what you've heard and rescore as you see fit. Thank you. We have a finalist with around 91, 92, 92, 93, something like that. Yeah. 93, yeah, well done. Awesome, excellent. That was the last image, wasn't it? Yeah, so that's the end of the Scenic category, single captured digital imaging. We're going to take a short break. We'll be back with the travel category, and I need the following people to stay in the room or to come into the room. Adam Hurrigan, these are our judges. Adam Hurrigan, Christopher Ian, David Simmons, Francis Suter, Matthew Vasilescu, Mika Boynton, Nuran Zulu, and Robin Moon. You can take a quick toilet break. Yes, you may. But before you go, can I just have the judges who just judged come up close to me?
Introducing ISO Coleridge. Precision is essential for any professional working with images. Whether you're an artist, a retoucher, or a visual effects specialist, you need to know that what you see at the start of a project is precisely what you'll get at the end. Coleridge monitors give consistent, reliable accuracy that guarantee no surprises within your color workflow. So what you see in real life is what you see on screen, and what you see on screen is what you see in real life. That's precisely why professionals all over the world trust ISO Coleridge for their image creation. ISO Coleridge. Discover living, breathing color.
Canson Baryta Photographic is a silky smooth satin paper reminiscent of traditional darkroom Baryta prints. It offers excellent black density, probably the highest on the market, together with great image contrast and detail. One of the things I'm often asked is how Baryta differs from Platine Fiber Rag, a similar paper. And it differs in two distinct ways. Number one, it's definitely a smoother paper, and also it's an alpha cellulose paper, whereas Platine Fiber Rag is a cotton-backed paper. Now, Baryta does contain some natural brightening agents, and I say natural because it's inherent in the barium sulfate coating that gives Baryta its beautiful finish. But it's still considered a museum-grade paper and meets all industry standards for longevity. And really, it's a paper that works well with a whole variety of images, color of course, but it especially shines with black and white, where rich blacks and deep contrast is important. So if you're fond of darkroom prints and you want a paper that has a rich satin finish, then Baryta Photographic is definitely one to consider.
One thing I didn't realise getting into this career was how much time you'd have to spend at your desk. Emails, client bookings, following up on leads, sending out quotes. This stuff takes time. And I remember the time when everything changed. Hey, Ben. No worries. I'll be there real soon. See you in a sec. Yeah, that was me when I first started. Hey, Sarah, thanks for calling me back. Okay, I'll see you in an hour. Converting inquiries into bookings, sending quotes and contracts, keeping track of all my shoots. It's now all taken care of with Studio Ninja. Beautiful, big smile. With Studio Ninja, I never have to worry about following up on leads, chasing payments, or missing shoots. Fine, beautiful. As I said, I'm a photographer, not an administrator. So if you want to spend more time doing what you love, let Studio Ninja help.
If you're looking for the smoothest matte paper that CanSign Infinity offers, then Rag Photographic is it. It has virtually no texture whatsoever with a silky, smooth finish. It's a 100% cotton rag paper. It's available in several weights, including a dual version, which means you can print on both sides of the paper, and that's great for things like portfolios, art books, or other creative uses. It has one of the highest Dmax ratings of any matte paper on the market. That's a measurement of black density. And so it has great contrast, really nice color, and crisp detail. And it's a paper that works well on a variety of images, landscapes, nature, black and white, portraits, really any image where you want a paper that has a really nice, smooth finish. And so if that's the kind of paper you're looking for, Rag Photographic is a great choice.
Introducing ISO ColorEdge. Precision is essential for any professional working with images. Whether you're an artist, a retoucher, or a visual effects specialist, you need to know that what you see at the start of a project is precisely what you'll get at the end. ColorEdge monitors give consistent, reliable accuracy that guarantee no surprises within your color workflow. So what you see in real life is what you see on screen, and what you see on screen is what you see in real life. That's precisely why professionals all over the world trust ISO ColorEdge for their image creation. ISO ColorEdge. Discover living, breathing color.
Canson Barreda Photographic is a silky smooth satin paper reminiscent of traditional darkroom Barreda prints. It offers excellent black density, probably the highest on the market, together with great image contrast and detail.
Good morning or afternoon, depending where you are. You're now looking at the run-through of the single capture travel category at the 2023 Australian Photographic Prize, sponsored by a company called Adobe, which some of you may have heard of. I'm sure you have. The panel mentor is me. I'll be your panel mentor. My name's Tony Hewitt. And the images in this category should authentically portray an area's people, culture, customs and history. A sense of place is important. Travel is not limited to other lands or countries and may include photographs of domestic origin. Basic post-production techniques are allowed, such as colour and brightness adjustments, cropping, dodging and burning. However, composite images are not permitted in this category. The prize for the winner of this category will be 12 months full Creative Cloud membership. That's a nice prize. Thank you, Adobe. Our judges are currently, as are those of you looking on screen, looking at a run-through. Gives them a chance to see the top 25, which is what we're judging. There were more images entered into this category, so congratulations to those of you who have made this final 25. That's the first hurdle. You are in the top 25 of the category, and today we'll be breaking that down into our finalists, which will be judged later today behind closed doors. So we're looking for those images that end up with a 90 or above, which will give them a finalist status. We've now seen all those. We've got our judges in the system. Everybody's feeling good. We're all good. We're all ready to go. We're going to get through. We should take less than an hour to do this. And if we're ready to go, we'll have the very first image in the travel category, single capture, digital. Thank you. Next image.
Can I see it?
Yeah. We're looking at... Oh, that's the first image. Oh, there you go. Our judges, to start us off on this panel, we have David Simmons, active, Christopher Ian is an active judge, Adam Hurrigan is an active judge, Robin Moon is an active judge, and Francis Suter is an active judge. Our inactive judges at the moment, meaning that they're sitting waiting to take their turn, are Mika Boynton, Matthew Vasilescu, and Nuran Zorlu. We're very lucky to have such a breadth of talent in this room to look at the pictures. And welcome to our audience. Hope you're enjoying. Having a good day? Lots to learn? All right, let's see what my phone says.
David, is yours in?
Hang on, you go for some reason.
Zoom down a little bit.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, we have a score of 79, which is in the commended range. Yep, Adam's in 85. He thinks it's worthy of a semi-finalist status. So, Adam, what have you got to explain or share with your fellow judges?
Travel is about evoking emotion, and I think we can look at the technicals of this and sort of talk about the big highlight over the thing, but we can make all sorts of stories about, heavenly lights and churches that stand strong. What this image gives is a feeling of immersion in the not best. This is not when you want to travel to these kind of areas, and everything reflects that. The lines that come down and give that rain, and even the sort of soft grass in the front looks harsh and pulls us with this motion in the middle with this dominant central figure that I think is worthy of being considered as a semi-finalist, as more than just looking to the thing.
Yep. Okay, thanks, Adam. Christopher Ian, you're on 72.
This sort of Bill Brandt contrast is doing my head in. It really is too strong. You've really overworked this image. There's vignetting that's way too strong on even the foliage in the foreground. You're trying for an effect, you've just pushed it too hard.
Okay, and we might take one other comment. Francis, you're on 83.
Yes, look, I enjoy this image. I have it in the semi-final range. I like the drama in it. I like the weather when it was photographed. And what I like is the storyline of this old-looking building standing strong and all the weathers it probably had. And I enjoy it. I like the choice of the slight sepia tone as well. So yes.
Thank you. Back to you, Adam.
Yes, I think it's about evoking that harshness. So we do have the harsh vignette, we have the harsh contrast that reflects the emotion and the motion throughout the image, and I think we should reward it for that.
Okay, Adam, you'll re-enter your score of 85. And the other judges, take on board what you've heard and you can judge and re-score accordingly, meaning you can keep your score or you can adjust it.
Sorry, it's not loading.
I'm sorry, it's refusing to respond.
Just refresh it.
Yeah.
You will find you'll have to refresh every now and then because it...
No, the little OK thing to just shut us.
Zoom out again.
Zoom out?
Yeah, so the shine off the zoom has that display.
So better to refresh and exit.
I've just refreshed. I'm sorry.
Just hit OK.
Yes, it doesn't. Yeah, OK.
Good on you, Adam.
What does it do?
Just remember what you're going to give it.
Yeah, there you go. Thanks, Adam.
First one responds. Doing the same thing. So the first, put the scoring in, hits the lid, it goes, but the final OK.
There we go. Try it. Maybe I just put it horizontal and it works.
Okay.
So maybe that might be good.
Okay, thank you.
Any port this time.
Okay. We have an 80, a semi-finalist. Well done. Next image, please. Image scores 81, I'm guessing, maybe 82. Sorry guys, just tech's a bit slow today.
This might be a real problem.
So the image is going to fall in the low 80s as a semi-finalist, and I'm going to get a comment, if I can, from Robin, who gave it 85. Just a few comments as to what was the strength and perhaps something that could...
I might have solved it all on my very own.
I was right, 81, 81. Good. Thanks, Robin.
Okay. I enjoyed this image. This has got the sense of infinity, for me, really embodies the sense of getting away and being on a journey and travelling. And I love that the photographer has pushed the histogram right to the edges, and but grounded the people and the truck in the middle there.
Thank you, Robin. Great comments. Next image, please. Just a reminder, while the judges are doing that the scores of 50 to 74 are considered below award range. Commended range, 75 to 79. High levels of visual communication, narrative, subject interpretation, technique, exposure, colour and lighting. High levels of post-production skill and high standard for professional clients or commissioned work. Semi-finalist, 80 to 89. Strong visual and emotional contact, superior emotional impact. Superior levels of narrative concept, very high levels of technique, post-production skill, etc. And finalist range of 90 to 100, exceptional visual and emotional impact, superior levels of original narrative concept or interpretation of subject, superior levels of technique, outstanding quality, etc. And we have a score . Okay, the image scores 82, 83, semi-final. Let's get a quick comment if we can from David, because you're on 85, so you thought it was right in the middle of that semi-final range. Thanks, David.
For a travel category, I actually like the humour in this. I like the fact that you've got the straight and narrow of the highway, you've got the rail track, and then you've got someone who's just gone off the road and found their own way and wound their way up the coast. So whether that's good for the environment, I don't know, but I like that humour, so that's why I gave it 85.
Good narratives, yep. Okay, next image. Thanks, David. Thank you, judges. Image scored 86. We do have a challenge from David on 95. David, you've given this a solid finalist category.
Yeah, I think this image is really strong, really striking. As an architectural photographer, these shots, you see them often looking up or down something, but the way the light and then the writing on the wall, it's been maintained in the deepest shadows. The cross, the symbolic crossing in the centre takes you out there and holds you, and I don't know what religion or what country I am in. It's just beautiful, but it's sacred. You can really feel this is a very special place. Perhaps it's a holy place, a commercial space, I don't know. But that's the feeling it evokes, and for that reason I marked it as a finalist.
Okay, let's hear from Robin on 82. Oh, sorry, no. Christopher Ian on 80, please, at the bottom end.
I also scored that in I scored at 80 because I thought a lot of these shots are given to you by brilliant architects and brilliant designers and brilliant builders. How much are you adding to the photo? How much are you contributing to make this a special image? Or are you just recording what someone else has designed? I still think there's ingenuity in this because you've spotted the one person in proper colour going up the stairs, but it is slightly out of whack too.
Okay, Adam?
I think what the photographer brings, apart from the technical, as I said, the holding all that detail, is that figure is not only just a figure that we like to go and see, that extra thing, but that figure's kind of doing what we did when we got up there. We tilted our heads and we read every little bit, and the further they get up this, the more interesting it gets, and the more we go round, the more interesting it gets. What held me back from going into finalists was I kind of feel a little dominated by that space down the bottom that I'm ultimately led to. But I do enjoy that narrative about the cross and can come. So I think it's quite a successful and really well constructed, and the photographer has brought something that elevates it more than just that little extra sauce that we normally look for.
Back to David. Thank you, David. Thank you, Adam.
I sort of agree with Ian, but not completely, because even landscape is also made by something else or someone else, and we applaud that. When it comes to the man-made, this is an environment, and I think this has been well done. The lighting, the way, the different tones of lighting all the way through, that's taken a bit of capturing, as I said, the shadow. And really, this is something when you got to the top, you could just dive into that cloud and that symbol at the bottom.
Thank you. You hold your score. If you re-enter the same score, please, David, of 95. Everybody else take on board what you've heard and see how you... Image scores 87, semi-finalists. Well done. Next image, please. The travel category. And the digital categories at the Australian Photographic Prize 2023, of course. I haven't. 85 is the score, semi-finalist. Everybody's sitting pretty close to that range, or within a couple of points. Yeah, Yeah, great use of, it's chaotic minimalism, I would call it, with all those textures and things, but the balance between the red and the rocks and the textures in the rocks against that soft, sublime blues and moving there. And that, of course, that anchor point of a single figure giving a scale. Great use of 3 simple elements. Well done. Next image, please. Get your teeth into this one, judges. Oh, come on, don't be snappy. Oh, as long as it wasn't a Coke. Thank you, judges. And just David coming in. 83, 84, 84. Pin score, image scores 84. Semi-finalists, everybody pretty close. Let's have a quick comment from Adam. Thank you.
Kudos to the photographer for being in the place that probably we don't want to be. There's the palette is a great sense of foreboding. We are limited to how we can light, and perhaps we're sort of drawn maybe a little bit to the underside of the crocodile, and sort of which might just sort of distract technically, but still a great image that puts us right in the moment.
Yeah, better them than me. Next image, please. There was a water bottle here. Someone took it?
Yeah, I think Karen took it.
Oh, it's okay. I'll get another one in a minute. Yes, please. You can, thanks. Just waiting on Christopher and David. Christopher's in, good job. And it looks like David's close. Yep. And we've got 84, 83, 83 semi-finalists. Okay. And Adam's going to challenge that with 88. Thanks, Adam. Tell everybody why you...
Look, I think we can, I'm looking for a few more points here, obviously. I think what we're talking about in travel is about, we said before, about what the photographer brings to an image. And I think from the from the car's viewpoint, we might look left and look right, and we don't see any of this texture, we don't see anything, we just see a flat landscape. And what the photographer's done is found that design, and even the marrying of that tree on the right-hand side and the circular shape on the left-hand side. There's some quite clever design and thought gone into this, and even the way that the shadow, the time of day sort of brings us that shadow to give the depth with the photo, I think has been well thought out on what could be an otherwise very mundane landscape.
Thanks, Adam. Robin, 82?
Sure. I agree a lot with what Adam says, but for me, the image is soft all over, and I think just to lift it into a higher semi-finalist range, it needs to be a little bit sharper all over.
Okay. Anyone else have anything to add to their comments? Christopher, Ian.
I found there was just too much devoted to the right-hand side. I know you want a symmetrical, but they're not symmetrical imagery. So I actually think that's the problem. You've gone too safe by putting the image down the centre.
Okay. Anybody else? No? Otherwise, back to you, Adam.
Quickly to talk about the composition, I think it's still the cars on the left-hand side, the dominant part of where we're kind of balancing. There's the void and there's the stuff, and it's the little versus the big again. It's the sort of empty versus the full. So I think that's what's going on compositionally. I think the details are quite sharp enough that we get an idea of the texture and the terrain that we're looking at. So I encourage you to come up a few more points.
Thanks, mate. Okay, you hold your score, re-enter 88. Thank you, and everybody else can reassess as they see fit. Image is 84. Image scores 84. Semi-finalists, thank you. We'll have a quick judge change. David and Francis can step off. Matthew and Mika and Nuran come in, and Christopher, and if you have a break as well. Thank you. Go. Okay. Please, let's keep it moving. That'll disappear. Go. I know, delayed. Image scores 86 and is the semi-finalists. And everybody's in the same range, so we'll close. Let's have a quick comment, Matthew. Just a couple of quick points that why this is worthy of a semi-finalist.
Oh, it's worthy of a semi-finalist because the photographer's captured a lovely travel moment. We've got lots of little stories in each of the vignettes of the windows, which is excellent.
Beautiful, great comments. Next image, please. Those of you who just entered the room, this is the travel category, single capture, in the digital categories of the Australian Photographic Prize for 2023. Welcome. Sponsored by our good friends at Adobe. Well, I don't like indecisive panels, so it's nice to see a decisive one that goes to a 90. Everybody got this into the finalist range, so it's going straight through. Kind of like a golden buzzer, you know. Well done. Quick comment from Adam. You gave this 97.
Absolutely exquisite handling of the tones here, and graphically it points us all towards that subject. And the extra sauce for me is kind of the expression and the pose we're getting from that person in the middle of the frame.
Geez, you got good eyes.
With all this sort of wonder and amazement going around, they're kind of like, what am I doing here? Like, what am I in the middle of? You know. Yeah. And again, yeah, they just we can see it and they probably can't. So exceptional done.
Yeah. Beautiful. Next image, please, and congrats. Good luck with the finalists. Reminder that those that get 90 or above are automatic finalists, and if we don't have 5 images or more in that range, we pull from the semi-finalists the high scores, which will join them. Yep, pin score's 84. So the challenge from Mika on 92.
Yeah, I would like us to spend a little longer on this photograph and consider it, the technical difficulty of this photograph of light painting a dog at night long enough to capture the Milky Way. There's a great relationship that the photographer has with that animal. The difficulty of light painting a subject like that and in single capture, not catching the light on any other elements, I think is really quite exceptionally handled. The colour is rich, it's sumptuous, the Milky Way has not been over-processed. This is really quite incredible for a single capture shot, and I think that I'm really keen to hear the reasons why you're not looking at gold so that I can counter them.
Okay, let's go to Matthew on 78.
I'm down there in that range because, yes, it's incredibly complicated to capture it in a single image, without doubt. To have that animal sitting there for that length of time with its ears pointed and not moving and not doing anything, commended. It's the rock that the animal's sitting on that's not sharp. To me, I don't feel like there's sharpness, there's not clarity in that rock. Now, that's the only part of this subject that's not moving. The trees potentially might be moving with some wind. It's that element that I think should have crisp, sharp detail in it to bring me into that higher sort of range and to bring me into a finalist range.
Okay, Adam, 86.
Obviously, degree of difficulty. And I didn't want to assume that there's ridiculously long shutter speeds. There is more. I look at it, there's movement in the trees and in the stars. What I kind of got out of this was, when you're in front of a really great scene and you go to hand someone the camera and go, oh, here, take my picture. Well, this feels like the dog is like, hey, have a look at this. Can you just hand me a camera and take my picture? It's because it's got that I'm a really good boy kind of look. What we know, though, is it's not just as simple as that. There's some real craft that's gone into this. I'm not sure, for the reasons that you kind of said, I think I want a bit more clarity in those bits to really get it up into finalists, but I'm listening. I'm already high semi-finalist and I can be convinced.
Okay, anybody else have anything to add? No? Okay.
Really, the only criticism that I heard was about the light on the rock, and I do feel that at night with a higher ISO, it's going to be incredibly difficult, even if it's lit up and not moving, to capture any additional sharpness than what the photographer has here. So I'm not seeing that as a drawback at all, given the circumstances. So I'm hearing good stuff, and I would like to you to reconsider.
Okay, you hold your score if you'd just like to re-enter, and then everybody else can reassess according to what they've heard. Okay, pin scores 86. Image scores 86, semi-finalists. Nice comments. Yeah, nice comments, well put. Next image, please.
I think I'm going into another room, is that right?
The travel category. Thank you, judges. 86. 86 semi-finalists, well done. Challenge from Adam on 93. And everybody else was sitting mid to mid-ish 80s.
An amazing sense of scale presented to us, which is the immediate impact, and well framed, and we get the nice line. The figure could not be placed any more perfectly, and the prose sort of gives us that wonder of them sort of looking into that. This isn't just asking them to move a couple of feet into the sets of light. The photographers placed themselves and found the subject in that spot, that whether it took 2 seconds or 2 hours, we don't know, but it's the exact right moment. It's the perfect spot in what is probably kilometres of landscape for that person to be. And I feel like they're looking, even though they're looking into the light, we are sort of from them then drawn into this amazing texture and shape, and almost these veils that are being lifted off. And the person to see this image as it gets brighter and brighter towards the left-hand side. I think it's an exceptional piece of communication and placement. I think we can reward it.
Okay, you're all about the same, the rest of you. Nuran?
I appreciate all the comments and beautiful color palette and everything, but something about this image is like the subject is not connecting, like it's like, looks like maybe it's not, but to me, for my eyes, it looks staged, like it doesn't give that sort of impact to me. It's like that stageness, like it's that person moving maybe a little bit, or just like a bit more climbing, bit more hardiness action, because of a single person staying there, it doesn't give justice to that surrounding the way it is. I think, but I like to hear what else is other people going to say, and pass it on.
So one other comment? Yep,
sure.
thanks.
I agree with what Nuran has to say. I feel like the person's stance is a little contrived for a spot in the wilderness there. And my eye keeps going to the top left-hand corner where there's a little lack of detail and focal depth up there.
Okay, Adam, back to you.
Yeah, I looked at the pose and it wasn't, to me it felt like, how do we react when we see something that's so immense and so we don't have a kind of natural pose? We kind of, we almost bend the knee and look back up. It's reverential almost, and perhaps that could be conceived to be a bit contrived. But I like the way the image leads us from that dark in there through to that brightness into the left, and then we anchored back at that one little spot where the light just touched that person and made this, the image that it is. So have consider.
Okay, you re-enter your score, thanks Adam, and everyone else can adjust accordingly if they see fit. 93, Adam, that's what you're going to put in. Okay, and we have a final score of 86, semi-finalists. And I do compliment the photographer, because timing in that sort of image is everything, and I think I agree with Adam, getting the timing right. But so it goes to show you can have the perfect opportunity, but they still have to get everything else to work as well. So next image, thanks. This is the travel category, sponsored by Adobe, and you are, of course, at the Australian Photographic Prize judging. Digital categories, single capture travel. Thanks, judges. And we have an 88 semi-finalists. I'm going to give you a chance to look at it again, because we've got two 91s and we have an 89. So I feel like you're sort of close. So it's up to you whether it stays where it is. It's not up to me. And I'm not going to tell you why. If I see anything at this point, it's up to you, but I would like a conversation. So, Mika, you can start. You are 91.
I thought I was 92, but anyway, I'm definitely on a finalist for this photograph. What I really appreciate about this is a photograph of a man-made environment. It is single capture. The detail is unbelievable. Like the crunchiness, the contrast. I feel overwhelmed by this place. I feel dizzied. I feel that it's busy and impersonal. It doesn't care who I am, this place. It could be, travel is about place, yes, but it's also about the impression that you get from place. I don't really care where this photograph is taken. What it says to me is, you do not matter in this place, and I am dominant and overwhelming. So that's what I get from this photograph in travel, and I'd like to hear from the rest of you.
Okay, Miran.
I scored in the high semi-finals range, but I'm just like happy to hear more. But only thing is didn't get me to go one level up. That management of highlights, you know, like highlights are actually giving me a little bit. Like it's like it needs to be turn it down because of so many highlights in the image that actually my eye goes like in the. Just like a bit distracting to me. I think if it was toned down and a bit less white in this image, I think that would be stronger. But I'm happy to hear.
We go to Matthew on also 91.
Yes, I'm also on 91 with you, Mick, as well. I feel like I'm being injected into the bottom of the image with the way it's been captured. The style of it and the way it's presented feels like an etching as well. It's so sharp, it's so crisp in each and all of those lines. As to the highlights, you know, if we go back to the days when we used to stick a roll of film and some black and white stuff in a camera, you know, the first things you were taught is that you needed a white and you needed a black in every image that you printed and every image that you created. The amount of them doesn't matter. There are obviously a lot of highlights in this image. They're there. So to me, the highlights are not part of the image. It's just the way that that image makes us feel, takes us to that place.
Okay, all had a chat. Enough? Yep. Okay, you can all take on board what you've heard, and you've had another look at the image. Everybody can enter a new score if you choose to, or you can stay exactly where you were, guys. And of course, if you choose to, you can go down if you think what you've heard has changed the way you feel about the image. Sorry? Yeah, you've got to re-enter a score. No, you've got to put a score in, but you can put the same score in. Yeah. We have a finalist. And score is 90, yep, 90 by majority. Again, so the average was 89, but we had 3 judges felt it was worthy of a finalist, so by majority it becomes a 90. Next image, please. I haven't, have you? Yeah. 84, semi-finalists. And all judges are pretty much across the board. Great sense of, there's a bit of humour in that, and it does tell us a story about a culture, doesn't it? But I think the highlight at the back of this image and the sort of muddiness at the bottom is probably working against that, and we're kind of fighting what should be centred on here. Maybe a bit of cropping as well would help that image. So great, well-seen type of moment, or if you like, in terms of culture, but I think technically you could have improved that to strengthen it. We're going to change a couple of judges, so you two can have a break now, and Nuran, I'll get you to have a break. Christopher, Ian, I'm not going to pull you in. Francis and David, if you'd like to rejoin the panel, please. Oh, I'm an old crop. We're good to go? We're live. All right. There we go. Next image. Let's go, judges. Disappear. Go.
Refresh yours. I think I'm waiting on David. Oh, Christopher now.
Have you entered, Christopher? You need something to get. Christopher, I'm going to get you to sit back and sort that. Adam, could you come back on the panel, please? Can you put Adam back into that spot? We'll get you back in a minute, Christopher.
I'm in the waiting room.
Yeah, you'll be in
Yeah,
now.
I've just done that. I'll refresh mine just to make sure.
You should be good now.
Yep, I'm good.
Okay. Yep, where did we go? We have an 87 semi-finalists. Everybody was pretty close to that score, actually, within a couple of points. So let's have a comment from Francis.
Okay, look at that expression of this face. It's just telling us the world, and then we think we understand, but the face tells me, you do really not understand? It's quite amazing, the emotions that come out of that expression. Color-wise, color palette, absolutely stunning. I do enjoy that. The background is slightly out of focus. Yes, it's there. It's not important for the expression of the lady's face. Yeah, stunning portrait.
I want to get another comment. Adam, can you tell me why this image didn't get into finals, please?
I think while the background gives us some important clues, perhaps the lines kind of pull us away maybe from that expression a little. It is quite a busy background, which we obviously can't control at the time. But if we're talking about something that's going up into exceptional standards, then we're looking at things that may draw us away from what we really want to see, which is that intense gaze and real story in the middle there.
Thank you. Next image, thanks. Thank you, judges. Okay, we have a finalist at 90. Good spread of scores there. I think we happy with that? Yep. Okay. Let's have a quick comment from David. You really like that picture. Why is it a finalist? Why did you?
Gave it
97.
97. What I like about this is the thinking. You know, we all could walk down that street and not see this. There's so much of a story. There's menace, complexity. It's like a circuit board, and it kind of does your head in, which is what the city can do to you. And I think, you know, and cities all around the world can do that. And yet, it's layers of imagery with enough sharpness to keep that edge that is being in a concrete and glass city. So I think it's just a brilliant work. Hat off to the photographer.
Okay, next image. Thanks, David. So the travel category, sponsored by Adobe, single capture category and digital images. Got the Australian Photographic Prize judging. If you didn't know that, you may be at the wrong place. You might have missed whatever it is you were going to, but I'm sure you're happy you've landed here. Thanks, David. Image scores 80. Image is going to be around about 85, and David's going to challenge it because he's on 95, so we'll just keep moving while you catch up.
This is, at first I didn't know what this shot was, and as I look at it, it's telling such a story, and for travel it needs to. You see the TV aerial. This is a yurt in Mongolia or northern China or, you know, one of those really desolate places. You've got the herd of animals around, which is the living, but you've got a stove coming out. You've got the 20th century attached to this yurt, and this yurt's portable. You take that skin off it, you fold it up, and you move it as the season demands for your flocks. So even though it looks almost like it's too grainy because it's shot in the snow and it's snowing, it tells just so much. And there's electric light. You can see, you know, there's a little glow in there. So they've probably got solar panels or a generator running somewhere. All that technology in such an ancient alien world.
Thanks, David. Adam.
Look, as described, you know, we can see, and I think what we see in this image perhaps is what's stopping it from perhaps going up for me into that next category, is that it's desolate and it's, you know, it's a bit muddled and all over the place. And while there are little things that do catch my eye, I want to be sort of, I want something to fixate my gaze and really give me that sort of overall sort of story, apart from just, you know, we talk about what did the photographer bring to this image, and while it is a well captured scene that reflects a mood and an environment, I think to get up to that next level, I need my eye really just to rest on something that kind of gives me maybe a touch of narrative or a touch of clarity in amongst all the snow.
Okay, Matthew, you saw something there.
Yeah, look, I've seen something too. It's, I think it's beautifully captured. You can tell that the animals are cared for because they're there, they're around their environment that the humans are inside and habitating. I think just that little missing connection of the human there checking their flock, and I think that's maybe what we're searching for around in that image, something that connects the yurt to the animals, to the human, to say, I'm caring for you.
Okay. Anybody have anything to add? Otherwise, we'll come back to David.
I think there's so much story here, and if you need somewhere to look, the little animal on the right, he's looking right at us. And sensibly, the herders are staying inside the yurt. But there's just, and the muddleness, I think that's part of what it's part of the story that the photographer is trying to tell here. There's sort of a chaoticness and the elements, you know, no one can do anything about it. I think he's really captured it very, very well.
Okay, David, you're going to hold your score and re-enter 95. Everybody else, take on board what you've heard and David's explanation of what you're looking at and why. Okay, print scores 88. I should say image scores 88. Next image, please. Here we go. Okay, Robin, could you take her phone, please? Yeah. We're catching up as we go. We had a late start. Thank you, judges. Is that it?
Yeah, and you've got
85. Semi-finalists. You can. Would you like to challenge that? And Robin, in a big loud voice, said challenge.
Challenge.
91. She gave it a 91. So
I
tell
gave it a
everybody
91. I love the simplicity of this photo. The snow in the background is just a lovely backdrop to what's actually happening. The look of the camel's face, you know, with the little composure of his mouth and the wind rustling through his fur is absolutely beautiful. And I think the colours complement the entire image.
Okay, let's hear from Adam on 80. Thanks, Adam.
Oh, from back here, it's certainly something that's worth getting up and having a look at. There's a lot of design and mood and environment captured. And even the repetition in the expression, which I agree with the camel, is fantastic. But then I look at his face and it's just not sharp, and whether that's, you know, how we had to shoot it for lens choice, or it just hasn't got that crispness that the rest of the figure does, and I'm pulled out of that expression. And that's really, I'm rewarding it at a low semi-finalist for giving me the environment and the feel, but I just find the sharpness brings me back.
Okay. Francis, you gave it 85.
Yes, I agree with Adam, the focus and also the expression of the face.
Okay, we'll come back to Robin.
I'm forgiving the sharpness on the fellow's face because I think because by virtue of the wind whistling through the camel's hair that he's probably in quite a challenging environment.
Okay, thank you, Robin. But you're asking for 91, so
Yes.
If you hold your score, re-enter 91. Everybody else rethink what they've done and judge accordingly. Thank you. Image scores 85, semi-finalists. Thank you. Next image, please. Thank you, judges. Print scores 87. Semi-finalists. We have a challenge. We have a challenge which will come through from Matthew. Put your hand up first. Both on 92. We have two 92s when we go all the way down to 77.
Two 92s.
292s, and there's a 77 and a couple in between.
Okay. Look, it's tranquil, first off, to look at it. It's perfectly balanced. Photographer has put themselves dead centre of this place that you can imagine most of the time is also full of tourists and full of people. So to get a single solitary person in this space and this sacred place, the light is treated beautifully. The entire image, all the detail and the symmetry side to side with our one lonely figure there reflecting on whatever they might be reflecting on. We're looking at their moment. We're observing their moment, but we're part of their moment all at the same time.
Thank you. No. We'll go to Adam, thank you.
Okay.
It's my room, not yours.
I wasn't arguing with you.
Look, I don't disagree with anything you said there. It is a moment, as a travel photo, it captures the environment for which we're presented. As far as the balance and being in the centre, to me it kind of seems like the natural spot to take the photo from, and it does show. I may be a little soft here, but there are points where I sort of look around the image, and yes, there is a nice figure that brings me up there, but we're starting to talk about exceptional and outstanding, and I need to hear what makes it exceptional as opposed to what I would consider to be, a well-rendered execution of this environment.
Okay, hold on, saving you up. Quick comment if you have something to add.
Yep, I was not brave. What I really feel from this photograph is the sterility and loneliness of the church, when usually a church is filled with light and joy and reverence. I'm not getting that in this particular space. I'm feeling empty and lonely, and the one dark spot is that lone figure. So yes, it is speaking to me also. That will come up.
You also thought this was a finalist.
Absolutely. This is a really technical shot. I can count the bricks in the top right-hand corner and the bottom left. So as a photograph, and it's perfectly architecturally superbly executed. So that pushes it up. The light's lovely, and if it's lonely and if it's a bit desolate, hey, that's giving you a different narrative. That's saying, God, no one comes to this church anymore except maybe one poor parishioner. And it's such a beautiful building. And it was built by hand, no doubt. It's an old building. But the technical capture to get it so vertical, so symmetrical, is an enormous task.
Thank you, David. Matthew, back to you.
So, Mika, the sterility, perhaps, or the light. I mean, the light that's captured in it is gorgeous. It's so delicate. It's so beautifully treated from every aspect in it. And the loneliness of it, a church can sometimes be a very lonely place for people. A church can sometimes be a very uplifting place for a person. It totally depends on what narrative and story you want to put and anyone wants to put on that person that's sitting in there. So it can be a light-filled place, it can be a dark place. It's both in this image.
Thank you. You hold your score. Please re-enter 92. Everybody else consider what they've heard and rescore. We have a finalist. Probably around 92, I'm guessing. 92? 91, there you go, close. Congratulations. Okay, we'll have another judge change. So Adam, I'm going to get you to step off again. Christopher, Ian, you can come back in, thank you. So we'll just change those at the moment. Sorry? Yep, and yep, next image is coming up, thank you. Is that the next image? There it is. Thank you, judges. Might have to just refresh if you are.
Yeah, I've been refreshing.
So you might have to do a fresh refresh. You've got to log back into the portal. How you going? No good? All right, let's just, David, you step off. Nuran, can I get you to come back in, please? Yeah, just take him off. Yeah. Yeah, just take a break, thanks. David, Nuran, can you come in? Got your phone ready to go? No, your phone. You're going to come on the panel. David's having problems. So jump in. Okay, you're good to go? And everybody else has entered their scores. We got 85, 87, 84, 86. So it's going to be around 86, 87 anyway. Image is 85. Image score is 85. Everybody's within a couple of points. Well done, semi-finalists. Technically, it's quite a strong image, isn't it? And some nice graphics, but it just seems to lack some point of interest or what it is we're supposed to be looking for. So perhaps a slightly different crop, something to add a bit more tension or give us a little bit more meaning or something to hold our attention is probably what it lacks. But otherwise, well done. Next image, please. Get sorted, David, or is it still playing? Thank you, judges. Francis Nuran, you're in. And we have a score of... What do we have? We have a score of 88. And I think Mika wants to, yes, she can. And Mika is going to challenge it. She's on 95. Thank you, Mika.
Yeah, the visual impact of this is so strong. That silhouette of the man walking uphill on some kind of dune or something like that with the camel, leading the camel, pulling the camel doesn't seem to really want to be there. The light, the way that dynamic works, the colours, the way that your eye travels in like a figure of 8 around the image to light bits, to dark bits, the way that the photographer has kept control of the light and kept the shadows strong and bold. I just think this is exceptional. I'm very happy to hear what other people here have to say.
Matthew, on 82.
Yeah, look, the image is very striking, and our main figure straight away, yes, he's who we're looking at and what we're meant to be looking at. I think it's the background. It's the mid-ground and the background that just feels a little bit heavy. I don't know if it's in the treatment. I don't know if it's in post of it. It just feels like it's squashing the top of the image down and dominating my eye and dominating the entire image too much.
All right, one of you three. Francis, your hand went up.
Yes, I'd just like to add, I agree with all that, both sides, but I just found the subject's movement a bit static, a little bit, nearly like a little bit posed, but maybe that's the environment or the snow he's walking on, so I'd like to hear more about that.
Mika, back to you.
The heaviness to me is about the weather. It's about the mood, the oppressiveness of the winter, the way that sky is impending. You know, it might not be too long that they're enveloped by this weather, but this brief moment of light has come through and just lit the whole scene. The way that the light has been handled, so there's still detail in the brights. I'm not feeling any other heaviness other than the weather. And with regards to whether or not the figures are posed, I'm not concerned by that. What I'm feeling is that they're in this element, and I'm convinced by that. So that's my feeling.
Okay, thank you, Mika. You hold your score or re-enter your score at 91, 95. Everyone else can reassess accordingly. Image score's 89. Is that right? Yeah. Semi-finalists. Next image, please. Thanks, judges. Thank you, judges. We've got a score around mid-80s, I'm going to guess. That means we've got a few. Image score is 82. And a challenge from Christopher Ian on 90. Christopher, you have 78, 79 and 80 and an 81.
Yes, this is getting into reportage, I thought, even though it's an aerial. I'm seeing that this person's travelled to a point where the road doesn't exist anymore. There's a washout, there's a huge turning circle where other travellers who haven't been warned have had to turn their kit around and go back. Others have found other paths off to the side. To me, this says travel, the unexpected, and it's also visually stunning.
Okay, let's go to somebody else who has a comment. Naran, thank you.
Just like very nicely said and travel, but with like the composition is actually, it doesn't give me that sort of impact to me. I mean, and also the color palette is actually a bit dull. I mean, if a bit more contrasty with these sort of things, I can differentiate the areas, it would have been a bit stronger. But it's a nice print. I not scored in semi-finals range, but I'd like to hear more. But it's a nice print, but just like to hear your comments.
Somebody else have anything to add to the conversation? No? Okay, it's back to you, Christopher.
This is sort of like expecting the unexpected. You follow maps, and all of a sudden there's quite a few turning circles if you get in there, where people have gone, what the hell do? We can't get past this spot. And to me, that's travel, the unexpected, you know, not the pose, not the, the stunning. This is just unexpected. And it's beautifully interpreted in a visual way, which is what photography should do.
Okay, thank you. You hold your score. If you want to re-enter your score of 90, everybody else can take on board what they've heard. Thanks. Image scores 83, semi-finalists. Next image, thanks. This is the travel category, single capture, digital, at the Australian Photographic prize. Yep. Are you sorted? Cool. Finalists. And I can't see what the judges gave it.
It's going to come.
Sorry guys, it's just really slow coming through. Okay, and you're all around about the same. Can we have a quick comment please from Nuran? Hand was up quick. Tell us why it's a semi-finalist.
It's a beautiful, very nicely captured image and every element's together, but this image will benefit for maybe using that grids outside a bit darker that actually give the attention to the center area.
Okay, thank you.
Is there any other comment?
Yep. No, next image, thanks. Prince, or the image score is 83, semi-finalists. Everybody's about the same. Everybody happy with that? We good? Okay, quick comment. Thank you, Christopher. Ian, use the microphone. Thank you.
The clever element for people behind us is that somehow you've made a waterfall horizontal, flat. The whole thing is flat. You've actually achieved something by a different interpretation. It's a different look.
Okay, thank you. Next image, please. Okay, could I? Yep. Can you two don't disappear? We need your phones. If you leave your phone on your chair, Adam, could you step in? And who else is there? Bill, David. Yeah.
Just put Mika's phone onto Mika's chair.
Just put. Yeah, Mika's phone goes there, and your phone goes there. And if you could come over, thank you, David. And Adam, you take chair 4, thanks. God, that's slow now, isn't it? That network is slow. No, it's just kicked me out. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, we have a finalist with 3 judges in the 90s and gets a 90 score. Well done. Quick comment from Matthew to explain why. Thank you.
Oh, I think it's probably fairly obvious why. It's comical, it's fun. Keep left of which pole? Which pole are we meant to be keeping left of? Because there's poles everywhere in it. So it's just humorous and it takes you straight to making a decision that you can't make.
Excellent. Okay, we'll have another quick judge change. So you stay where you are, you stay where you are. Could you hand your phone back to them? And we'll put the right judges in. And Robin, could you please come over and take over from Nuran? Thank you. Mika, it's fine. No, you give it back to Mika.
Yeah. So you'll have to add me back in, won't you?
Yeah. She's just looking at who's on what.
No, that's okay.
We're good? We're good? All right. Tension, focus. Thank you. And we'll just get rid of that little thing for you. Disappear. Yep, we got it. Perfect. Thank you. Thank you, judges. I wonder if everybody in the building's using the same. Yeah. Okay, this image is a finalist. We have 3 people in the 90s. It's going to end up with a score around 90. So everybody's pretty close with that. I'm going to get a comment, if I can, from Adam, who gave it 95. So well done, finalists.
I guess for me, this is about how do you create something different out of something that's very static. Well, you create your own shape, you create your own, it's their
How are we going, judges? Image scores 85. And we have a 91. Matthew? Matthew's challenging 91. Everyone's sitting mid-80s, but we do have a 75 there as well.
Okay. Look, I think looking at this image, you're immediately confused because you've got footsteps going all over the place, but I'm listening to those footsteps. I'm hearing those footsteps trudging through that snow. And if anyone who's lived in the snow before, this is incredibly dangerous to walk on, incredibly difficult to walk on. You've got feet going all over the place. It's creating that texture, it's creating that sound of snow crunching under your feet. You've got lines that maybe appear to be directing you somewhere, but you don't know where they're directing you to. As a travel image, it's highly successful. It's whimsical, it's fun, it's enjoyable, and it tells a beautiful, fun little snow story.
David, you're on 75. Thank you.
Thank you, Matthew. What stopped me seeing some of what you've mentioned, so I'll reconsider, is just I felt it too bright. I felt the snow, the whole scene a bit overexposed. I felt it all could have come down half a stop in old terms, and just the yellows got denser, but the snow taking on more texture, more detail. That's what lost it for me.
We'll have one more comment from Adam in the middle of the 80s. Oh, Chris, okay.
I really see this as a letterbox, because that bottom corner where there's just been too many feet in the one spot is letting you down, and yet the whole thing is so linear. It would make a great letterbox panorama.
Okay, back to you, Matthew.
This is shopping in the Northern Hemisphere, and this is shopping. This is coming out of the shops. You've got bags in your hand. These are feet going all these different directions, and the snow is bright because you've walked out of there. You've walked out of a semi-darkened environment, and that snow bouncing up off the ground into your eyes is bright, and it takes you by alarm. It really does. So in those respects, I'm totally forgiving of that white, because again, we've got a nice black in there and we've got our whites and our highlights in there.
All right, you hold your score, Matthew. And if you can re-enter your 91, everybody else can rescore according to what they've heard. Image scores 86 and is a semi-finalist. Thank you. Next image, please. Thank you, judges. Waiting on that. We have a score of 89 by majority, which means that 3 judges didn't see it in the first, in the finalist range. However, we did have a couple of strong 90s, and I think Matthew could challenge that at 96. So you can challenge that score of 89. Oh, sorry, David, my apologies.
Once again, this is just a technically superb image for something that's had movement during the exposure, everything is kept so sharp. But it's the imagination. I can see an Aztec temple here. I can see a temple to Mammon, to contemporary society, and it's quite menacing. You know, that bright middle area is like the jaws of this monster that will consume you, will destroy you. And as someone said before, this environment is impersonal. It doesn't care about mere humans. And that energy and emotion has been really well captured once again by this photographer, and that's why I scored it at 96.
Okay, let's have a listen to, we had 85, Robin.
I appreciate David's comments, and I like your analogy of the menacing temple, and I certainly take that on board. The reason my score stays in the mid semi-finalist range is as is category of travel, I'm still lacking a sense of adventure, finding the sense of adventure for me in this photo.
Okay, let's go to Adam on 92.
Look, again, an exceptional piece of technique to bring dynamism to future. You could go futuristic, the neon glow in the middle, or the Aztec temple. For me, the special sauce about this is I do feel like it's futuristic and it's out of the way, and then I kind of look down the bottom and I see a celebrations. And I kind of think, oh, it's really quite ordinary. You know, this is just a regular street scene, but look what it is. You know, it's kind of elevating the mundane. Just in the bottom left corner, like you can see the name, and I like to celebrate the making of something that is ordinarily mundane, so futuristic, and got so much dynamism. Is what I'm rewarding.
Back to David. Right, a reply.
If my good judge there wants adventure, I just invite you to walk into this picture. It will be scary as all hell. I just think what's being done with an ordinary environment, and there's a little street sign, just people crossing. There's signs of this is just nothing to look at, and now it's just something to take your imagination anywhere you want to let it go. Okay. So I commend the
Thank you,
photographer.
David. You hold your score. If you could re-enter your score of 96, and if the other judges can re-score accordingly based on what they've heard. The image scores 89 by majority and will be a semi-finalist. Thank you. Well done. Thank you, judges. That's the end of that category. I will ask that the following people be back here in about 15 minutes, which doesn't give you long for lunch. We do want to give you a little bit of a break, but we do.
Introducing ISO ColorEdge. Precision is essential for any professional working with images. Whether you're an artist, a retoucher, or a visual effects specialist, you need to know that what you see at the start of a project is precisely what you'll get at the end. ColorEdge monitors give consistent, reliable accuracy that guarantee no surprises within your color workflow. So what you see in real life is what you see on screen, and what you see on screen is what you see in real life. That's precisely why professionals all over the world trust ISO ColorEdge for their image creation. ISO ColorEdge. Discover living, breathing color.
Canson Baryta Photographic is a silky smooth satin paper reminiscent of traditional darkroom Baryta prints. It offers excellent black density, probably the highest on the market, together with great image contrast and detail. One of the things I'm often asked is how Baryta differs from platine fiber rag, a similar paper. And it differs in two distinct ways. Number one, it's definitely a smoother paper, and also it's an alpha cellulose paper, whereas platine fiber rag is a cotton-backed paper. Now, Baryta does contain some natural brightening agents, and I say natural because it's inherent in the barium sulfate coating that gives Baryta its beautiful finish. But it's still considered a museum-grade paper and meets all industry standards for longevity. And really, it's a paper that works well with a whole variety of images, color of course, but it especially shines with black and white, where rich blacks and deep contrast is important. So if you're fond of darkroom prints and you want a paper that has a rich satin finish, then Baryta Photographic is definitely one to consider.
The one thing I didn't realise getting into this career was how much time you'd have to spend at your desk. Emails, client bookings, following up on leads, sending out quotes. This stuff takes time. And I remember the time when everything changed. Hey, Ben. No worries. I'll be there real soon. See you in a sec. Yeah, that was me when I first started. Hey, Sarah, thanks for calling me back. Okay, I'll see you in an hour. Converting inquiries into bookings, sending quotes and contracts, keeping track of all my shoots. It's now all taken care of with Studio Ninja. Beautiful, big smile. With Studio Ninja, I never have to worry about following up on leads, chasing payments, or missing shoots. Time, beautiful. As I said, I'm a photographer, not an administrator. So if you want to spend more time doing what you love, let Studio Ninja help.
If you're looking for the smoothest matte paper that CanSign Infinity offers, then Photographic is it. It has virtually no texture whatsoever with a silky, smooth finish. It's a 100% cotton rag paper. It's available in several weights, including a dual version, which means you can print on both sides of the paper, and that's great for things like portfolios, art books, or other creative uses. It has one of the highest Dmax ratings of any matte paper on the market. That's a measurement of black density. And so it has great contrast, really nice color, and crisp detail. And it's a paper that works well on a variety of images, landscapes, nature, black and white, portraits, really any image where you want a paper that has a really nice, smooth finish. And so if that's the kind of paper you're looking for, Photographic is a great choice.
Introducing ISO Coleridge. Precision is essential for any professional working with images. Whether you're an artist, a retoucher, or a visual effects specialist, you need to know that what you see at the start of a project is precisely what you'll get at the end. Coleridge monitors give consistent, reliable accuracy that guarantee no surprises within your color workflow. So what you see in real life is what you see on screen, and what you see on screen is what you see in real life. That's precisely why professionals all over the world trust ISO Coleridge for their image creation. ISO Coleridge. Discover living, breathing color.
Canson Baryta Photographic is a silky smooth satin paper reminiscent of traditional darkroom Baryta prints. It offers excellent black density, probably the highest on the market, together with great image contrast and detail. One of the things I'm often asked is how Baryta differs from Platine Fiber Rag, a similar paper. And it differs in two distinct ways. Number one, it's definitely a smoother paper, and also it's an alpha cellulose paper, whereas Platine Fiber Rag is a cotton-backed paper. Now, Baryta does contain some natural brightening agents, and I say natural because it's inherent in the barium sulfate coating that gives Baryta its beautiful finish. But it's still considered a museum-grade paper and meets all industry standards for longevity. And really, it's a paper that works well with a whole variety of images, color of course, but it especially shines with black and white, where rich blacks and deep contrast is important. So if you're fond of darkroom prints and you want a paper that has a rich satin finish, then Baryta Photographic is definitely one to consider.
The one thing I didn't realize getting into this career was how much time you'd have to spend at your desk. Emails, client bookings, following up on leads, sending out quotes. This stuff takes time. And I remember the time when everything changed. Hey, Ben. No worries. Yeah, I'll be there real soon. See you in a sec. was me when I first started. Hey Sarah, thanks for calling me back. Okay, I'll see you in an hour. Converting inquiries into bookings, sending quotes and contracts, keeping track of all my shoots. It's now all taken care of with Studio Ninja. Beautiful, big smile. With Studio Ninja, I never have to worry about following up on leads, chasing payments, or missing shoots. Time, beautiful. As I said, I'm a photographer, not an administrator. So if you want to spend more time doing what you love, let Studio Ninja help.
If you're looking for the smoothest matte paper that CanSign Infinity offers, then Rag Photographic is it. It has virtually no texture whatsoever with a silky, smooth finish. It's a 100% cotton rag paper. It's available in several weights, including a dual version, which means you can print on both sides of the paper, and that's great for things like portfolios, art books, or other creative uses. It has one of the highest DMAX ratings of any matte paper on the market. That's a measurement of black density. And so it has great contrast, really nice color, and crisp detail. And it's a paper that works well on a variety of images, landscapes, nature, black and white, portraits, really any image where you want a paper that has a really nice, smooth finish. And so if that's the kind of paper you're looking for, Rag Photographic is a great choice.
Introducing ISO Color Edge. Precision is essential for any professional working with images. Whether you're an artist, a retoucher, or a visual effects specialist, you need to know that what you see at the start of a project is precisely what you'll get at the end. ColorEdge monitors give consistent, reliable accuracy that guarantee no surprises within your color workflow. So what you see in real life is what you see on screen, and what you see on screen is what you see in real life. That's precisely why professionals all over the world trust ISO ColorEdge for their image creation. ISO ColorEdge. Discover living, breathing color.
Canson Baryta Photographic is a silky smooth satin paper reminiscent of traditional darkroom Baryta prints. It offers excellent black density, probably the highest on the market, together with great image contrast and detail. One of the things I'm often asked is how Baryta differs from platine fiber rag, a similar paper. And it differs in two distinct ways. Number one, it's definitely a smoother paper, and also it's an alpha cellulose paper, whereas platine fiber rag is a cotton-backed paper. Now, Baryta does contain some natural brightening agents, and I say natural because it's inherent in the barium sulfate coating that gives Baryta its beautiful finish. But it's still considered a museum-grade paper and meets all industry standards for longevity. And really, it's a paper that works well with a whole variety of images, color of course, but it especially shines with black and white, where rich blacks and deep contrast is important. So if you're fond of darkroom prints and you want a paper that has a rich satin finish, then Baryta Photographic is definitely one to consider.
The one thing I didn't realise getting into this career was how much time you'd have to spend at your desk. Emails, client bookings, following up on leads, sending out quotes. This stuff takes time. And I remember the time when everything changed. Hey, Ben. No worries. I'll be there real soon. See you in a sec. Yeah, that was me when I first started. Hey, Sarah, thanks for calling me back. Okay, I'll see you in an hour. Converting inquiries into bookings, sending quotes and contracts, keeping track of all my shoots. It's now all taken care of with Studio Ninja. Beautiful, big smile. With Studio Ninja, I never have to worry about following up on leads, chasing payments, or missing shoots. Fine, beautiful. As I said, I'm a photographer, not an administrator. So if you want to spend more time doing what you love, let Studio Ninja help.
If you're looking for the smoothest matte paper that CanSign Infinity offers, then Photographic is it. It has virtually no texture whatsoever with a silky, smooth finish. It's a 100% cotton rag paper. It's available in several weights, including a dual version, which means you can print on both sides of the paper, and that's great for things like portfolios, art books, or other creative uses. It has one of the highest Dmax ratings of any matte paper on the market. That's a measurement of black density. And so it has great contrast, really nice color, and crisp detail. And it's a paper that works well on a variety of images: landscapes, nature, black and white, portraits, really any image where you want a paper that has a really nice, smooth finish. And so if that's the kind of paper you're looking for, Photographic is a great choice.
Introducing ISO Color Edge. Precision is essential for any professional working with images. Whether you're an artist, a retoucher, or a visual effects specialist, you need to know that what you see at the start of a project is precisely what you'll get at the end. Color Edge monitors give consistent, reliable accuracy that guarantee no surprises within your color workflow. So what you see in real life is what you see on screen, and what you see on screen is what you see in real life. That's precisely why professionals all over the world trust ISO ColorEdge for their image creation. ISO ColorEdge. Discover living, breathing color.
Canson Baryta Photographic is a silky smooth satin paper reminiscent of traditional darkroom Baryta prints. It offers excellent black density, probably the highest on the market, together with great image contrast and detail. One of the things I'm often asked is how Baryta differs from Platine Fiber Rag, a similar paper. And it differs in two distinct ways. Number one, it's definitely a smoother paper, and also it's an alpha cellulose paper, whereas Platine Fiber Rag is a cotton-backed paper. Now, Baryta does contain some natural brightening agents, and I say natural because it's inherent in the barium sulfate coating that gives Baryta its beautiful finish. But it's still considered a museum-grade paper and meets all industry standards for longevity. And really, it's a paper that works well with a whole variety of images, color of course, but it especially shines with black and white, where rich blacks and deep contrast is important. So if you're fond of darkroom prints and you want a paper that has a rich satin finish, then Baryta Photographic is definitely one to consider.
Image scores 81, semi-finalist. Everybody was within 3 or 4 points of that. Let's just get a quick comment, if we can, please, from Nuran.
It deserves where it is nicely captured and seen and very informative. It's and showing anatomy of this beautiful bird very, very nicely. It's nice, good job.
Thanks, Nuran. Next image, thanks. Thank you, judges. Image scores 84, semi-finalist. Everybody sitting in that 80 range, all pretty close together. Let's get a quick comment, if we can, from Matt. Why do you think this was a sort of mid-80s semi-finalist?
Yeah, the photographer's done really well to capture focus while it's traveling towards camera, which is probably one of the more difficult focusing situations. And because it's filling the frame and it's in the middle of an action, it also feels quite dynamic. I think what could lift it higher into perhaps the finals range is if we were seeing like a prey behavior or something like that.
Oh, nice comments, Matt. Thank you. Next image, please. Thank you, judges. Just refresh, please, Tim. And then calculate score. We have high 80s, semi-finalists, 88. No one's in a position to challenge it, but I'm going to get you to chat a bit more about it because we have two 88s, an 87 and a 92, so you're all kind of up there. I'll start off with Nuran, who gave it 92, so he saw more in it than anybody else. Thank you, Nuran.
And when the image just come out and the impact is still there, like a fantastic, when the first thing you see this beautiful bird and with the beautiful, very subtle background. But what is fascinating is like true representation of the colors of the feathers is like exactly in the background. You know, like that's a beautiful thing to capture. And what makes this one finalist is like harmony with the background and the bird itself is like the species, I don't know what his name, but it's a gorgeous representation of this species. And is this bird buying this print? Definitely will buy and put in his wall.
Okay. Yeah, Francis? We'll go to Francis on 87.
Agree with everything Noran just said, and I particularly enjoy the S curve of the branch the bird is sitting on, and then going up to the bird itself. So
Okay.
the composition
Anyone else
is great.
got comments to add? Thank you, Matt.
Yeah, I was definitely thinking about a finalist spot as well. Just the flow of it is gorgeous, the way that the bird's mimicking and following that flow. There's just, I believe there could be a dust spot behind its head, and I've been re-examining it, and you would be so easy to miss it if you didn't have an ASO monitor. But I just feel like that extra technique is kind of just holding me back a little bit, and I'd almost want to clean the monitor or be assured that it is clean.
Who is it?
Where is it? It's just there. It's super subtle.
No, it's not on that image, so we can disregard.
I'll disregard it.
Okay. And we'll go back to the Challenger.
Yeah, I mean, everything's said, but even if that little dot there, I mean, yeah, I mean, but even if that, I mean, it's like definitely the high-end photo. Even if it's there, we have to forgive this photographer, even doing that mistake, but it's gorgeous image. Not much to say, I guess.
Okay, thank you, Naran. You hold your score, or re-enter your score of 92. Everybody else can reassess as they see fit. Can you mute me? And just for those people on live stream watching, we've just had a bit of a technical issue in regards to some elements of what we're looking at. So we're going to take about a 10-minute break, possibly quicker than that if we can get it done, and we'll be right back with you. In the meantime, enjoy the music.
Introducing ISO ColorEdge. Precision is essential for any professional working with images. Whether you're an artist, a retoucher, or a visual effects specialist, you need to know that what you see at the start of a project is precisely what you'll get at the end. ColorEdge monitors give consistent, reliable accuracy that guarantee no surprises within your color workflow. So what you see in real life is what you see on screen, and what you see on screen is what you see in real life. That's precisely why professionals all over the world trust ISO ColorEdge for their image creation. ISO ColorEdge. Discover living, breathing color.
Canson Baryta Photographic is a silky smooth satin paper reminiscent of traditional darkroom Baryta prints. It offers excellent black density, probably the highest on the market, together with great image contrast and detail. One of the things I'm often asked is how Baryta differs from Platine Fiber Rag, a similar paper. And it differs in two distinct ways. Number one, it's definitely a smoother paper, and also it's an alpha cellulose paper, whereas Platine Fiber Rag is a cotton-backed paper. Now, Baryta does contain some natural brightening agents, and I say natural because it's inherent in the barium sulfate coating that gives Baryta its beautiful finish. But it's still considered a museum-grade paper and meets all industry standards for longevity. And really, it's a paper that works well with a whole variety of images, color of course, but it especially shines with black and white, where rich blacks and deep contrast is important. So if you're fond of darkroom prints and you want a paper that has a rich satin finish, then Baryta Photographic is definitely one to consider.
The one thing I didn't realize getting into this career was how much time you'd have to spend at your desk. Emails, client bookings, following up on leads, sending out quotes. This stuff takes time. And I remember the time when everything changed. Hey, Ben. No worries. I'll be there real soon. See you in a sec. That was me when I first started. Hey Sarah, thanks for calling me back. Okay, I'll see you in an hour. Converting inquiries into bookings, sending quotes and contracts, keeping track of all my shoots. It's now all taken care of with Studio Ninja. Beautiful, big smile. With Studio Ninja, I never have to worry about following up on leads, chasing payments, or missing shoots. Time, beautiful. As I said, I'm a photographer, not an administrator. So if you want to spend more time doing what you love, let Studio Ninja help.
If you're looking for the smoothest matte paper that CanSign Infinity offers, then Photographic is it. It has virtually no texture whatsoever with a silky, smooth finish. It's a 100% cotton rag paper. It's available in several weights, including a dual version, which means you can print on both sides of the paper, and that's great for things like portfolios, art books, or other creative uses. It has one of the highest Dmax ratings of any matte paper on the market. That's a measurement of black density. And so it has great contrast, really nice color, and crisp detail. And it's a paper that works well on a variety of images, landscapes, nature, black and white, portraits, really any image where you want a paper that has a really nice, smooth finish. And so if that's the kind of paper you're looking for, Photographic is a great choice.
Three or four images that were previously judged but without the benefit of commentary. So no one's going to miss out. We'll carry on in the nature and wildlife category. Our judges are primed and ready to go. They've been chomping at the bit, waiting for us to get this sorted. Again, our apologies. Take a seat, judges. We're going to read out the commentary that goes with it, and when you've heard that, you can then get up and make your score assessment. Thank you, Tim.
So the enchanting movements and beauty of a southern calamari squid, photographed during a night dive in Chowder Bay, Sydney, New South Wales, Australia. During courtship and mating, male southern calamari squid engage in elaborate displays to attract females. This includes rapid colour changes, postural displays, and intricate swimming patterns. Southern calamari squid play a significant role in marine ecosystems as both predator and prey. They serve as a
Sorry,
food...
Tim, I'm going to, as a matter of protocol, stop you, not your fault. We need to limit it to 25 words, so please just read the bottom one. Sorry, guys. Again, I'm being a stickler for keeping it fair on everybody.
Okay.
In the rules, it states 25 words or less. Some people have chosen to give us a much longer description, but underneath, in this case, there is a 25-word or less statement. We will hear that statement. Thank you.
This is optional. Okay, so the enchanting movements and beauty of a southern calamari squid, photographed during a night dive in Chowder Bay.
Okay,
Sydney,
let's
New
judge
South
the
Wales,
image.
Australia.
Thank you. We can't read. That was 200 words. Are we going, judges? What a wonderful adventure photography is these days. Technology and vision coming together. How are we going? Almost there. We're just waiting on Adam's score to come through. It's working its way down the pipeline. And voila, there we have. Everybody's sitting pretty much about the same, and I'm guessing it's around 85. Yeah, we've got an 85 semi-finalist. Everybody within 3 points of that. Well done. And we'll have a quick comment from Adam, since you were the slowest to get your score in. You're going to make a comment, mate. Thank you very quickly.
Yeah, look, there's some lovely detail and colour portrayed, and obviously throughout the subject here, and good detail right through the front of the image. I think the way it falls off a little bit perhaps towards the back is maybe what stopped me from going right up into the finalist category.
Beautiful. Thank you. Adam, next image, please. All right, thank you, judges. We've got scores in. Just refresh, see what we come up with. It's an interesting looking fellow, isn't he? Or her. We have a score of 81 or 2, probably 82. Score of 82. Semi-finalists, well done. Everybody again within a couple of points. Adam, you've got something you want to comment on? Thank you.
Yeah, look, it's a well captured, and there's nice detail right through the animal. And so I think for starters, there's a little dark spot at the top of the frame, which perhaps a crop can then bring us back down into that. And just I think we're looking for an even more engaging expression to really jump out of this and make us score higher.
Maybe even a tighter crop if it's about the expression. Yeah, thank you. Next image, please. And here it comes. And we do have a comment on this one, so if you just listen to the description.
A young gorilla nuzzles into the breast of a doting mother as she nurses her baby through the first stages of life in their new environment. Mountain gorillas are critically endangered, but due to conservation efforts, a new generation is helping the survival of a species.
As always. Yes. Hallelujah to that. Image scores 85, semi-finalists, and again all judges are pretty close to each other in that. Are we all happy with that? You have to be, because you can't challenge it at this point. Let's have a comment from Francis. You like gorillas, particularly
Yes,
baby ones.
Beautiful, beautiful image of that gorilla, baby gorilla. Love the interaction with the mum's hand, nurturing it. Just the focus in the foreground is a bit soft. Also, that stick on the right-hand side on the baby's head is a little bit dominant. It takes my attention a little bit away from that beautiful face, but overall, a gorgeous image.
Thank you, Francis. Next image, please. Okay, we'll have a comment, a description.
During the winter months in Australia, tens of thousands of giant cuttlefish congregate in Whyalla to find a suitable mate. This photo presents a dominant male hovering over his chosen female, while several potential suitors linger in the background.
Thank you, judges. Thank you, Francis. Okay, refresh. We have a score. Score is going to be, I'm guessing 85 again. 86. 86. Well done, semi-finalists. Everybody again within 3 points of that score. So you're all pretty consistent at the moment. Let's have a quick comment from Adam, who has something to say about squid. Or cuttlefish, I should say.
The Squid Games. Look, a moment that we don't normally get to see, and there's a good story, and it's well contained and lit right through the frame. I think perhaps playing with the crop, especially from the left side, it's sort of not adding, getting us in there to really concentrate us through the frame. There are various crops, whether it's a square or whether it's a little bit less. Play with it to really get us in and see it through the frame and through the story.
Okay, thanks, Adam. We're going to take a judge break. So, Nuran, Paul, and Francis, if you'd like to take a little seat, and if we could invite our 3 standby judges to join us. It's Bill Barkman and Harriet and Christopher Ian. So, okay, if you'll come in, connect, so we'll get you to bring the next, and then you'll, no, go to the next image. Well, you can't really, so now you do it, just go to the next image. Okay, and then you go in and add them into exit 1 and 2 and 5. And then 5, and then number 1 you bring in Harriet. Up there, top right. Number 2 you bring in, number 1 should be Christopher Ian. Actually, no, leave it. Christopher Ian, could you two swap over, please? Christopher Ian, number 2. And then Bill, number 5. Great stuff. Okay, and image will come up in a moment. There'll be some small notation in the bottom right, which we can get rid of if we just go like this. And now you can judge. We have some words, so please listen carefully. The bottom one, please.
Marine biologists are learning a lot from blackwater photographers. Not everything has been identified. This is new to underwater science.
There you go. Okay, we have an 88 semi-finalist. Nobody is in a position to challenge it, but I can. And 2 of you gave it a finalist role and 2 of you are very high in the 80s. So we are going to discuss it and see where it belongs. Okay, I'm going to start with one of our 92s, and that's going to be you, Adam. Oh, sorry, Matt. Adam was on 88.
So I gave this a finalist spot, and what really intrigued me about it is when you're sitting back, it kind of looks like a weird organic blob of shapes and different colors and things, but when you investigate, you could spend a lot of time just investigating this photograph, and the description, although it doesn't really tell us what it is, it does give an indicator as what it is perfectly used for, and that is examining what this new thing is. So what I'm also appreciating is the animal behavior in this. So there seems to be a number of Sorry, I'm really excited about this image. There's a number of organisms that are all a number of organisms that are all attached to these different creatures and intermingling and relying on each other for life. And that animal behavior is just incredible. That's been documented. Then we've got these beautiful colors coming through, and that pink in the middle there, that looks kind of like a brain structure, is just holding everything together and giving us that central orbiting part of the image. So yeah, I'm interested in what other people have to say, and if you can make a bigger gaffe than me, that would be appreciated.
Okay, we'll go to Adam.
It's not for me to say I went early here or anything like that. But look, I think I saw it. I gave it as a high semi-finalist. So I saw it as a very, like the description, and it's a very scientific image. And I think I was looking for that kind of extra little bit to get me up into finalists. And the more I look at it, and the more I see sort of the motion of those other organisms around, I think that gives me that kind of extra little bit of, it's not just as purely a scientific, there's a story, and this is a living thing, and it's a thing that as I said, it could be, it could even be a weird galaxy far off away. When you look at it, it's got that otherworldly character about it. So yeah, I'm coming up into finalist as well.
Now, given that you there's no right of reply because I challenged it, so if anybody has got things to add, but I'm going to go to Bill next. Bill was on 88, he was close.
Hard act to follow, Matt. Look, I think this almost looks like it could be a man-made object, as if you fed a series of commands into an AR generator and came up with something that looks like this. To me, it looks like a painting, it looks like an X-ray, it looks like an MRI, yet it's a photograph, which makes it all the more wondrous, I think. So I think really it does deserve to be a finalist.
Okay, let's go to, now Christopher, do you have anything to add? Quickly?
The reason I gave it 84 was, to me, this was almost like taxidermy. It was just an object photographed against a black background. I know that's its environment, but there was just no emotional response. It was a specimen that's been recorded without its environment, without it actually doing anything or responding to anything. But I am going to come up because I'm now starting to see other things, of course.
Harriet, you also saw it as a finalist off the bat.
Yeah, I think actually for me, I feel quite the opposite actually. I think the more I look at it, the more emotion I feel in it. I feel like there's, in some ways, a party going on in there. There's different, every time I look at it, I keep going back and seeing another creature. It almost looks like there's a crab on top of that. As Matt said, there's a brain in there. There's sort of chandeliers happening, and it's an animal in the sea. But it could be, something in space. I think it's a wonderful, wonderful image.
Okay, I'll just add the comment just in response to a couple of things there, that I think the environment, we are seeing its environment, and it was in the description, black water. Basically, you can't see anything else under there. So without those lights, that's all we're going to see. So there's nothing else to see, a bit like space. Yeah, party going on in its own place. So you've heard a bit of comment, you've had a chance to look at the image longer. You could stay where you are, you could choose to shift your score. So everybody can rescore, should you choose to. Well, the party got started. We have a very high 93. So finalists, well done. And a beautiful example of underwater, photography and science and nature and all of that coming together. Next image, please. We have got a comment.
Snow geese migrate south during the winter and congregate in groups of up to 20,000 on unfrozen lakes in Pennsylvania, USA.
Thank you, Tim. Thanks, judges. we going, judges? We're all in. We'll just calculate that score. Looks like we've got somewhere in the mid-80s, 84. We do have somebody who's on 92, Mr. Bachman. Would you like to challenge that? Of course you would. Nice and loud. And he's going to tell us why he thinks it deserves to be a finalist.
We often see pictures like this, but rarely do we see them done so well, in my opinion. If you go back to the basics of content, composition and lighting, well, content, wall-to-wall snow geese. Composition is just this gloriously cohesive chaos. And the lighting is fantastic. They are lit from within. There is a glow coming through this entire frame, as if there's a giant light source behind them, picking up their wing patterns and just giving this fantastic kaleidoscope. Defocus your eyes and look at it, and you get this wonderful pattern. Focus in closely and you get all the detail.
Thank you, Bill. Let's go and have a chat to Harriet at number 1, who's in 75 at this point.
Yeah, that light coming from behind is stunning. I feel we have seen photos like this before where, you know, the bird fills the frame, and for this I feel like there's no kind of point of focus in this that I really feel stands out. I don't know if it's that the file itself is maybe not as high quality for an image like this, but I can't sort of grab my eye towards any sort of one part of it, and so it sort of becomes a bit of a overwhelming sort of mass. But it is. I mean, talk about a party in a frame.
Okay, I'm going to take one more comment before we come back. Thank you, Adam.
And I understand the chaos, but I'm judging the frame that's in front of me. But I'm kind of left to wonder. I feel like it's a static moment within the chaos. Like my mind wanders to what happens when something moves or something. How does it disturb all this? And I wonder whether this is the decisive moment of this. You know, it is well composed and well seen, and it certainly fills the frame. But I'm just lacking that, perhaps the dynamism in the actual subjects, even though, like as you said, you can't rest on them because there's nothing that really dynamically sticks out individually.
Okay, everybody else?
Yeah, respectfully, totally disagree. The dynamism fills the frame. It is all across the frame, and the lack of focus is the point. The lack of focus on any single thing is the point. There is action and activity and vitality and wonderful movement everywhere in this frame. It's a tapestry of movement.
Thank you, Bill. Bill's advocating for a finalist role. The rest of you take on board what you've heard. If you could re-enter 92, please, Bill. Everybody else can reassess their score and move or stay as they see fit. I don't think we're going to be able to check that. Unmute me. Yeah, image scores 86. I'll check it. Image scores 86, semi-finalist. So we didn't really shift. Okay. And next image. We've got a response or a comment. Oh, yeah. Water predator. That's it. 84 semi-finalists, and our range of scores was very, very close, all within 2 points of that. Have a quick comment from Adam, please.
It's certainly a dynamic, nice and sharp on the eyes where we want it to be, and there's a little bit of dynamism through the feet and all that sort of stuff. I guess the next thing is looking, for that, that next bit that really grabs our attention and gives us that huge impact.
Yeah, very quickly, Christopher.
At 12 frames per second, it's probably 2 frames further on when the fish has departed the sea, and there's a clear gap there.
Okay, thank you. Next image, please. We have a comment.
A complex interplay of glacial ice melt weaves its way slowly towards the Atlantic Ocean.
Thank you, judges. And one more. Image is 89. Image 89, semi-finalists. We're very close. No one can challenge it, so I will challenge it because we're that close. And there's a couple of 88s, I think, in there from memory, the 87 and 86 and 292s. So let's have a little chat, see where we feel it does sit after that conversation. I'm going to start with one of our 92s. That's you, Christopher, Ian, and then we'll hear from a couple of other people. And
it's like a skeletal diagram where they strip away the flesh and there's fibres and things that we can't imagine are below the skin. This has such 3D effect, and it's got movement without actual movement. It's because there's a contrast between the background, which is so rigidly sharp, and this floss that's coming across it. Beautiful colour temperature, a realistic colour temperature too.
Okay, thank you, Bill. You're on 86, so you're sitting sort of a little bit below.
Which doesn't indicate that I'm not enthusiastic about it. It's a beautiful image. I just feel like I have seen it and many variations of it before. And one of the things that I really need to go into the 90s is originality. I'm seeing great interpretation, I'm just not seeing originality.
Okay, let's go back to Adam, who's also on 92.
I'd reinforce that I agree that this is a well sort of trodden path. What gets me is that absolute depth, but the care that's been taken and the technicalities of when I look beneath that dominant cross figure or the skeletal figure, as we said, I get down there and every part of the image is handled. There's a warmth that's coming from the centre, so we can make it like the warm earth and the cold exterior or something like that. But the handling and the attention to detail goes right through the image, and really, it's the depth of it that I have not seen previously been handled well.
Okay, has anybody else got anything to add? Otherwise, we're good. Okay, you've heard a few comments. Let's have a rescore. And we have a finalist at 90. Well done. We have a judge change. Now you two started, so you can step down. Let's bring in Paul and Francis, and I might give Christopher, Ian. Christopher, I'll get you to step off, and we'll bring Nuran back in. Oh, sorry, are you one of the judges? No, yeah, and Francis. So you three should be coming back in, and we'll keep rotating. Thank you. Don't go too far, guys, if you do take a break. So the 2, 3 and 4 are stepping off, and number 2 will be Paul, number 3 will be Nuran, and number 4 will be Francis. Thank you. And we're going to the next image if you'd like. Hang on, is there a comment? There is a description. We'll have a description. Green honey creeper, male. Green honey creeper, male. So we have a score of 84 semi-finalists. Everybody's pretty close to that. We had somebody just below 80s. Happy with that. Let's have a little bit of a quick comment from Nuran, please, Nuran.
Nicely composed. There's like a beautiful color palette, and maybe a little bit of tighter crop, having a less of the trunk, will give a little bit more attention to the bird.
Yeah. I just want to compliment the photographer on the beautiful harmony of colour in that image. Okay, next image, please. Have a comment or description from Timothy?
Fractal patterns are revealed in the drying base of a riverbed as the huge 11-metre tides present in the West Kimberley recede before being covered again only a few hours later.
Yeah. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 84. Again, everybody's reasonably close to that, with one sitting just underneath that semi-finalist range. Can we have a comment, please, from Paul?
Lovely image, nice colour palette. It's a pity it's cropped off to the right. I think that kind of detracts from the image a little bit. And I think whilst the image is called fractal patterns, I think it's a little bit soft for the fractal patterns to be really, really apparent. But otherwise, it's a lovely image.
Thank you. Okay, let's have the next image, please. We have a comment, description.
A squid passes in front of the afternoon sun.
Okay. We'll have a bit of a chat in a minute, by the looks of it. Okay, this image is a finalist, with 3 judges going straight into the finalist range at 92, 92, 94. It scored a 90, so it's a finalist. Well done. We did have somebody sitting below the award range, but with 3 judges sitting in the 90s, it automatically takes a majority rating. But for the interest of the education, let's just have a comment from 2 people. I would like to hear from Harriet what she thought didn't get it there, but I'd then also like to hear from somebody who put it in the first, award range, or finalist range.
It's a beautiful portrait of a squid. I don't see much of its environment and its nature within the portrait, and I feel that there's that beautiful light coming through the back, and I would love to have seen some sort of creative translucency or something like that, but there is this sort of side on the right-hand side that is sort of breaking up a little bit, and I don't feel like it's sort of one way or the other. It just feels a bit sort of in between a sort of kind of creative portrait and a really sort of technical portrait for me, but I'd love to hear what the finalists thought.
I'm going to go to Bill because it's already there. It's not really a challenge, but I just wanted to give some comments.
I was fascinated by the iconography of this. It's for me, it's symbolic of something else. It's a religious icon, suspended in sea, lit from behind in a religious sort of manner. It could be a crucifix, it could be the head of a scepter, anything like that. It's not a squid to me. It is, but it isn't. You know what I mean?
Okay, thanks. So there's obviously a lot going for it. 4 judges put it there, so great. But it's nice to hear what other judges' difference of opinion is. We'll have the next image, please.
Male and female rainbow bee eaters, Broome, West Australia.
Thank you, judges. And the image is a finalist straight off the bat, 390s or 390 in the 90s, 92. We have an average score of 89, but a majority score of 90, so it's straight away for a finalist. And again, everybody's reasonably close to that, with 1 or 2 sort of in that semi-finalist range. Let's hear a quick comment from Nuran as to the strength of that image.
Beautiful color palette, and also it's what captured in this specimen of the bird and with 2 genders together, and it's beautiful, informative image as well as the artistic, and sharpness, very nice, beautiful image, very nicely done.
Thank you, Nuran. Next image, please. We have a description on this one.
Chameleon crossing a road in Botswana.
Thank you, judges. Image scores 89. We have everybody's reasonably close to that too. High 80s and a couple of low 90s. So we might have a chat about that one. Let's have a discussion and start with you, Paul, on 93. So I've challenged that. So everybody will only get to speak once, and everyone can change the score.
Beautiful image. Look, I'm not familiar with this species, but I'm guessing by the look of that road, it's very, very tiny. So technically a very difficult image to capture like this. I can't really think of much. I did think maybe a crop, but you'd lose that beautiful green at the top. I just think it really works, this image. Very sharp where it needs to be. Great depth of field. Lovely image.
Francis, 86.
Yes, agree. I just definitely the green on top needs to stay in. I think that really adds to the image. I found the focus on the head a little bit soft, but I really go and have another look. But I just found that a bit soft.
Okay, we'll go back to Naran, who's on 91.
Yeah, it's gorgeous image. First of all, is like the impact. You know, like what we're looking at, like finalist images. Like, if this image doesn't it gave me impact. You know, like it's like straight away. I like to learn more about it. It's like there is not much to look at, but it's when you start looking at it. Sharpness is not a problem. You know, I don't think that's it's quite sharp for my thinking. But the way it's captured and that green, and it's a graphic element of it, negative space, how it's used to create this image, I think is immaculate. It's a beautiful image. Needs to be finalist, I think.
Yeah. Just be aware of when we look at phones and things, there's a slightly different perception of resolution or sharpness versus resolution on screen. So there can be slight mismatch with the size of the file. But it actually, I think the image itself is sharp. Okay, anybody else? Let's just, you can all rescore now you've had a chance to look at it and see where we end up. Have to refresh. And we have a finalist. Yep, we have a finalist. Everybody went up except one went up to 89. Well done. Okay. We'll have another image, please. I've just crashed the system. There you go. That's what happens what happened when the chameleon crossed the road? We crashed the system. Do you want to refresh? Okay, let's see what's going on here. While we do that, we'll have a judge change. So you two have been there longer than those three, so you two can take a step back. Matt, come back, please. Christopher, Ian, come back, please. Okay, yeah, put me on mute.
Guinea fowl having just groomed himself and pulled out his tail feather in the process.
Thank you, judges. Naran? Francis? Okay. All right. We have a score of 83. Everybody very close to that, all within a couple of points. A quick comment from Matt. Thanks, Matt. Just brief.
Yeah, it's a very impactful image with the really deep blacks and vibrant whites. I would love to see the lighting that's hitting the body of the guinea fowl lighting its face a little bit more as well, because it's a little bit more muddied in the detail up there. But love the concept.
Thanks, Matt. Next print, please. And we have a comment on this one.
A heron successfully hunts a prawn in the late light on Lord Howe Island.
Thank you. Let's go, judges. Oh, thank you. Yep. Harriet, could you take his phone and judge this image, please? Thank you, judges. Have you entered, Francis?
Yep. You might just have to press enter.
Oh, there you go. That's all good. It's just taking its time. Okay, we have a score of 81, 82, 81, 81. Semi-finalists. We're good with that? Okay. Have a quick comment. And Matt, you have something to say? Thank you.
That's what you'd score.
The photographer's done really well in capturing the feeding activity of this bird and timing it perfectly. You can see the water dripping down from that, like a little lizard or something that's been captured. However, with the white of the water splash, it's been reduced in post a little bit and it becomes this kind of light grey that looks a little bit artificial. So just when something goes to white like that, sometimes it's just better to leave it as white.
Yeah. Thanks, Matt. There's a prawn. Next image, thanks. No commentary, so you can just judge this one. Thanks, everyone. Okay, this image scores 89. So that means nobody can challenge it. So I'm going to challenge it because there's 93, 92, there's a couple of 88. You're all very close. For me, composition and timing in a nature shot is pretty important. I don't think you're going to get a lot better than that, but that's just my comment. Let's hear from one of our 93, which was Matt Palmer. Thank you, Matt. Everybody can only speak once.
Yeah, the lighting in this is absolutely gorgeous. It's that late afternoon light that's just gently touching everything in the scene that's facing towards the left. The way that the photographers included the environment of this snowy owl and also the balance that that tree on the left, at that very left edge, is giving the composition with the owl up there in the sky. It's just really immaculately done. I think it's well worth a final place.
Okay, we'll get one other or two other comments. I'll leave you for last, Christopher. Let's go to Naran, who's on 80.
I mean, it's like I was very not right with this image when I scored, and I'm definitely going to go up. I wasn't very sure, but I'm sure now, and thanks for actually like pointing out all that things, and thank you. I think deserve being finalists in my eye too.
Okay, Naran, let's go to Christopher Ian, who also gave this a...
Look, in a world where there's hypercolour and supersaturation, there's only so many tones in this photo, and they're all in the bird and they're all in its environment. But it's the expression. I love when we can give human expression to an animal, but it looks like this super sleuth of the sky has just spotted at the very last moment a person who's taking its photo, and it's indignant.
No. All right. You've had a few chance to look at it again, a couple of comments there. Let's all rescore. Everybody can reassess their score. Stay as you are or change as you see fit. And we have a unanimous finalist. Everybody's so it's 93. Next image, please. There you go. Commentary. Oh, thank you.
Awareness of the beauty and fragility of our surrounding, Mother Nature arrange in harmony the structure of our life.
Thank you, judges. There we go, judges. Their scores in. Isn't nature wonderful? Two more to come. Christopher, Ian, Paul. And we have a score of 85, semi-finalist. Well done. And everybody's pretty close to that. I love the sense of atmosphere and the great use of light in this image, and I love the sense of depth that we're getting by pulling us into the image and taking us out the other side. Really gives you a sense of place, which has been really well captured. Next image, please. Did you want to make a comment on that?
Somebody's got to make a comment.
I just did.
Comment from the chair.
It's all right. Sometimes I'll do that just to... I love that enthusiasm. Comment from the scribe. We have a description.
So a shallow pond-like open-air sinkhole with the most impressive range of water lilies found in the depths of the rainforest of Mexico.
Thank you, judges. And we have a score of 88. 87. Semi-finalists. Damn, one out. Yeah. Yeah, no, we're all pretty close to that 87. We do have a couple of outliers. Yeah, look, I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. I'm going to let you challenge that. You gave it 91, and we have got everybody sitting that higher end of 80. So let's just have a discussion. I'll take 3 comments. I'm going to start with you because you've given this a finalist place. You need to explain to the others why you think it deserves it. But you only get one shot at it because I've had to challenge it.
I mean, we talk about originality. It's very original looking image, and like it's a cosmos within little area of the under the water, and the beautiful flora you can see, and everything's worked perfectly. Even the highlight on the top that actually gives you lead to the looking at the center of the image, but what's cleverly done, and 2 pieces of flowers, sea flowers, on the left side of the image, and it's a beautiful anchor to just like let you look around an image. This is an image you can look at hours and hours, and you can find something new, and I think it's beautiful representation of environment and the species of natural life.
Okay, now I might go to Matt, and then I'll come to Paul.
Yeah, absolutely gorgeous. It looks like a painting with those beautiful colours that are spotting across the image there. What held me back, and I was quite close to finalist, was just that right-hand edge. Had they brought that edge in a little bit, I would be right there with you, but everything on that right-hand sliver is the stuff that's not working as strongly as the rest of the image. It's a little bit more barren. There's a line coming from the highlight there that runs through the image on the right there, and also the lighter blue highlight in that area as well. It kind of lacks cohesion on that side of the image. But other than that, I would have been right there with you.
Okay, Paul.
Exactly the same, Matt. The right-hand side of the image is what did it for me. If that arc at the top had been central and the crop had been brought in, so it's the same distance, that would have been an easy finalist for me. It's such an unusual aspect, such an unusual view. Look, I could be persuaded to go up, I think.
All right, well, you've got a bit to think about. No one gets a right of reply. I think, there's been some good comments about the originality of it and the unique perspective, and there's been some other comments working towards the other way. So you take on board what you thought, and you've got a chance to rethink this one and see where it sits. Oh, well, it was worth the wait. We got a finalist. Well done. Yeah, we got 90. Well done. All right, next image, please. Next image, please. Let's keep going. All right. And we have a comment, and the comment is...
Shag rocks on the way to South Georgia.
You all heard that? Okay, here we go. We have a finalist at 91, or 90 I should say. Everybody was within 2 points of 90, so that was fairly unanimous. We had 3 of you up there and 2 of you just underneath. So congratulations to that entrant. And we're going to have a very quick comment from me. No, not really. Matt.
A very powerful and striking image. Just to beauty of the wave crashing into those diagonal lines of the land there, and then the exploration behind that of seeing all of the species that are living on that rock. It's a wonderful image.
Yeah, well said. Oh, I just wish I'd taken it. Next image, please. We have a comment, which is?
A greengrocer cicada captured during one of its few days above ground in St Vincent Park in South Melbourne late spring.
Yeah, I thought it was in trouble.
She's already entered. All right, we have a score of 83. Semi-finalists, everybody's in that lower 80 range. There is no, well, there is, yeah. We're good with that. Anybody want to make a comment, please? Otherwise, I'm going to go to Nuran.
I mean, it's just like it's a beautiful image. Colors are quite nice, but I think the right side of the image, that darkness is a bit distracting, and also, and like the angle of the image, and if it facing towards us, I think that would have been a bit stronger.
I'll just make a comment. Given a single caption, you can't do the stacking. When you look at it, the focus is probably just slightly forward of where we'd like it to be. So if the eyes were sharp, I think we'd have a stronger image. At the moment, you can see the knees and the front of the nose is just that little bit sharper. That would have helped. Okay, we're going to have a judge change. Nuran and Francis, you can take a seat. Bill, if you'd like to join us. Adam, if you'd like to join us. And Harriet, if you'd like to take Christopher's spot. And just shuffle it around again. Yep. So you've now got Adam in 1, you've got Harriet in 3, and you've got Bill in 4. All good? Everybody's phones are running, working?
Let's see if Bill's any better.
Okay, are we good to go? Yep. Let's put our picture on. Picture. And
So,
we count to 3, then we go, okay, off you go. Bye. And we have a description, we need a microphone, let's go.
So we have a keel-billed toucan in the evening lights.
There we go. Thank you, judges. And we have a score of 84. There is an opportunity for a challenge if it's wanted. No, let's have a look what we got there. Okay, yep, okay, everybody else is sitting in that low 80s. So it's a semi-finalist. Let's have a comment, if we can, please, from Harriet.
It's a beautiful portrait. I love the way that the bird's beak is in full display. Perhaps the blurred background, the yellow, is distracting from the beautiful yellow on the breast of the bird, and the plant next to it, although I like the mimic of it, it's a little bit over on some of the leaves, so I feel it's a little bit distracting, but a great picture.
Spot on comments. Next image, please.
I think that's it.
Well, we're going back to the first 4 images that we did, so we can check if we're going to do them all irrespective of whether they had comments or not. So do you know how to do that, Bill?
I'm about to find out. So let's see if I hit that, I should be able to review score.
Yeah, hit review score.
Oh, we got. Did you want
No,
to review
no,
score?
yeah. So let's. No, don't. Can you review score? What?
Let's review score.
Okay. What does that say now?
Calculated score.
Okay.
It doesn't look like I can.
You might have to review.
I think that's a manual adjustment.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Can you just check if you can read that out? All right. How are we going to do this?
Do you want me to mute you for now?
Yeah. Could you just mute me for a moment, please? Okay, so just for our online audience, as you may have noticed at the beginning of this category, we had a slight technical hitch where the descriptions for some of the images were not connected to the images. What we did is there was about 4 of those images. We've put them aside. We've gone through to the rest of the category once we had identified the technical hitch and corrected it. We're now back to those 4 images and we're going to rejudge those, but with the descriptions attached. You may hear the shuffling of papers because the way we're going to do this involves using some good old-fashioned pen on paper, but I can assure you the expertise of the judges is not compromised in any way. Is it, Matt? No. Not at all. All right, let's hear from Tim as to the description of this image. Just before we do that, let's go back to here and we bring the picture up like that and we count to about 3, 4, 2, 1. We push that off like that and now we can judge, but we'll hear this. Thank you.
So these mating flesh flies photographed at Queenscliff, Victoria, were surrounded by yellow grasses, creating a wonderful contrasting background.
Thank you, Tim. So you write your score down and hand it to me. I'm going to do some quick mathematics. Sorry? Okay. Well, the audience has the benefit of seeing the previous scores. That's an interesting insight into the back room, isn't it? We can toggle the switch on that if we had to. Thank you. So you'll have to remember what you've written. So I should have got you to put your name at the top. But anyway, there we go. So we're going to end up with somewhere in the mid to high 80s, which means we have a semi-finalist, but we'll just see if someone can challenge that. Everybody can watch Tony under pressure. 81 plus, 87 plus. We have a score of 86, which means we could have a challenge. So who gave it 92? Paul, you challenged it with 92. Paul, if you would like to tell everybody why you think it's worthy of being a finalist. Microphone. There.
So I stuck to the score I gave it originally. I still think this is a great image. The focus is, to my eyes at least, is where it should be, and the contrast between the browns and the yellows in the background is just superb.
Okay, let's go to Matt, who gave it 81.
Yeah, I appreciate it, including the separation from the background is really handled well, and also where it is in terms of that little leaf there gives you a little bit of a sense of place. I think what held me back was just seeing the outstanding and the exceptional aspect of it in terms of bringing it up to gold, because this is a fairly well photographed kind of topic, maybe not these specific flies, but the insects mating like this. So I was probably just looking for that thing that takes it up to the final level.
Thank you. We'll go to Adam, who has an 88 from memory. No, you're good? You don't want to say any more? Anybody else wish to add a comment? We're good? Paul, you've got to write a reply.
Yeah, so look, points are taken. I certainly wasn't marking it down because this species has been photographed before, and I think the image stands in its own merit regardless of that.
Okay, so I'll get you to rescore. Paul, you just leave yours as is. Just rescore underneath the other one. Just rewrite it again for me. Put a line through the one above if I can see it. Okay, then I can make assessments. Make sure it's the same score. Okay, 81 point and 4.5, 84. So this image now scores 87 because we had an overall average 5 points go up, which gives us 1 across the 5. Don't worry about the maths. We have an 87 semi-finalist. Well done. Okay, we're going to put that in the system. All right, sorry, I'll give you these again because I want you to put your name above so I don't have to keep guessing.
Oh, nice.
The next one didn't have a commentary.
Okay, so we go to the third one. There we go. Okay, let's have a comment. Where's our microphone, please? And we're going to go to the next image, which should come up in a moment there. There we go. So we have a description.
So we have a female snowy owl, keeps her eyes on a potential prize in minus 20 degrees C temperatures in wintry Ontario, Canada.
Okay, again, just separate your other score, write it down. Just put your initials on the bottom, please, so I know. Thank you, Matt. I told our judges last night that one of the attributes they need to have is patience, and this is where they get to use it. Let's try that again. 85 plus, 84 plus. And for those who are listening at home, you can see how much care we take to try and make sure we get the right result for everybody. Divided by 5 equal. Image score is 85. Everybody is within 2 points of that, if you'd like to pass them back to everybody. Image score is 85, semi-finalist. Everyone within 2 points of that. Can I have a brief comment, please, from Adam?
Yes, there's certainly an intensity and well captured. You know, the focal point is right where we want it to be, which, as been said, can be challenging in these circumstances. I think there's a decisive moment, perhaps, and even it's quite tightly cropped, which we may be able to play around with the crop. You know, if it's maybe there's something in the other room or other frames that sort of give us that dynamism to really get us, you know, further into. But certainly there's something about the eyes that really come out and grab you at initial impact.
Beautiful, thank you. Okay, we'll have the next image, please.
This one I think we can score because we moved on.
Okay, so let's hear we're going to get a description for this image and then you can all score it. And we won't need the paper.
So a male rainbow bee eater, males with longer streamer on the tail, on a sunset afternoon, Broome, West Australia.
Did everyone get that? Now you can actually enter this one, or you should be able to. Just enter using your handpiece.
And was that the last one?
Thank you, judges. We're nearly there. And we have a... I can tell you we do. I don't want you to feel irrelevant, but we already had 3 finalists. So we got 90 finalists. Well done. And that's the last image. So again, I apologise to the entrants who might be online or those in the room for the little hiccups we've had along the way, the technical sort of problems, but we've got through them. At the end of the day, for me as the panel mentor, my most important priority is to make sure that the image gets a fair assessment and judgment, and I'm pretty happy we've done that, and we've done our best to make sure that every image got it fair. And we just have a comment from Matt Palmer, photography extraordinaire.
May have gotten a comment earlier, but now you get 2. So beautiful flow to the image, very painterly, captures the species with exquisite detail and very well rewarded with a final spot.
Awesome. Thank you, Matt. Thank you, judges. Thank you for your patience. Okay, in about 10 minutes in this room, we will be judging Reportage. The following people will be required for judging: Bill Barkman, Harriet Tarbuck, Johan Van Kaan, Katrina Ferguson, Matt Palmer, Matthew Vasilescu, Nuran Zorlu and Robin Moon. So we've got 10 minutes while we get changed over, and away we go.
Introducing ISO Coleridge. Precision is essential for any professional working with images. Whether you're an artist, a retoucher, or a visual effects specialist, you need to know that what you see at the start of a project is precisely what you'll get at the end. Coleridge monitors give consistent, reliable accuracy that guarantee no surprises within your color workflow. So what you see in real life is what you see on screen, and what you see on screen is what you see in real life. That's precisely why professionals all over the world trust ISO Coleridge for their image creation. ISO Coleridge. Discover living, breathing color.
Canson Baryta Photographic is a silky smooth satin paper reminiscent of traditional darkroom Baryta prints. It offers excellent black density, probably the highest on the market, together with great image contrast and detail. One of the things I'm often asked is how Baryta differs from Platine Fiber Rag, a similar paper. And it differs in two distinct ways. Number one, it's definitely a smoother paper, and also it's an alpha cellulose paper, whereas Platine Fiber Rag is a cotton-backed paper. Now, Baryta does contain some natural brightening agents, and I say natural because it's inherent in the barium sulfate coating that gives Baryta its beautiful finish. But it's still considered a museum-grade paper and meets all industry standards for longevity. And really, it's a paper that works well with a whole variety of images, color of course, but it especially shines with black and white, where rich blacks and deep contrast is important. So if you're fond of darkroom prints and you want a paper that has a rich satin finish, then Baryta Photographic is definitely one to consider.
The one thing I didn't realize getting into this career was how much time you'd have to spend at your desk. Emails, client bookings, following up on leads, sending out quotes. This stuff takes time. And I remember the time when everything changed. Hey, Ben. No worries. I'll be there real soon. See you in a sec. That was me when I first started. Hey Sarah, thanks for calling me back. Okay, I'll see you in an hour. Converting inquiries into bookings, sending quotes and contracts, keeping track of all my shoots. It's now all taken care of with Studio Ninja. Beautiful, big smile. With Studio Ninja, I never have to worry about following up on leads, chasing payments, or missing shoots. Time, beautiful. As I said, I'm a photographer, not an administrator. So if you want to spend more time doing what you love, let Studio Ninja help.
If you're looking for the smoothest matte paper that CanSign Infinity offers, then Rag Photographic is it. It has virtually no texture whatsoever with a silky, smooth finish. It's a 100% cotton rag paper. It's available in several weights, including a dual version, which means you can print on both sides of the paper, and that's great for things like portfolios, art books, or other creative uses. It has one of the highest Dmax ratings of any matte paper on the market. That's a measurement of black density. And so it has great contrast, really nice color, and crisp detail. And it's a paper that works well on a variety of images, landscapes, nature, black and white, portraits, really any image where you want a paper that has a really nice, smooth finish. And so if that's the kind of paper you're looking for, Rag Photographic is a great choice.
Introducing ISO ColorEdge. Precision is essential for any professional working with images. Whether you're an artist, a retoucher, or a visual effects specialist, you need to know that what you see at the start of a project is precisely what you'll get at the end. ColorEdge monitors give consistent, reliable accuracy that guarantee no surprises within your color workflow. So what you see in real life is what you see on screen, and what you see on screen is what you see in real life. That's precisely why professionals all over the world trust ISO ColorEdge for their image creation. ISO ColorEdge. Discover living, breathing color.
Canson Barretta Photographic is a silky smooth satin paper reminiscent of
where you've come from and why you're over here.
I come from Christchurch.
What's your background, mate? Why did you
I invited myself.
What did you do?
My background is in photographing people, events, weddings, portraits. And then I got into, we had an earthquake and our building
some great judges, as I said. We draw them from all over the place. We also have Harriet. Harriet, you're from a slightly different part. Welcome to those online who are listening in. So you've had to listen to some commercials for a little while we get the next category set up. This category that you're about to witness is single capture reportage, sponsored by our incredible friends at Memento Pro. Jeff and Libby and the team always step up and help us out with so much, and they have done for as long as I can remember, and I can remember a long time. Single capture reportage. Entries must be single capture images that portray or give context to an actual event or situation, and may, among other subject matter, include sport, daily life, the human condition, or a newsworthy incident. Photographs should have an impact or provoke a lasting emotional response. Staged, contrived, or manipulated situations that alter the truth are unacceptable. Basic post-production techniques such as colour and brightness adjustments, cropping, dodging and burning are allowed. Composite images are not permitted. There are more in-depth rules that go with these categories that we've watched today, and they can be viewed online if you go to australianphotographicprize.com.au.
So we've been around once.
We've had a look, we've seen what's there. We're about to tell our judges to get themselves warmed up. We're going to start judging. And you judges all ready to go? Of course you are.
And now we're just waiting for
wait for the system to catch up to us, because we're so much faster than a computer, at least today. That could change.
we're probably spinning now.
And we're spinning. No. Okay, so judges, I'll ask you to start judging, please. Reminder. Is there any descriptions on the reportage?
I've just got to do the judges now. I didn't want to do it until they went live.
Okay.
If there is, I don't have it. Which is a good point, whether we need to check whether there should be comments.
That's all good.
I thought I remember that being on a quiz somewhere.
We were there last time.
They were allowed to put it in, but it was optional. So it would be there if it was there, yeah? Like.
Okay, how are the scores going? Just bring it around just enough so I can see it.
Like you should now be able to score if you have it.
And just enough so I can pick up those scores. Thank you. Might have to refresh.
Yeah, I've refreshed a few times. I'm just going out and then I'll find it again. The waiting room.
I'm going to remove you and then put you back in.
That's because it's not Katrina, that's why. That's Harriet.
Then you are not in this system.
Okay, can I ask you to step out, Harriet, while we sort this out? Katrina, could you come into there, please? I know.
Yeah.
We'll have to add her in, but if you jump in and judge. Thanks, Harriet, we'll get that sorted.
She's not in this list, so we might need...
No, that's fine. Let's judge this image, guys, so we should all be able to do that. Digby, could you go and check if Harriet's in this system?
Just maybe see if you can find Chris.
Okay.
Sorry, Digby.
You're all right? You're good?
Okay, we have scores. That's all right. Okay, we have a score of 83. Semi-finalists, well done. All judges are pretty close. I think it's a great moment captured, don't you, Johan? Would you like to make a quick comment, please?
Very well captured, very well timed. The timing in this is the essential part, and then add on the framing, add on the expressions, and you get a really good photograph.
Thank you, Johan. Next image, please. Okay, there is no description attached. Thank you, Johan. And we have a score of... We have a finalist at 90. Well done. 4 judges in that bracket and 1 judge sitting below that by a bit. But we did have quite a broad spectrum. I'm going to interested in what Johan has to say about this image, but you can challenge it if you wish. Okay, we'll have a challenge. Why not? Let's do that. Then we'll get to hear why there's such a broad discrepancy. So you're 98, the lowest was 78, but everyone else apart from 1 is in the 90s.
What a powerful image. What strength, what graphic beauty. In the name of reportage, in the name of storytelling, the darkness, the lightness, the lines, the simplicity, even the text, the caution, brings this to a level which is definitely finalist level. In fact, for me, it was high finalist level. That silhouette of the man and then the person on the elevator, it's just so simple, succinct, and worthy of more than just a little 90.
Okay, thank you, Johan. Let's hear from Matt, who was on 78.
Yeah, I saw all of the same thing. The boldness of it, really, it's impactful. What I was pulled back from is the story, and I felt almost like I was creating the story for the photographer rather than the photographer was telling me a story. And I'm sure you can address that, in which case I'll be listening very intently. But yeah, that was holding me back, and also little simple things like the lines running around the heads and little bits like that. But it was mainly the story that was holding me back.
Go to Katrina, who's on 92.
Yeah, I'm up there as well in the finalist range for sure, for the same reasons that Johan's explained. The sense of, this ominous character in the foreground, the glasses, the detail there, the old school style pop art situation. I think it's got a lot going for it and immediate impact, but there is further detail in the story when you go in closer. I see what you say, Matt, in terms of not an obvious story, but I think this has such immediate and powerful impact otherwise. And same as Johan with the wording. When I first saw it, I thought, I wish that had been cropped out, but when you go up and read it, the caution thing, that sort of dark detective style going on. You know, the male, the foreground character has the black head going on, and then we've got the white in the background, the other character. So yeah, there's a lot going on here, and I'm well and truly happy where I am, and I'm listening, prepared to go up if you get me there.
Okay, well, Johan, write a reply.
Right. Sorry, I did mean to mention the lines coming from the man's hat. Make this figure in the background a manifestation of what he might be thinking or where it's leading to or anything like that, but it's all coming from there, and that's the intense moment, the intensity of the darkness, the intensity of the stature, and the simplicity, and then add to that the tonal control, and then there's this gritty film noir thing that's going on. Why do we need to know what the story is? We've just been told to look. And I look with admiration. I gave it a 98.
Okay, thank you. You hold your score, re-enter your score of 98, and judges, please take on board and reassess as you see fit. And as I said, this was a finalist, but in the interest of seeing where it should fit in the scheme of things, we've had the chance to listen to some more dialogue, which is great. And this image now gets a higher score of a 94. Well done. Okay. Next image, please. We do have a description.
It's not all about COVID, Pennsylvania, 2020.
Thank you, judges. Get scores in. Image score is 84 and is a semi-finalist. Matt's going to challenge it, who's given it 91. Thanks, Matt.
I put this solidly in the finals range. I think it is an image that tells you pretty much the whole story within the frame. The inclusion of signage, it's not full signage, but it's just enough to let you know what's going on. But I think the cherry on top of this whole image is you know, it's a close-up image. She's got separation from the background. It's a protest image. We've seen that kind of protest image before. However, it's what's captured in her glasses, and it's the glasses that really give a sense of place for this image. You can see the city skyline, you can see the street that she's marching down reflected back in her glasses, and I think that's just the touch that took me into that final range.
Let's hear from Kat on 79.
Yeah, thanks for that, Matt. I didn't see I didn't pay enough attention to, at least, the reflection in the glasses to begin with. What's holding me back in this image is that I'm not getting any emotion from this character, which, yeah, for me is a big part of this category and as part of the category description, ideally. So yes, I'm getting a lot from the wording in the signs, and I appreciate the crop, the sort of shapes that we're getting there, but for me it's the lack of emotion. I'm not feeling impassioned in any way from her stance, what she's projecting or not in this case.
We'll go to Robin on 88.
I picked 88 just below finalist range because I have a connection to Pennsylvania and I'm aware of the background politics going on that was going on with COVID. However, so I understand the story there. However, I just wish that there was a little bit of tonal separation from the figure and the background that allowed her to stand out a little bit more. Okay. And that's what kept me down just a little bit.
Thank you, Robin. Anyone have anything to add? Very briefly. Thank you, Johan.
And also, I gave it an 84, and I'm happy with it to be an 84, but I felt that she lacked the commitment of her messages. And, you know, the fact that her mask isn't on properly, the fact that her eyes are sort of just there, but they're not doing anything, they're not telling the story. That was my story.
Okay, back to you, Matt.
Yeah, I take on board everything that you've said. What I'd say is I feel like the outfit that she's wearing kind of gives you that separation. It frames her face because she's wearing that kind of boiler suit looking thing. And it's quite difficult to convey emotion when you've got such a large mask over your face. And maybe that's part of it. She can't be emotion. She's been choking in this pollution and everything. But I do think she does have an aspect of kind of sadness and emotion to her eyes. And so I think that aspect of it is very subtle. But what I'd encourage you to do, if you can, come up just a little bit.
Okay, thank you, Matt. You'll re-enter your score of 91, and everyone else can re-score according to their response to the comments. And we have is that the score? 86. Semi-finalists, thank you. Next image, please. We have a comment to make.
Passionate fans watch in unified disappointment when Australia misses their last opportunity to be in the final rounds at the 2022 World Cup.
That's okay. Just a reminder, we're looking at the Reportage category, sponsored by our fantastic friends at Memento Pro. Libby and Jeff and their incredible team look after everybody when it comes to books and all things published or printed. Matthew, you come in. Sorry, Harriet. Yeah, put Matthew in. Yeah, we'll need to get. Okay, next print, please, or next image, please. Is there any commentary? There is a comment. We'll just listen to the comment. Oh, hang on. Okay, this is a picture of the Whale-X team dispersing aquafood in the ocean as part of a trial to validate its CO2 removal potential. There is a lot more to this, but we did limit it to 25 words. It's to do with phytoplankton. Read the first. The Whale-X team disperses aquafood in the ocean as part of a trial to validate its CO2 removal potential. It's basically aimed at reducing the amount of CO2 in the ocean by using help grow phytoplankton in nutrient-poor areas of our oceans. There's a lot more there, but we did say 25 words, so I'm limiting it. Yeah, ready to score when you are. Thank you, judges. Adam, could you find for me Karen? Yeah, just tell her that we still haven't got Harriet in our system to judge.
It's just a bit messy at the moment. How'd you go, Bill? Yep, that's good.
Okay. We have a score of 84, semi-finalist. Everybody's sitting within a few points of that. One below the 80 range, but otherwise we're all pretty in agreement. Let's get a quick comment from Bill as to why that sits at around the middle of 80s.
Thank you. Yes, this is a pretty good image in terms of reportage. Let's remember what this category is about. This would sit extremely well on the page 1 or page 3 of a daily newspaper illustrating this procedure that's taking place here. It's an adventurous point of view. The water itself forms a great window looking up, and even the characters up on the roof looking down, filming it from above, actually add to the storytelling. So it's got all the elements, lots of information, lots of good elements of storytelling.
Thanks, Bill. We'll have the next image, please. You have a comment for this?
Ray Delfson, lead singer from West Tibetan in mid-flight. I knew that Ray was going to jump in his performance but missed it.
Thank you, judges. And we have a score. Niren? Oh, we have a score of 88. We have a challenge from Niren on 93. Thank you, Niren. And you've got a few scores there.
Am I alone?
You're alone in the 90s, but
yes.
there's a few close to you.
The fellow judges, just have a look at this image again, and this is one capture is actually give us inside of this band. You know, it's beautifully captured. Technically, is perfectly just like executed, and every element working very nicely together. But what actually adds to this image is like it's enthusiasm of these people. They're actually how they perform their art, their music, and the way actually they concentrated while actually like a main character, and I forget his name. I'm sorry, but it's like it gives a beautiful insight for this slice of time. I mean, it's like captured beautifully, and this need to be finalists in my eye.
Okay, let's hear from, oh, you're all pretty close. Matthew, you're on 85.
Yeah, look, I'm in 85. I think it's well captured, it's well created, and if it was said that we missed Ray, I don't think we missed Ray in his kick. I think we've captured him well. It's just a nice execution of his energy, and he's the energy in the band, really and truly. You can see that he's the energy in the band. Our drummer's a little bit stilted and staid. Our bass guitarist on the other side doesn't really feel like he's moving greatly. All the energy is just in Ray celebrating maybe his best night ever.
Johan.
I gave it an 87. I'd like to go up as well. I think of all the things that could have gone wrong but didn't go wrong because the photographer got it right. You know, that shirt could have been blown out, that foot could have gone over his face, that hand could have been out of that area of beautiful red highlight. There's so many things that could have gone wrong, but they're right. And they're very right, right enough to be a finalist.
Okay. We go to back on Bill quickly.
Very quickly. Again, reportage. This is the picture that an editor would have run in the paper the next day.
Okay. Thanks, Joanne.
I mean, everything said is like, but the people in the background is the sport people. You know, like it's all about the character. But the thing is that two other individual members of the band really adds more because of their focus. You know, like I think needs to be finalist for my thinking.
Thank you, Niran. You re-enter your score, and everybody else can adjust their score as they see fit. And we have a score of, we have a finalist, 91. Well done. Next image, please. Yeah, we just Mosman Central Sugar Mill is the northernmost of the 28 mills situated throughout the east coast of Australia, just near Mosman Gorge, near the Daintree Forest. Mill boilers generate approximately 5.8 megawatts of power while belching polluting exhaust into the clear blue skies. Okay, the image scores 82. Semi-finalist, everybody's pretty close to that. We have got one person who can challenge if they choose to. Kat, you can choose. You're 87. Let's hear it.
Yeah, look, this has immediate impact. I admit I was waiting for the caption just to see if there was, just to get the full context of what's going on. Visually, obviously, it's quite attractive. I found nice colours throughout. It's sharper it needs to be. It's quite, technically sound. The billowing smoke obviously adds to some of the impact there. I had it up at 87, so I wasn't too far away from you guys, but encourage you all to have another look and see what you think if you are willing to come up those few points.
Okay, let's go to Bill. You're at 75.
So as Reportage, this is at the stock photography end of things. It presents information and that's about it. It's a description of something, it's not an interpretation, so there's no artistry involved here. It's just a good clean picture of something happening, pollution, as part of an industrial process. The train tracks and the foreground separate us from what's going on in the background, so it puts it all at a distance, taking more drama out of it. The lighting is very bland, taking even more drama out of it. So for me, it's a 75 and I couldn't go beyond that.
Okay. Let's hear from Miriam.
I mean, it's a nice picture, but I'm happy where it stays because of we here to judge the photograph. But if it tells a bit more story, because it says Mosman Gorge, in Queensland, and it's a give off bit more identity of the place, would have been much worthy, the much higher score for my thinking.
Okay. Thanks, Kat. Back to you.
Yep, no, I appreciate all those comments. Thank you. Bill, my only thing would be, in terms of pulling us back and giving us more space, would be obviously to allow for that billowing smoke to get bigger and bigger and more exaggerated to try and help with the emphasis there. That's the only thing.
Thank you, Kat. You can re-enter your score of 87 and everybody else can re-enter a score that they see fit. And the image scores 82, semi-finalist. Thank you. Johan, I'm going to get you to have a break. Harriet, would you like to come into that seat, please? Third time lucky. And that's it. Can you change now? Yeah, you can change. Just change it. Yep, there we go. If we'd like to have a look at the image, guys, is there a comment with that? Who's got the microphone? Sorry. Thank you. An FA18 River Fire 2022 practice run, Brisbane. Well done, guys. How are we going? We've got a score of 86 semi-finalists. Do we have a challenge from Matt, who's on 92? Thanks, Matt.
being sent out as a press and newspaper photographer to capture this image or to capture an image of a very fast-moving object through an environment when it's not what you do. Because as a press photographer, you do everything. So to capture this like this, and to create such an image with such depth, I know some who's paying absolutely no attention to what's going on, and he's just gone, probably heard the sound of it 5 to 15 seconds afterwards rather than as it's passing him. We've got another bloke in a dog and crane up there who's obviously operating his thing, possibly seeing it, possibly praying for it not to hit him. But the technical aspects of capturing this, capturing it sharp and creating all those layers and all of those elements in that image, and proudly coming back and giving that to your picture editor, if that doesn't make a front page, what wouldn't is a press and a reportage image.
Okay, let's hear from Bill on 83.
Thank you. Neat capture, I agree. It's a fabulously timed moment. My only problem is what the photographer did with it in presenting it to us. The white space around every side of the picture is incredibly distracting, and if you actually crop that in so that there is no white space whatsoever, you include the little man in orange up there, so it's just the plane against the backdrop of the building. It's incredibly dramatic, twice as dramatic as it is in this presentation. So that's why I scored it the way I did.
Okay, anybody else have anything to add? Okay, we'll come back to Matthew.
To some extent, yes, cropping it and pulling it in tighter, but I think if you crop that in tighter, you're going to lose that crane on that top side, which is then going to start to have a conversation as to why is that crane half cropped out and half cropped in. I think leaving it the way it is, the building is standing proud and tall by itself with sky on either side. It's quite a deliberate crop and quite a deliberate presentation of the image as it is.
Okay, Matthew, you hold your score at 92. If you just re-enter that, everybody else can rescore as they see fit.
You're right, Bill? Matthew, yeah. You're always got to be not your fault.
Oh, yeah.
This image, there we go, it goes in. This image now scores.
Matthew, is it still waiting?
It's just not catching up.
Is this the important one?
What did you give it?
I think it's 92.
Okay.
It's time, here we go. That's, sorry, I just
88.
first one I didn't know.
Image scores 88. 87. Semi-finalists, well done. Next image, please. Yep. Comment.
A saddle bronc rider is kicked high into the night sky.
Score 83, semi-finalist. Okay. And we have a challenge from Bill on 90.
I'm probably not going to achieve that score from the other judges, but again, as a news picture, as a piece of observed reality, reportage, this is the perfect moment. You know, a lot of these pictures are all about timing. It's what has, you know, forever been called the decisive moment, but this is the moment. You've got this perfect diagonal that go from the bottom left of the frame out the top end of the frame. He's disappearing out into the black. A couple of small technical problems with it, that bright spot around the horse's nose and all that, but really it's the highlight of the raised arms of the cowboy who's being thrown into the air. I think as an example of this type of photography, it's very accomplished, and I think 83 is a bit low.
Okay, Harriet, you're on 80?
Yeah, I agree actually, and I think it's a very impressive image and caught at a really great time. I'd like to really look at this part sort of behind the horse's legs and under the cowboy's bum, for want of a better word. There's just something there I can't quite figure out, and I just wonder if anyone can clue me up here. This sort of darkened area here, it's sort of, I'm trying to figure out what's going on there. It looks filled in or something.
It's his chaps.
Ah, is it?
Yeah, you see it on the other side as well.
See here, this one and this one.
It's got leather chaps on it.
This black area.
I think that's what it is.
Yeah, I know. I want to go in close. Is it? Are the chaps black?
Could be.
I'm not
This
convinced.
area here is just. It seems like it should be the background, but it's actually textured and a different color. And I can't.
It's attached to him, but does it matter?
I just wanted to bring attention to it, I guess, because it's confusing me. And it's not supposed to be, it's a reportage image, it's not supposed to be edited in any way, and it sort of might feel like it, yeah.
Yeah, it's see this bit here? We can't know.
We can't, yeah.
You know?
Yeah, I'm not trying to be difficult, I just...
I think it's
all you've been is difficult. I know.
The heat off the horse. That's the horse's tail there. That's the heat.
I don't know whether there was a
In
structure
between.
behind there
The heat
that
of
they
the
tried to
horse.
clone out.
And the dust and the
Ah.
stuff that's flying up.
We can't be sure, so you'll have to judge that and make your own assumption, because I'm not going to assume anything.
Assume, yeah.
All right.
I think it's the
so
dust in between
back to you,
the
Nat.
separation.
Who that was Bill. Bill, write a reply. Let's keep it moving.
To me. Look, obviously there's something that's undecided there, but I think as a piece of human drama captured in the moment, it's a very creditable image. I think it's worth more than 83.
Okay, so you've re-entered your score of 90, and everyone else can make their own mind up. Just waiting on Bill.
You've got to put your
Oh,
score
I have to put it in again. I'm sorry.
And this image scores 85. 85 semi-finalists, thank you. Next image, please. Focus, thank you. Is there any wording with that? No. Image scores 84, semi-finalist. We have a challenge from Nuran on 92. Thank you, Nuran.
Sorry, am I alone?
No, there's a lot of people in the room with you.
Yeah.
86, 83, 78, 79.
78, 79. Just like this is a very good sample of like this sporting event, you know, like in all tonality is like gives me the time of the year, like all, I feel like it's hot day. And also the galloping, like the way it's captured is just perfect. I can't see anything not sharp in the image. You know, like if there is an information going to be given about this very event, you know, it's done perfectly. Even the background, the blur in the background, adds that actually another beautiful dimension. But if I just want to choose a polo photo, this is the polo photo, the polo photo for my thinking. But I'd like to hear your opinions as well.
Okay, we've got a couple up this end under 80, so let's hear from one of them. Thanks, Kat.
Yeah, so for me, where's the rest of the action? Yep, I appreciate that it's been isolated. Any decent photographer should be able to point their camera at this scene and get this image. I want to see the other players, a bit more action in the scene. I'm not entirely sure, you know, the choice of sepia. I'm not sure if that's adding to the image. For me, the what do you call a polo ball? Is it a ball or what is that? Yeah. Polo ball. It's blown out. It's quite white down there. It's too hot. Yeah, for me, I feel like standing on the sidelines at a polo match, I feel like this image would present itself multiple times. So for me, it's not an exceptional capture. It's well done, but it's not up in that range for me. But I am listening, as always.
Okay, brief comment if you want something to add. Bill?
Yeah. So what's missing is the moment of impact. Okay, so he probably had a choice here. I guess the choice is, do you have all four hooves off the ground, which is great, or do you have the moment where the mallet strikes the ball? And I think where the mallet striking the ball is actually more important. We want to see that moment of contact and that sense of action imparted. And that's what's probably separating it from semi-finalist and finalist.
Okay, Miriam, back to you.
All been said, but like I just want to look at this image again. The lines that actually like the horse and like the athlete on top of it, and the line of actually the what do you call it, the club, and the ball in front of there. That frozen moment is give me exactly it's like what's going to happen, and like this is actually like good, very good sample of. That moment is like you don't need too much action around there. Action is in there. I mean, the horse, you can see all the muscles and the legs, and this is actually like how we are as a humankind, and change the way of how we look at the horse pictures because of this is the way we saw after the photographs. Before that one, everything was open. Beautiful information as well, and that's the normal eye can't see this way. And that's why it's in 2 dimensions create a great image.
Thank you, Nuran. Thank you, Nuran. You hold your score at 92, re-enter, and everybody else can rescore. And who scores 84, semi-finalist. So we'll have another change of judges. I'll have Matthew and Kat have a break. Matt and who else is on my panel? Matt and Robin, please. Matt, Man and Robin. Thank you. Next image, please. Comment.
Celebrating New Year's Eve in the backyard with sparklers and glow sticks, a tradition that began during
Hang on, we can't see the image.
COVID times, that continues now.
Sorry, we'll get you to read that out again because you need to look at the image as you
You got
comment.
it now?
Nope.
Just refresh that screen. Yeah, we'll just try to make this catch up.
Okay.
I'll just read that again.
Thank you.
Celebrating New Year's Eve in the backyard with sparklers and glow sticks, a tradition that began during COVID times that continues now.
Just, good.
Oh yeah, I'm sorting.
Image scores 79. So can I have a quick comment, please, from, thanks, Matt.
Yeah, this photograph feels like a blurred memory, and I think that works for the subject matter. It's like harkening back to childhood, a little bit more emotion in the characters, and possibly a different T-shirt, if you could manage it, would lift it a lot higher.
Well said. Next image, please. We have a description, just listening in. Naran, listening.
Partway through her show, burlesque performer Jess Love makes the most of an intentional wardrobe malfunction.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, judges. I reckon that's a priest. Hard to tell. Could just be a T-shirt. Judges.
No, sorry, I got logged out. I'm back. You right?
Harriet.
And you said that work error. I'm in.
Image scores 86. Everybody pretty close to that. Great moment captured. Any comments?
What works for me in this photo is the lovely sense of engagement with both the performer and the audience.
Mm-hmm. Good comments. I'm just wondering if his name is Father somebody because he's just got that little collar. Next image, please. Would make a hell of a story.
Have they got a new one? Yeah.
There is a description. The loneliness of shadows in the midst of a bustling world, a solitary figure shivers in the icy cold. People make it so hard. Thank you, judges. That was good. What do we got? We've got an 82 semi-finalists. Again, Everybody's reasonably close to that. Nobody's really in a position to challenge unless they wanted to do it the other way, which you can if you wish. No. Good girl. But perhaps you can provide some input as to how this could be raised even higher.
So I feel that with photographing a subject such as homelessness, there's a lot of ethical questions that come into play with the photography, and I think it's an important subject for photographers to get close to and to engage with the community and to shed light on. But sometimes photography can look a bit objective and like you're standing from the outside photographing in, and I feel that this is sort of shot on a long lens and perhaps they're not sort of connected with the person in the photo and that they're sort of objectifying a little bit. Whether that's the case or not, I apologise if it's not, but just something to be aware of so that I'm very hyper-aware when I see work like that.
Good comments to share, thank you. Next image, please. There's a comment on this one. Goodbye from a photographic project captured on iPhone, capturing the evolution of human relationship and connection through dementia. Image scores 87. And Harriet's going to challenge it on 94. There's a 92 and a few 80s, so tell us why you think it's worthy of a higher score.
This is a wonderful diptych. I think it shows a great progression just within 2 images, the whole story of this relationship. I think Reportage can be, when it talks about small stories, I think it's just as important as the bigger stories. The way the photos work together, one being quite close and in a small contained room and the other being at quite a big distance, this real intimate moment between these 2 people, and then this really kind of distant feel that's translated in the second image after the lady's passed, from what I can see. Even the benches in the left-hand side mirror the sort of piano the benches in the right-hand side mirror the piano in the left. Even the little chair on that edge kind of mirrors the benches facing the other way. I think it's really well done, really intentional decision for the photographer to use the 2 together to tell a story.
Thank you, Harriet. Let's go and have a chat to Bill on 82. Thanks.
I'm looking at these and appreciating them in a different way, Harriet. I feel the picture on the left is entirely unnecessary. It's busy, it's confusing, it's got so much going on in it, none of which is particularly clear, but the picture on the right is fantastic. It's a wonderful picture. I think it's a standalone image in my mind. I wish that the photographer had raised the camera just that tiny bit more to better frame the husband standing over the coffin in the background in this empty church with the screen above with a memorial to his departed wife. That is a beautiful picture, and the one on the left adds nothing at all in my mind.
Okay, Robin, you're 92.
Just to add to that, I stand with Harriet on this one. I think because the impact it's having on me is because not only on the right-hand side, yes, Bill, it's absolutely so strong, that image. He's so lonely now that she's died. But before she's died, in the context of the dementia, he's still lonely with her there. So we've got 2 sides of the equation, alive or dead, and it's just lonely and sad.
We'll go back to you, Harriet. Thank you.
Yeah, I think definitely the right-hand side is the stronger image, and if we could see that coffin a little bit more, because it does get a bit lost back there. But I guess another way of looking at it is there's, in an award like this, there isn't a stories kind of multiple image award, and to be able to tell what feels like a longer story than just a single image in a diptych, I think is quite clever, and I think the photographers maximise their entry use with it.
Okay, you hold your score. Re-enter 94. Everybody else can rescore. Thank you. Image scores 88, semi-finalist. Thank you, judges. Miran, I'll get you to have a little break. Your hand if you come into number 1, thank you. We've got one judge change. We'll go to the next image when you're ready, and then you can change the judge. Next image, think. Okay, thank you, mate. We do have a description. Part of street photography series called Into the Sun. This image is called Aussie. The subjects are totally in their own worlds, oblivious to the photographer. Oh, sorry. '83. We have a semi-finalist at 83. We're just waiting to see what the spread scores were. And the little rat on the wheel is just slowed down a little bit. Okay. And everybody's pretty close to that. Have a quick comment, if I can, please, from Johan. Very quickly, just a comment on that image.
Wonderful use of RGB.
Yes, in your face, shadows and light. Thank you. Next image. But actually, in all fairness, it was a great use of primary colour. Yeah. Description.
It is regarded as unlucky to euthanise cats in Jakarta, Indonesia.
At least for the cat. Image scores by majority 79. We have a challenge from Matt, who's on 80-something, 88. Thank you, Matt.
Yeah, this is a photograph that I don't like, but it's a strong documentary photograph. And the reason why I don't like it is because it is so impactfully telling the story of this poor cat and how casual the society around it acts. Like, this is just a completely normal thing, and to anyone else, that would just be Tuesday. But to us, we see that and we're like, oh, that poor creature, we empathise with it and we want to see a better outcome for it. What's holding me back from the finalist range is actually the cropping through the heads. But apart from that, like, I think this is probably an instance where these people are posing for the photograph, and the photographer's chosen to include that cat to make a commentary about what the living conditions are like, what is considered normal in that place. The limbs that jut into the outside, I think they just frame it. It's awkward. It's an awkward photograph, but I think it works.
Okay, thanks, Matt. Let's hear from Bill on 75.
I considered the composition as well, Matt, and I'm uncomfortable with the fact that you've got straight sort of reportage documentary at the bottom of the frame and what looks like a setup at the top with a couple of people mugging for the camera. So I would actually crop the heads out, so you just have limbs. So yes, I'm bothered by the half crop of the heads, but I'd take them out entirely instead of going the other way. I feel it's a confusing composition which doesn't really get the message across to me.
Robin, you're an 82, so you were slightly in support of them.
Yes, much the same. The crop bothers me. I would have liked to have just concentrated on the cat rather than the add-ons.
Okay, thank you. Matt, back to you.
Yeah, I'd say we're supposed to be bothered by that, and we're supposed to see smiling faces mugging at us, because that's what communicates this disparity between these people that are proudly posing for a photo, and the photographer hasn't even necessarily asked them to do so. They've just seen the camera and they're happy and smiling at this person and welcoming, and yet this creature below them is not getting that attention. So I think it's a very deliberate choice by the photographer. I think it's deliberately awkward, and I'd like to reward it in the semi-final range.
Okay, you hold your score or re-enter your score at 88. Judges, you can rescore.
You guys might have had to refresh because it comes. Yeah. Harriet is in.
Harriet is in the building.
She has arrived.
So Matt, is it? Yeah. So not working? Not working?
Yeah. Try exit and then come back.
Yeah, try that. And then you have to cross your fingers and hold the tongue to the roof of your mouth.
We have a score of
I've been putting the waiting room.
You've been put in the waiting room.
I keep ending up in the couch.
But you go back and all.
That's what happened to yours before dinner. It just sort of fixed itself.
I just refreshed it and it took me back to the home page.
Yeah, because I had to do that and I had to go back through the whole lot.
How many of us are on wireless and how many of us are on 4G or whatever it is?
It's probably not as fast as 4G.
This could be the place.
no. Go back out. Live competitions and stop. Too far. Come down. Come down.
That one.
That
The
one.
ocean. Yeah.
Okay. Might have to refresh it. Okay. You just entered it and you refresh it, and we have a score coming. And the image score is 79. Okay, next image please. So 79 being a commended status, not quite award worthy. Okay, judges, we have a comment on this one. Lightning storm over Penrith on the 3rd of January 2023. Thank you, judges.
Everything's okay this end. I think you might have to refresh.
There we go.
It's got the afternoon X, I think.
Okay. Image scores 79. Everybody's sitting in that lower bracket of 80 or in the 70s. Or most of you in the 70s. I think there's some issues here with tonal control. We've got some pretty heavy blacks that need a little bit more. I know on the screen that some of the audience is saying it's a bit lighter, but overall when you look at it, we just need to control those tones a little bit better overall. But the composition's quite well, and it's obviously good timing, even if we are using lightning triggers. Next image, please. We have a comment. What is it? Two promiscuously dressed women casually strolled through a group of men during a Melbourne sexual empowerment rally. Despite the provocation, not one person glances at the women, either from anxiously avoiding perversive behaviour or through sheer obliviousness. Thank you, judges. Nearly there. Two more to come in. Johan and Robin, we have our scores. We have our scoring range. We're going to get them. Image scores 80. Semi-finalist, well done. And the spread across that was pretty close, all in sort of low 80s to high 70s, bar one, which is a bit lower than that. Can we get a brief comment from Bill? Bill.
Look, I think it's a great idea with the sort of oblivious behaviour of all the males in particular in the frame. It's such a shame that there's another person blocking behind the woman on the right, because it would have been a much neater composition right the way across. You could read it left to right without interruption.
Yep. Thank you. Good comments. Good comments regarding reportage too. Next image, please. We have a comment or a description. Despite being a critically endangered species, UCN protected since 1984, grey nurse sharks are regularly seen with fishing hook injuries, either from accidental or illegal fishing. Thank you, judges. And we have nearly got a score. Just waiting on Matt's to come through. And we have a score of 89, which is a very high semi-finalist. And everybody, or four of you are pretty close to that. It's a couple of 92s, which technically can't challenge, but let's open it up for discussion and see where we end up, because everybody was 85 or above. So that means it's a panel mentor challenge, and you can all speak if you wish, although don't add to the argument, don't repeat somebody's conversation. Let's start with one of our 92s. We'll start with Robin. Yeah, you get it.
Sure. I'd like to speak to this. I think, for me, it's very impactful, this image. There's very few elements in here. There's just the water, the shark and the hook. And it's an absolute travesty what's going on in our oceans with our debris, our fishing debris. I think the fact that it's a grey nurse shark, they always have a goofy look on their face, but this one, by virtue of his gummy teeth, it makes him look, even feel worse. What am I trying to say? Feel worse than it actually is. But look at the size of that hook. It's just awful. The story is so strong.
Thank you. Johan, you're an 85 at the other end. Or not the other end, but the other end, but not so...
I gave it 85. I'm really happy to go up. It's a strong image. It's just to have been there to capture that moment in that instance and with that background, with that simplicity, very effective. Yeah, I don't want to say anything bad about it. I'd like it to go up.
Okay, Bill, you're on 92 as well.
Strong and simple, but the real clincher here is that you can see the shark's eye, which adds a great deal of empathy for the viewer.
Okay, anybody else that wish to comment? We're all there, good. I think we've heard enough, and we could all have a rethink about that. You can all rescore anywhere you want to. Thank you. This image is unanimously a finalist with a 92. Well done. Okay, next image, please. Has a description.
A volunteer perseveres with adding hearts to London's National COVID Memorial Wall, 220,000 hearts and growing.
Okay, thanks, judges. Thank you, judges. Robin and Johan, you're in. Refresh. We have a look. We have scores. We end up with an 84, semi-finalists. We know there's a challenge. We go to Johan, who's given it 91. Johan. Thank you, sir.
This is such a nice image for something so horrible. It's simple. It's got beautiful hearts on it, but it says death. That's all I want to say. It's done very well. I gave it a 91. Yeah.
All right, let's go to Bill in the middle at 77.
I can't get into this image because it's a large, massive. It's an adult with a back to the camera, dressed in dark colours, which is completely blocking me from appreciating anything that's actually in the background. There were other possibilities here. Maybe if you'd waited for a different figure to come along, I think a child there would be fantastic. But I just feel that this back to the camera thing is very unsuccessful in terms of communication.
Okay, Matt, we'll get a comment from you and then we'll go back to you.
Yeah, I've got to raise my score, but I would say that there's a very deliberate reason why this is flat on, and that is that you can actually read each one of these if you feel compelled to do so, and it's not good reading. So your comments about juxtaposition of these hearts and then the messages that these hearts are about, actually each one of these hearts is a tragedy. That's very powerful. But I'd say about the woman, I don't mean to eat into your right of reply, but the woman turning her back to us, I find that completely fine because she's completely engaged in the activity of creating this mural, and you can see that she's got her paintbrush and she's painting these hearts one by one by the thousands, her and other volunteers, I would assume. But she's there painting thousands of these hearts, and each one is a person.
Thank you. Johan, back to you.
Not sure what you'd like her to wear. London's quite cold, so I think it's quite fitting for this person. And what this person looks like is not important because they're just a person. What's important is the simplicity of the hearts and what they're saying about people and that's death.
Okay, thank you, Johan. You hold your score. Re-enter your score of 91. Everybody else can reassess their score as they see fit. Image gets 87, semi-finalists. Thank you very much. Now we'll have another judge change, Bill and Harriet, and we'll have Nuran and I'm getting confused with my group here. Who's there? Kat, thank you. So that's 2 and 3 changing out. Good to go. Okay. Yep. Next image. You can start getting ready to judge the image, and then has it come up? There we go. And there is a comment. I'll just give you that description. Aerial building, Camberwell, captured during lockdown, the loneliness and isolation of people working from home. How are we going, judges? Nearly in. You're in, Kat? Nuran. Okay, Nuran, Johan. Here we go. And we have a score of 81, semi-finalists, and your fingers with it. Okay, we have 81. Everyone's close within 3 points of that score, so you're pretty solid in that opinion. Let's have a quick comment from Matt Palmer on 81, who was exactly where everyone said was the average.
Yeah, the photographer's using the panoramic crop in this image really well to communicate that space and loneliness. Personally, I was looking for maybe more happening in the windows, not necessarily together, but separately, people living different lives.
Thank you, Matt. Next image, please. This image will score 90 and be a finalist, and that saves me challenging it. Well done. We'll have a quick comment, if we may, from somebody who would like to make a comment. Kat, thank you very much. Will you? What could be done to get this even higher?
Ooh, what could be done? Great question.
Because it's a great image.
It is a great image. It is nicely done, nicely captured, well, nice composition. Figures are in the centre where they need to be. We've got the road leading down. What could be improvement? I guess, what's lacking for me? I guess emotion is a lacking in a way, and perhaps, no, I don't know actually.
Put on the spot.
Yeah, can you, I would actually love to know from someone else how it can be improved. I'd love to hear that.
Anybody have a comment? Thanks, Robin.
I think I was a little bit too harsh on this. Of course, it is a lovely social comment about situations that have been so dear to us. What worried me initially was the lightness of.
All right, we'll have the next image, please. And there is a description with this. So Vanessa's going to give you that description.
Cabbage and leaf vegetable fields near Bacchus Marsh. Cabbage and leaf vegetable fields near Bacchus Marsh, Victoria. The plants are at different stages of maturity, with the blue-leafed cabbage about to be harvested.
Score of 82. No, we don't. We have a score of 81. Semi-finalists. Everybody was within 30 points of that. But to be more specific, we do have the opportunity there of a challenge if it's wanted. So the score was 81.
Microphone.
Okay, we have an 87 for Johan.
Cool, thanks for that. I gave this an 87 purely for within the reportage category, we've been given such a wonderful graphic, and sometimes the visual is as important as the story because it attracts us to finding out more. And this incredibly undeniable diagonal with this gradation of colour, which you could easily fob off as a graphic. But then there is a story there. And because it's reportage, we're allowed words, and those words actually supplement what we're looking at in a way that is beneficial and useful. The fact that in the top corner there's a little splash of dark green makes it more human. The power pole makes it more human. This is a story about humans on environment, etc., for ad infinitum. I gave it an 87. We can go up if you want.
Okay, we're going to go to Matt on 76.
Yeah, I gave it a commended for all of those reasons, but what I was looking for in terms of going into the higher semi-finalists myself, it almost alludes to it in the commentary. It's about to be harvested, and how good would it be if they had just started harvesting it and just starting to make that impact on all of those perfect lines that we can see. Imagine if one of those was disrupted by the harvesting. I think that would make it go even higher, but I see what you're seeing, and that's why I've got it commended, and I'll listen. And
Anyone else have anything to add? Okay, Kat, thank you.
Yeah, just quickly, the little patch of green threw me off, Johan. I don't know, I think it's only included to continue that diagonal. But certainly, yeah, the intention of the graphic nature is obvious, and it's successful in that way. Is it particularly sharp, this image? I had a little bit of trouble with that as well. But yeah, I can move a little bit for sure.
I think it is sharp. It's just the screen resolution is...
Is it?
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Thanks. Back to you, Johan.
You know what I think. You know what you think. See what we can do.
Okay, thank you, Johan. You re-put your score of 87 and... That's fine, Paul. Thank you, Paul. Paul, no, 83, semi-finalist. Well done. Okay, next image, please. And we have a comment on this one. And the comment is, it is a crippling drought. Farmers make the devastating decision to sell all livestock, their only source of income, as they can no longer afford to ship in feed and water to keep their stock alive. All they're left with is dust. Thanks, judges. And image scores 88. 88, semi-finalist. Okay, so I'm going to challenge it because no one else can, and you've got 4 people all sitting around 90, so to me that's cusp area. So we're going to have a conversation. I'm going to start off with the person who gave it 91, which is Matt Palmer, and then we'll go to a couple of others and then we'll rescore. So have a listen.
yeah, a fantastic use of a polytich to tell a really solid story in all of its facets. So in the first photograph, we meet the characters, we engage with who they are as people. We also see on the walls the ideal life that they were striving for. These pictures that they've got on the walls are what farming was meant to be like for them. That was the aspiration. And then below it, we get the crushing reality.
Okay, let's go to, I'm going to go down to your hand on 82.
Right, maybe I was a bit cruel there. I was distracted by a simple thing that could have been simply fixed. I feel it would have been outstanding in black and white. The bright red of the man's shirt just kind of threw me. It's not wrong, but it just threw me. And yeah, I'm happy to come up. It is a great story. It's very sad.
Okay, let's go to Robin on 88.
Yeah, what I liked with the man's shirt is that he actually follows the thread. They've cleverly put it together. There's pink in both of the interior photos as well, so they've followed that thread nicely through. I could happily come up on this because I think the story is very strong.
Okay, Katarina.
Yeah, and I think that juxtaposition of the pop of colour against, you know, the faded, dull dreariness of the reality of what this has turned into works in the sense of storytelling. And certainly the positioning is and the framing in here is very intentional. In the second image, obviously, you've got that bare stick leading right up into this tiny little figure in that desolate area. Same thing again with the tractor photo. That figure is perfectly framed and very intentionally, consciously done. I was on 90, I'm up there with Matt, so I'm with him and asking you to come join us.
Okay. Since I challenged it, you can all rescore. You can keep your score where it is. Please score it what you think it's worth based on what you've heard. You can leave your score the same if that's where you think it should sit. Okay. And we have a 92, I'm guessing. I'm going to say 91. 91, that's a finalist. That is a finalist. And that is the last image in this category. Thank you again for your patience. Well done. That was the Reportage category, and that was sponsored by our wonderful friends at Memento Pro. If you get a chance to pop next door and say hello to Jeff and Libby and thank them personally, that would be appreciated. Now, the next category we need to make sure in this room, because we're going to push through, guys. We've got work to do. And we have one more category to go, and that's not it.
Introducing ISO Coleridge. Precision is essential for any professional working with images. Whether you're an artist, a retoucher, or a visual effects specialist, you need to know that what you see at the start of a project is precisely what you'll get at the end. Coleridge monitors give consistent, reliable accuracy that guarantee no surprises within your color workflow. So what you see in real life is what you see on screen, and what you see on screen is what you see in real life. That's precisely why professionals all over the world trust ISO Coleridge for their image creation. ISO Coleridge. Discover living, breathing color.
Canson Baryta Photographic is a silky smooth satin paper reminiscent of traditional darkroom Baryta prints. It offers excellent black density, probably the highest on the market, together with great image contrast and detail. One of the things I'm often asked is how Baryta differs from Platine Fiber Rag, a similar paper. And it differs in two distinct ways. Number one, it's definitely a smoother paper, and also it's an alpha cellulose paper, whereas Platine Fiber Rag is a cotton-backed paper. Now, Baryta does contain some natural brightening agents, and I say natural because it's inherent in the barium sulfate coating that gives Baryta its beautiful finish. But it's still considered a museum-grade paper and meets all industry standards for longevity. And really, it's a paper that works well with a whole variety of images, color of course, but it especially shines with black and white, where rich blacks and deep contrast is important. So if you're fond of darkroom prints and you want a paper that has a rich satin finish, then Baryta Photographic is definitely one to consider.
The one thing I didn't realise getting into this career was how much time you'd have to spend at your desk. Emails, client bookings, following up on leads, sending out quotes. This stuff takes time. And I remember the time when everything changed. Hey, Ben. No worries. Yeah, I'll be there real soon. See you in a sec. to me when I first started. Hey Sarah, thanks for calling me back. Okay, I'll see you in an hour. Converting inquiries into bookings, sending quotes and contracts, keeping track of all my shoots. It's now all taken care of with Studio Ninja. Beautiful, big smile. With Studio Ninja, I never have to worry about following up on leads, chasing payments, or missing shoots. Time, beautiful. As I said, I'm a photographer, not an administrator. So if you want to spend more time doing what you love, let Studio Ninja help.
If you're looking for the smoothest matte paper that CanSign Infinity offers, then Photographic is it. It has virtually no texture whatsoever with a silky, smooth finish. It's a 100% cotton rag paper. It's available in several weights, including a dual version, which means you can print on both sides of the paper, and that's great for things like portfolios, art books, or other creative uses. It has one of the highest Dmax ratings of any matte paper on the market. That's a measurement of black density. And so it has great contrast, really nice color, and crisp detail. And it's a paper that works well on a variety of images, landscapes, nature, black and white, portraits, really any image where you want a paper that has a really nice, smooth finish. And so if that's the kind of paper you're looking for, Photographic is a great choice.
It's already going. 2023. This category is sponsored by the amazing people at Celdex. Nicole and her crew have also shown and are here at the trade show and got their wares to share with you. So if you are in at the conference or you are in Melbourne, come down and have a look. The life events is this category, and life events, weddings, parties, births, funerals or other significant life events. Photographs should be impactful and evoke lasting emotions or document human life through time. Composite images are allowed as long as digital post-production is not a significant part of conveying the visual message and isn't perceived as staged or contrived. And the winner in this category will be receiving a $1,000 product voucher from the incredible people at Celdex Albums. Celdex. Artistic Albums. All right, so we're just looking for the audience or the online audience to have a look at what the run through of the 25, and reminded this is the top 25 of a larger group cohort, which was judged online, and these images were the top 25, and they've made it through to this round of live judging. And what we're looking for after this is the finalists. Anybody with 90 and above will be an automatic finalist, and as long as we have 5, we'll go ahead with that. Otherwise, we'll bring any of the semi-finalists who have high scores and so on. Have we been through that once?
I think we've gone the whole way.
Okay, great. So we're going to move on to our judging. We'll now get our first image up. Our judges are ready to go because they're incredibly patient and always professionally ready to go. And we have our first image, and away you go, judges. Thank you. Thank you, judges. We've got scores coming in. And we've just got one more. And we're looking like somewhere in the low to mid 80s, 84 semi-finalists. Well done. And everybody's pretty much in agreement, all around the same score. Let's get a brief comment, if we can, from Fiona. Quick comment for the entrant.
Yeah, congratulations on controlling such difficult lighting and fast circumstances. It's always a delight to see the mother engaged in the delivery themselves, so well captured. To take this higher, I would have just loved to have seen the perspective corrected a little bit, maybe a little straighter.
Okay, thank you. Perhaps just a little darkening of the doctor's shoulder because it's just a little bright off to the left. Next image, thank you. Thanks, judges. Our legendary panel of judges, both the active panel and the inactives, who are ready to jump in at one moment's call. Look at them. Adam's he's on his front foot. Okay, thank you, judges. How are we going for scores? And we have an 84 with all judges sitting in that mid to low 80s. That's a pretty consistent result. Let's have a quick comment, if we can, from Johan.
Great image, lovely light. Just the crop from the top would have made it stronger.
Yeah, Pano, I agree. Next image, please. Again, this is the life events category, not single capture, digital image, sponsored by Celdex. Thank you, judges. Get some scores coming in.
I did too.
Johan is in the system.
That's seat, Robin, I reckon. It's I know, it's probably just me.
Oh, she's been dropped out. And this image is going to score 82 or 83, I reckon. And will be a semi-finalist with a score of... You ever been on radio and they sit there and they're going, stretch, stretch. Oh no, just kick this off. Okay. This image scored 83, or it may have been 82, but it was a semi-finalist and you were all within a couple of points of that, so very consistent judging again. Nobody was more than 2 or 3 points outside of what I just said, so I was correct in what I saw. Let's have a quick comment, if we may, please, from Frances.
Yes, look, beautiful setting, a lovely moment there out of their day. It shows their connection really in a gorgeous way. To improve it, probably just darken down that highlights coming in from the left there through these stone posts. Just darken that area a little bit, and maybe in the background on the right there as well.
I might just add that with wedding shots, of course, the bride's dress, as beautiful as it is, can sometimes be a bit of a distraction from the faces, and in this case, the gesture of the hands and the pulling together of the faces is sort of telling us it's a little bit about what's going on between them, and that large area of dress is just that little bit bright that could be brought down. And it did get 82. There we go, we're on the money. Thank you. Next image, please. This image scores 81 and is a semi-finalist. We do have a judge that can challenge that if they choose to.
Yes,
Okay, Frances, you're going to challenge that. You're on 87. Everyone else is around the 80, 81
Yeah,
mark.
look, I just think it's quite a dynamic, strong image with this flame in the background, which is perfectly well positioned around the couple and making them the centre of that. It's quite a geometric image as well in a way, and I just enjoy the setup and how it all comes together.
Thank you, Frances. Johan, you're on around 80.
Yep. I liked the image, but there's just a little bit too much foreground light. It takes you away from what you should be looking at.
Okay, anybody else have anything to add? Okay, Robin, yeah, you're on 70.
I agree with Johan as well. I think this image that's well constructed and the light has been well managed, but I think it would benefit from being a square image, and the foreground light is distracting. It could have added a little bit of mystery by darkening down that foreground.
Is that a square?
I'd like it to be a square.
I think it is a square.
A bit more of a square. Is it? Okay. Well, crop it in, maybe.
Yep.
A stronger crop.
We'd like a square. We get that. We get the idea. Back to you, Frances.
Yeah, look, it is a square. I actually wouldn't crop it in more. I like that negative space in the back, especially seeing the stars. It sort of complements a little bit with the light in the foreground. The foreground is a tiny little bit light. I don't mind that at all. It sort of leads me into the image, and obviously there is a lot of light coming off that flame as well, which is quite an intense light source on its own as well.
Thank you, Frances. You will input your score 87. I think it was 87. And everyone else can rethink their score if they choose to.
It's hanging up on there.
Okay. And we have an 82 semi-finalists. Next category, please. Or next image, please. This image scores an something. Scores an 80 by majority. So we did have an average of 79, but 3 judges were in the 80s, so therefore, or 4 judges were in the 80s, so it gets a majority 80. All pretty close. Let's get a quick comment, if we can, please, from Fiona. Thank you.
Lovely leading lines into the couple. I just would have liked them to have been in focus to bring that image up.
Okay, thank you. We have a quick judge change. Bill and Adam, if you'd like to come up, and Matt, you can have a little break, and Francis, you can have a little break. Thank you, guys. So 3 and 4 are moving out. Adam's going to take 3, and Bill's going to take 4. Front and centre. Okay, and okay.
I just need to log into this category. What are we? What's this called? Live. Thank you.
Okay, let's judge. Thank you, judges. Print scores 83. We do have someone challenging, Johan on 92. Over to you, Johan.
Great. What I like is the ugliness of this. There's an honesty in those characters in the background. They're not all joyous. Some of them are actually not very happy, and that's truth. And I quite like that in this image. You know, it's a joyous occasion and everything, but every now and then somebody says what they think or shows what they think, and that for me makes this image above normal. The happy image with the lights would have been the one that should have got a what's that one called? Semi-finalist. The truth makes it a finalist.
Okay, let's go to Adam in the middle on 77.
Beautiful ugliness is kind of a concept I do enjoy, I guess. I sometimes think it's a bit of a bob each way here, though, and you know, if we're leaning into the truth, then it still perhaps feels a little contrived and not quite. I do appreciate the fact that we're anticipating a moment, and perhaps, you know, the idea that we're all being sort of held prisoner by a photographer here is what you see and appreciate in the image, and I can understand that. I don't think I can finalist understand it, but perhaps I can come up into a low semi-finalist.
Okay. Anybody else have something to add? Bill?
I'm kind of with Adam on this. It would be nice to think that the left-hand side of the picture was the bride's family clan, and the right-hand side is the Hatfields and McCoys, you know, that type of thing. But there's only a couple of people who are looking a bit scowly, and I think that's almost because they're looking into the back of the groom's head, so they can't really see what's going on. So there's not quite enough of what Johan is suggesting to sway me toward that.
Okay, anybody else wish to add to the comment? Fiona, you're on 86, so you're not far away.
This category is life events, and all of those people are watching this life unfold, and they've been all engaged to turn on their iPhones, their phones, bring those torches to the party. I think this actually encapsulates this category really well, and I really appreciate the story that you added to it, so I'll be coming up.
Back to you, Johan.
Thank you for your comments. The one thing that sort of takes it up to the other level, well, one of the many things, is those two people who aren't happy aren't shining a light for these people.
All right, they don't own a phone.
Anyway, I gave it 92, see what you can do.
92, everybody have a think about that and see where you fall. Okay. We have an 87 semi-finalists. Well done. Next image, please. Let's go. Okay, here we go. Next image. Coming home with a wet sail. Image scores 84. Semi-finalists. With a pretty even spread across the board, so we're going to leave it there. We'll just get a very quick comment from Robin. Thank you, Robin.
I think the photographers had a lot of fun with this image, but for me they're a little bit lost in the glasses.
Okay, that's still worthy of a semi-finals role. Next image, please. Thanks, judges. Thank you, judges. Image scores 81, semi-finalists. And again, all judges are very close together. Let's get a quick comment from Adam.
Look, as I think as the coverage of a life event, it's a great little moment. I think perhaps if it was a little less camera aware and felt a bit more natural, then we might really get those real emotions and real connections between the people that would elevate it.
Okay, thank you. Next image, please. Image scores 77, and again, all judges are within a couple of points of that, so that's commended. Not quite a finalist or semi-finalist. Bill Beckman, you have a comment to make? That'd be great, thank you.
Just a suggestion that the left-hand side of the picture is completely irrelevant. It's wasted. I mean, yes, we get the idea that they're kind of, well, I'm not sure if they're looking on as a secret observer or a stalker, But the right-hand side is where it's all happening, and it could easily be cropped and made stronger in that way.
Thank you, Bill. Next image, please. Thanks, judges. Put our scores in. Thank you. We have a score of 88. Yeah, I thought you might. Bill, you're going to challenge it? Yep, 93. You got a 91 with you and a couple of high 80s.
Not being an aficionado of wedding photography, I'm just, this has tremendous impact to me. The first question is, how the hell did they get there? Second is, I hope this isn't the way the marriage is going to go. but that crevice of light on the right-hand side that actually informs us where they are on this cliff face, with this gap looming beside them and obviously a steep drop underneath, is just a wonderful composition. It's a fantastic composition. But the pose, everything, this is just high drama, and I think it's highly imaginative. It's probably very brave of the subjects, but I think this is a very creative picture. I think this is certainly a finalist.
Yeah. Let's go to, someone was down on 80, Fiona, thank you.
All right, correct me if I'm wrong here, team. I'm looking at this and I'm seeing a composite image. The shadows around the groom aren't convincing that this is actual in situ situation here. I would love to be proven wrong on that, because the drama then would have a new story for me.
That's okay, it can be composite image, it's allowed. But I'm just saying it's pointing it out that it might be, yeah.
Yeah, I don't have an issue with the composite. A lot of the shadows sort of fall down across the way, which is consistent with the lighting that we're seeing on the face. We're getting beautiful light on the bride's face, and the shadow falls in the right direction. There's great detail in that, and I think even then, whether we're talking about this as client work or permanent work, we look at it as judges and go, wow, what amazing impact. Imagine what this has for their family, for their wedding, as a life event. And for the photographer to have this vision, whether it's composite or real, and create this, I'll create this for their day and have this as kind of, as Bill said, there's even a sense of place and a sense of drama, and what an amazing image to have created from your life event. That's why I think it was worthy of a finalist as well.
Okay, Johan, you had a comment?
Yep. The image of the bride and the groom and the immediate area around them lack the griminess of everything else, which take away slightly from the credibility. Having said that, I gave it an 88, and I believe it's a very strong image, and I'm happy to come up. And it's got strength, design, all those things, and fear. Anybody else?
Anybody else wish to add to the comment? Otherwise, we'll come back to.
Look, I choose to believe that it's real, which is probably ridiculously naive on my part. But I'm taken with the drama of it all because it's so well done, and the fact that all the action is up the top of the picture with this yawning abyss below them just gives it that extra heightened sense of high drama. Okay.
So, thank you. Bill's 93. He's asking you to consider this as a finalist. And I'll just remind her that even if it is composite, that's within the rules. You can you put your 93 back in. Everyone else can have a rethink and shift or not shift. Image scores 90 as a finalist. Well done. And it looks like nearly everybody jumped up a bit. Okay, we'll have the next image, please. Thank you, judges. Nearly there. Image scores 83. Everybody pretty much in agreement there. All sitting around the low to mid 80s. Thank you. Quick comment from Mr. Hourigan.
Yes, look, a lovely expression, very natural, and a really beautiful moment captured and well handled. In this category, we can make some adjustments, so I suggest that the line coming down towards the bride's head could probably be either taken down or removed, and it gets rid of that distraction leading us out and really focuses in.
Thanks, Adam. Next image, please. Image scores 84, semi-finalist. And again, a spread of scores, but 3 in the 80, 4 in the 80s, 70 there, so nobody really in a position to challenge that necessarily. Can I get a quick comment from Fiona? Thank you.
Beautiful composition, really enjoyed everybody's expressions. Perhaps a frame either side would have had the bride looking at us and engaging with us.
Okay, thank you. Next image, please. Image scores 81 and is a semi-finalist. And again, all judges are pretty close to that. Nobody in a position to really challenge. We're all pretty much in agreement. Bill has a comment to make.
Just a constructive comment. Seeing as some digital intervention is allowed here, wouldn't have been that difficult to clone out that fence and make the picture a lot cleaner, and that line that runs through it's a little bit annoying.
Okay. Quick comment?
Very quickly too, it's very easy to get your late afternoon tones going muddy towards the top of the frame. So I think we're all seeing a bit of either cropping or perhaps just looking at those tones up in the sky to clean it up a little bit.
Thanks, Adam. Next image, please. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 81. Which we have, yep, the judge, I thought you might. So 88, off you go.
Yes, I think in this sort of, as a wedding photographer, we always talk about the expression and the moment and those real, true expressions, and that's what we've got here. And we've got it even, you know, it's almost the light that falls on the bride's face, so beautiful, framed by the people doing all the work, and you know, there's all this stuff going on around them, and they are right in the moment. It's real. It's, you know, it's togetherness. And I think it's handled, you know, the photographer's right in there to capture it and get us in on that one moment that reflects that life event.
Okay, let's have a listen to perhaps Bill on 75.
Yeah, look, the moment between the two of them is exquisite. It's beautiful. I'm just so blocked by the two out of focus hands that run across her throat. It's really stopping me from enjoying the full emotion that's going on behind them there. It's just an awkward foreground, wonderful background.
Johan, you're giving it 85.
The awkwardness is what I enjoy the most about it. The fact that you've got these out of focus hands in the foreground, over the flower, which is also out of focus, over the business end, which is signing the document. It brings you down to understand what the circumstance is. That at the bottom of that frame gives her space to be looking out. I feel that the photographer's done a very good job at recording an event. And then if you look at their expressions, his is sort of, I love you so much, and she's going, well, you know, and me too.
Okay, back to you, Adam.
Whether it's through you know, the way it is or the way the photographer's treated, the brightest part of the frame is that bride's face. So we get past that thing. You know, it's the before story, and the bride is the payoff, and it's a wonderful payoff. So I think we should reward it in a high semi-finalist.
Okay, you hold your score at 88. Judges, rescore, please. Thank you, judges. We have a final score.
Adam, is yours in?
Oh, I had it, but now you go.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Final score of 82, semi-finalists. Thank you, Adam. We're going to have a judge change. You are required by Robin.
Okay.
You can have a little break for a second, but don't go too far. Francis and Matt, if you'd like to come into the panel, please.
I've gone to the next print.
Yep, here it is, next print. Image scores 80 by majority. We had a few judges in the 70s, a couple, but the rest of you up in the 80s. Nobody really in a position to challenge that up, so let's just have a quick comment. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm rewarding the photographer the choice of angle to sort of get us above that normal ground level and show us a bit of the environment and even the leading line of the way the lights come through the frame. Tonally, I think we can control a lot of the elements that are taking us away, so the roofs and the paths and the buildings, to really focus us in and get us through that journey and explore it a bit further.
Thank you, Adam, semi-finalist. Next image, please. Again, this is the life events category, sponsored by our very good friends at Soldex Artistic Albums. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 85, semi-finalists, straight out the bat. And you do have the chance to challenge this if you wish. So Robin's giving this a 90. She sees it as a finalist.
I've given this 90. I love the whimsy in this photo. I mean, it's raining, you know, it's on their big day, but they're owning it and they're just having fun with it. And I really like the emotion that creates with them, you know, not getting too stressed about the rain.
Okay. Let's hear from Fiona on 82. Oh, Francis, sorry.
That's okay.
Sorry, not enough
yes,
sugar.
I do
Too much
really
sugar.
enjoy that expression. There is so much in it. They're having fun. I just get drawn away by these very strong highlights in the chairs and also the top of the umbrella. So I think it could be much improved, bringing these tones down a little bit so you get even more out of these expressions on the faces.
Thanks, Francis. We'll go to Bill on 87.
I think the connection between the two of them is strong enough to those highlights don't really bother me. It's about the human moment. But what really interests me about this is the symbolism in it, because she has now, as a married woman, she's tipped her own umbrella aside and she's come underneath his. And I think that's kind of a nice moment.
You romantic, you, Bill. All right. We're coming back to Robin. Robin, to close that.
I don't think I've got anything else extra to add.
You can say thank you, Bill.
Thank you, Bill.
Well
I
closed.
agree. Strong
All right.
image.
So we have a 90 on the table, or whatever you think it is. Robin, you're going to put your 90. That's where we're starting, and everyone else can score accordingly. And we have an 88. So it's a semi-final, went up a little bit. Good talking. Yeah, well done. Next image, please. Probably find there's people are dropping off and the bandwidth's opening up. Okay, we have an 84 semi-finalist. Well done. Everybody's pretty close to that, so you're all in agreement. Let's get a quick comment, if we can, please, from Francis.
Yes, look, it's a gorgeous portrait of a dancer. The light is used really, really well. The colours, it all sort of flows quite nicely. Probably her foot closest to the right corner probably is a little bit, could be darkened down a little bit there on the point shoe. And yeah, maybe add another element for a narrative to make it even stronger. Yeah, but lovely portrait, gorgeous.
Yeah, very concise, well said. Quickly?
Quickly. So I think I struggled to make this from a portrait to a life event, but the look on her face, the very strong story on her face there turns it into a life event for me.
Yeah, and I think if you're familiar with a lot of the American portraiture market where there's seniors and they recognise certain stages in life, so that graduation photos, all of that sort of thing. Good stuff. Next image, please. Thank you, judges. of 87, which is a semi-finalist, but we have two of you in a position to challenge, and Bill's hand was a bit quicker than yours, Adam, sorry mate. So Bill gets to speak twice.
As the umbrella specialist. I love this picture. It caught my eye on the run through, and I think there's so many nice things about it. It's obviously a setup, but it's great because it memorialises this moment for these two people. I know that you're going to say the highlights are blown out in the umbrella and all that, but that's kind of the point of the image. Your eye follows this train of light flooding out from the windows of the church, specks of rain in the air, and comes to rest on the highlight part of the picture. The rest of the composition is pretty well flawless, with a dramatic sky. I think as a celebration of their togetherness, however you want to say it, I think it's a wonderfully created image,
Okay,
which deserves to be a finalist.
Thank you, Bill. Let's go up to Matt on 81.
Yes, so I still gave this a semi-finalist. I just wish that the bride and groom had the same detail and texture that the front of the church does, and I suspect that maybe they've set up the shot, got their pre-focusing done, and then they've just been behind that point a little bit when they've been positioned, or they've walked over there themselves. So if that detail was there, cool. But what I do enjoy is that all of the light coming from within the church is actually quite motivated by all the little specks and things that it's illuminating in the air. Had those specks not been there, it could have been like, oh, okay, has this been placed? But no, it's perfectly within the environment and works really well.
Okay, thank you, Matt. Yeah, Adam.
Yeah, it certainly attracted my attention during the run-through as well. And what I like as a wedding photographer, I think it plays on a common wedding trope of we see the light behind the couple, and we kind of don't get the reason why the light's behind the couple. So here's the new version of it. This is the light from inside the church, and it gives the church a meaning. Something very magical has just happened in there, and it gives us the advantage. I think the couple's actually rendered very, very well, especially for something where they're quite often not always rendered well in that sort of environment. The umbrella is the brightest part of the image and leads us to them, and it's a magical scenic, as Bill said. So I think it's worth rewarding them.
Mm-hmm. Okay, back to you, Bill.
It's pretty much all been said. Without the ultimate expression of this image as a print, I can't comment on the sharpness or otherwise of the couple. But I think the overall impact of the picture is very, very strong.
Okay, if you re-enter your score of 92, everybody else can reassess their own. Thank you, judges. We're nearly there. And we have a finalist at 90. Well done. Thank you. Have the next image, please. This image scores 82 and is a semi-finalist. Everybody's very close together in this one, all within 4 points or so there's no challenges, but we will get a quick comment, if we can please, from the man waving the hand.
Waving hand, yes. Well framed, nice architectural elements that lead us to the couple, and there's a genuine sort of nice moment going there. Then we just need to pay attention, I think, more attention to the lighting around the frame. So very bright on top of the groom's head, and then very kind of hazy and misty, and we're losing contrast towards the top of the frame, which isn't matched towards the bottom. So little improvements could push it up a bit, I think.
Thank you, Adam. Next print, please.
we have a score of 81. Is there anybody who'd like, which is pretty consistent there across the board. So would anybody else like to make a comment? Matt?
Yeah, the photographers used framing really well. The exposure's nailed. Looking through the window, it gives us this voyeuristic way. They've got their own private moment within the frame. What stopped me from going up a little bit higher was just the attention to detail. There's a little bit of a highlight on the window or in the environment that's causing to elongate her chin a little bit. So just a little tidy up there.
Thank you, Matt.
Next image, thanks. Well done. You got to do what you got to do when you got to do it. Yep, step back. Francis, or no, Fiona. Francis is already.
Sorry, did you want me to?
No, you're good. Sorry, I couldn't see behind Adam. Fiona's taking Adam's. Just use his phone for this. Thanks, Fiona. Thank you, judges. Image scores 84. Everybody's reasonably close. Yeah, okay. I'm going to challenge it. I'll get you to have a little chat about it. You can stay where you are or not. I just like the fact that I've often heard brides say that when they get married, their world gets turned upside down. I always remembered that from my wedding days. And I feel like there could be some symbolism here in terms of that moment, the way she's centred. I like the print quality and the use of tone. The tonal range in this is quite exquisite when you look at it. The fact that she's central to the figure has almost a religious connotation with the glow that she's got coming from her. So there's a few elements to here I think that work. Yes, I can see the technique that's been applied to act as a reflection, if you like, but sometimes weddings are about reflecting. So that's my thought process without thinking too hard about it. I'd like a bit of more conversation. Let's see what you guys think, and we may end up where we started or we may not. Matt, you got a comment?
Yeah, I was on 88. I think it is a powerful portrait of a badass looking bride. There's fantastic detail in there. You can see her eyes and everything. Even though she's so small in the frame, the details are all there. There's just so many different directions that you could take this print, and you've got all these beautiful lines that lead us to the center. She is the focus of attention, nothing else. She dominates the scene, and she gives the kind of feeling to encompass that as well.
Let's have anyone else had something to add? Bill, thank you.
Yeah, I'm the one holding this one back. I scored it 77. Appreciate all the comments so far, with which I agree actually, but I could do without the gimmickry. I don't need the mirror image. It's beautiful in its own right. I probably would have scored it 10 points higher if it didn't have the flip thing going on.
Okay, anybody else? Fiona?
I think the flip created the visual interest, but I'm with you, Bill. The image on its own was strong enough. Yeah, it's just breathtaking. I could have been a little harsh at 86 and interested to hear more comments to come up into that finalist category. Thanks, team.
Anybody have anything to add? No? Okay. We've all had a chance to speak. I've opened it up. You can score it exactly where you did, or you could change your scores if you choose to. And we have an 85 semi-finalists. Well done. Yeah, I just thought it was worth a discussion because I'm sure people would have been wondering. All right, next image, please, and thank you if you come back. Thank you very much, Fiona. Thanks, judges. We have a final score of 83. And all judges were very, very close to that. We'll have a quick comment from Adam Berrigan. Thanks, Adam.
Yes, a great decisive moment, well handled in the harsh light. The figure in front, the head or whatever is blocking me is such a strong block that I almost missed the wonderful expression that they were getting from the mother at the bottom of the frame, because it dominates it so much. And I think in job as that photographer to take it to the next level is to find that positioning where we aren't blocked quite like that and really open it up.
Thanks, Adam. Next image, please. Thank you, judges. Image scores 84. Semi-finalists. Nobody can actually challenge that, so we'll just get a quick comment. Everybody's pretty close together in that one again. Adam, if you have something to add.
Beautiful scenic and handled, all the highlights and all the tones handled very well. The hardest thing in the world is to get guys to look as good as their brides and in posing. And I think she looks great, and he looks a little bit tall and stiff. And I think if he matched the rest of the energy, we would then be up further.
Okay, thank you. We're going to do another quick judge change. If I can have Fiona come in, and Robin, if you can step back, thank you. So Judge 5, thank you. Yep. Thanks, judges. Those who are still listening and watching, the life events category, digital category at the Australian Photographic Prize 2023, sponsored by the amazing people at Celdex Artistic Albums. And this image scores 86. We do have a higher score than that, so I think that you wanted to challenge that with a 94. Yes, please. Off you go, mate. You got another one in that place?
I think the story is read, a story of surrogacy, and almost the yin and the yang of the way the colours are presented. The black, the black pair, the couple, and the woman is lighter. But it says those expressions almost inverse as well. We have trepidation and then excitement and then joy, and you watch the mother or the birth mother go in the opposite direction, and they kind of flow even in that yin yang kind of fashion. They make that, there's that S shape through the frame in both ways. And I think whether by intention or not, there's an element of graphic design in the multiple frames here that we've got that transcends almost the power and the emotion of this moment. It's just really in that last frame, as well as the payoff. The pathos almost in that woman at the end is just, rips your heart in two. And I think that's been very successfully communicated.
Bill, 75.
Thank you, Tony, for pointing that out. I've failed to get engaged with the emotion of all this because I still think it's one picture doing the work of four. My biggest problem, and probably the sole reason for the score I gave it, is that I can't see the baby in any of the pictures except the top one. And for me, I understand that it's about the reactions of the other protagonists in the frames, but I really need to see the baby instead of just some folded cloth. I I'm sorry, I just can't get past that.
Okay, let's have yep, thank you, Matt.
Yeah, I was in finalist spot as well. The emotion just hits you. The first frame is about connection, and without connection, you can't have that disconnection. It just makes the disconnection at the bottom so much more powerful. And what is kind of beautiful and sad about the last frame is that there is actually a smile, a little bit of pride in what she's achieved, but then also that heart-wrenching expression of having to let that go as well. It deeply moved me.
Yeah, thank you, Matt. Anybody else wish to add a comment? Are we good? We're going to come back to you, Matt.
And I really appreciate, and to address that, maybe we see the baby's face when the mother is enjoying, the birth mother is enjoying the moment in the top frame, and as it becomes more and more sad, she probably can't, maybe she can't look at that face, and we're not seeing that face, we're reflecting the mother's emotion. You know, you can read, I just think the way that the emotion flows and switches through the frame, and I'm just left with this image and you know, thank you for even saying, yes, there is pride and there's sadness, and it's everything about this experience in one line.
Thank you. All right, you hold your score at 94. Everybody else can rescore as they see fit, taking on board what they've heard from their fellow judges. And this scores a 90-something. So it is a finalist, 90. And that's something. Well done. Congratulations, you're in the finals. Next, have the next image, please.
In, isn't it, love?
No, because it doesn't want us to
doesn't like you now.
Well, big thumb theory, who knows?
Okay. Give it one more shot, let's see.
And this image scores an 86, semi-finalist, and again, everybody's pretty close together because you're sitting in 5 chairs right next to each other, but beside that, let's have a look. It's going to take its time. There we go. Everybody within a couple of points of that. So what did we say? It was 86 semi-finalists. Let's get a quick comment. Yep. I might get Matt because you've done a few. So Matt had his hand up. I know you do. That's good. I can stop you when I need. Matt?
Immaculately composed photograph. What held me back a little was where the dress meets the floor and it reflects. It creates quite a large area of highlight, and I understand why that's there, but if it could be dulled down or perhaps a little bit of a lower angle would minimise that reflection, but otherwise really gorgeously shot.
One really quick little thing. Yep. Really quickly as well, because we're talking about images maybe moving up into finalists and for the future, there's attention to detail in all these. So the tiny little highlights in the garden on the right-hand side, and you don't give us an excuse to kind of be drawn away, because as you said, it's masterfully composed and lit. So,
thank you. And is that the last one?
Yes.
That's the last one. We finished. Well done. And while you're at it, give these two a hand. Because it's been a hard job there today, I tell you. They've done a great job, so thank you.
That's to do with the internet working.
Everybody else.
Yeah.
While we're giving out cheers and I want
That's it. Thank you, guys, and thank you to all our judges again. Now, we will need some of you for PPY, I'm sorry. I know it's getting a little bit into the evening, but those of you who have been around